Yeah, I know who you remind me of. A girl I think I used to know. Yeah, I see you when the days got colder. On those days when it felt like snow. Now I even think that she stayed like you. She used to just stand there and stare. And roll her eyes right up to heaven. And make like I just wasn't there. And she used to fall down her line. The girl was always falling again and again. And I used to sometimes try to catch her, but never even call her name. Sometimes we would spend the night just rolling about on the floor. And I remember even though it felt soft at the time, I always used to wake up sore. You know, I even think that she smiled like you. She used to just stand there and smile. And your eyes would go all sorts of far away. Stay like that for quite a while. And I remember she used to fall down a lot. That girl was always falling again and again. And I used to sometimes try to catch her, but never even caught her name. Yes, I sometimes even try to catch her, but never even caught her name.
Um, when our team wins the game, the big game, that's as good as it gets. We're gonna finish up at the top of the hour, Mike. If you want to celebrate right here. How are you?
It's great. Is defeating Penn State an environmental issue?
Sports are
Oh, definitely.
yeah.
All right, I'm for that. Did you talk about Happy Bison Day?
Yes. Do you know what Arthur told us?
What do you say?
I asked him, how do you celebrate? He said, go out and have some buffalo wings.
Yeah, I posted something on my profile page today about Buffalo Day from a native perspective, and it looks to me like they've been able to nurse the bison back to large numbers enough to where they're selling them for food.
We have had bison meat at the powwow, and it was really, really good. I can't remember, it was a little spicy, but just really, a buffalo stew or something. I remember that being really, really tasty.
Yeah, just to throw into Bison Day and not to, I mean, because we're all kind of joking and stuff, but I'm literally going to meditate tonight, and I'm going to think about the bison and what they've been through.
Yeah,
So
that's excellent. Excellent.
Yeah, and I think Arthur told us bison means much more than just food and clothes, which I learned from the article I posted. It's very highly revered in the native circles.
No doubt at all. No, I mean, it's a sacred animal. There's just no doubt it was I mean, we need some numbers, but it was the food source, the clothing, using every part of the animal for all over the place, all across the Great Plains for generations, for thousands of years. It was a centerpiece of life. I don't, it's beyond sacred almost, how important that buffalo and bison was. And
they evolved the Great Plains to be what they were. The
yeah,
actual land, the land itself. And that's interesting as well, because it goes back to Ed's often quoted theory of Alan Savory. Now, that's contentious with Monbiot, but no doubt that whole idea of ruminants stamping the ground, creating the environment is fascinating as well. And they definitely did that.
well, they would roll on their back and create those wallows in the plains. The indentations that look like a golf ball all across the plains, literally changing the ecology on different plants and animals growing across the Great Plains. Let's say hi to Jim. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, hi. I'm not sure I caught who said that they were anxious to start looking into the soil biology some more. My introduction.
Sandra was.
Yeah,
Jim.
My introduction to that was a 2014 video, actually an Oxford lecture by Elaine Ingham. I believe it's Ingham, and she's a soil biologist. Has been for, I don't know, 40 or 50 years, but I think she was at the center of a lot of the discoveries there. But anyway, that I thought it was a good introduction to me, and just it's an hour or two lecture that you can just watch, and it's her Oxford lecture. Thanks.
Sure. But nonetheless, Ohio State did win. We can fix the soils of the world. 35% of the world's soils are degraded. We can eat some good food. The world got problems.
How does that work? How does that work for an alien? As an alien, I don't understand if they've got the result in now. How does that work?
Yeah, I have no clue. I have no clue.
Everybody votes by post. Everybody votes by post. Something like that.
Yeah. Did our new friend say Hina? What was his name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Heine. I'm getting closer.
Heine. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
In Germany, we have two different sorts of like bison. The one is really originally, it's called the Wiesent, and he lives in Poland. Yes, and there's his life area is becomes smaller and smaller. Yeah, and there's another one. He's a sort of recreated. It's a big. It's called the Auer ox, and I ate one of this because they say we have too many on this area, and but I changed over the years my mind, and I become vegan over 3 years. Then the last year, my company, I'm working in IT, was hacked, yes, by the Russians, and it was the hardest year of my life, the last year, because working 6 days the week, going out of the house 5 in the morning, coming back near midnight, yes, and it was the end of my vegan life, and I trying to start it again. This was very hard. This was near burnout for me. Yeah, and I think the original we have to go more the vegan direction, to get back the plant food, and it's very much more effective. A cow needs 80 liters of water every day. Yes. And here you see the problem. Yes. And so we have to change ourselves. It's the most important thing. We change. It's unconform, unconformal, unconformal. Also, it's not unconform for us to change that. Yeah. We have to change ourselves, and this is the most important thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we have to change ourselves. It is just so true. It's uncomfortable. And
Water is a huge topic in dairy anyway. I mean, it's obviously rearing beef. It is as well. I mean, presumably, I don't know. With the buffalo, it probably is too, for all I know. But they like a lot of water. They need it to grow their
right,
meat.
but
They
they're
need
not
it
a billion. They're not. It's a sense of scale. They're not a billion
Yes.
buffalo in the world.
Exactly.
I can't remember what the herd size is. I think it's under 1 million still. It originally was 30 to 60 million buffalo, our American buffalo I'm talking about. So
Yeah, bison, buffalo. Yeah, I know what you mean. You traditionally call them buffalo, and they are officially bison. It's a bit confusing, isn't it? I think buffalo sounds kind of more jolly in a way.
well, that's a lesson,
You
our lesson in English.
you
Yeah.
have the bison. It's a really original animal. This is very cool. This is very cool. Yes. So keep it and fight for that. This is very cool. Yeah.
Yes, it is National Bison Day here for us, and we have been discussing it all day. I think that is the end of the space. Thanks a million to everybody. Special shout out to Judith, Julian, Dr. Ray. Going south, of course, the legendary Torstein Wolves, Yoki, and Oliver, do you want to take us out of here today? Are you in the mood
I'm going to say something which I didn't want to say, and I don't want it to explode, but I just can only hope that Dr. Jill, oh God, what's her name? The Green MP, Dr. Jill Stein, is it?
her. Yeah, that she dropped out.
Oh,
If only that she would just either drop out or join up with the Blues. I mean, please just do it.
are you
Don't
talking about
think
Jill Stein that like goes and
Yes,
visits Putin?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please just don't stick it out. Don't split the vote, please. I'm
I
pleading
don't
with
think
her not
it's
to
gonna
do it.
split. I don't. Although, which
No,
group
but
was looking
it's
at doing her, like the young?
I just went. The numbers there are numbers there, and if only she would just say, "Okay, what the hell? We know the lesser of two evils. Let's go with the Democrats." I mean,
Yeah,
if
she's
only
pretty. She's got enough of her own evil.
Yes, I
Yeah.
understand that. But if only she would throw in the towel and just say, "Vote blue." I mean, that's all it takes. Please do it.
You know, there were like 20 people running for president on my ballot in Michigan. I mean, 20,
God.
right? And
Yeah.
it's always like that. So all the extra people, I don't even look at them. So I'm hoping that
No.
I know she's got some people. I think she tried to leverage Gaza, right? But
That's right.
yeah, that came from
Yeah.
Russia too, Russia and Iran, all that instigating
Yeah.
about all that.
But if only. My parting thought here is to say, please get behind the Democrats. Please just do it.
in. So let me do this right here. And we might pause it if we need to in between here.
We began to put together a list of things we want to know about in the city. So where are all the police stations? Because it's good to know where the police are. Where are all the key government buildings? Where are all the media outlets? Who are the Trump boosters? We don't have all of them up there because we want to keep this simple for you. Go ahead, Patrick. And Patrick, do you want to just pick up and talk a little bit about this map?
Sure. I wasn't planning on that, but
I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, go for it.
yeah, happy to. So, Lisa and some other folks came up with a great list of the folks that we might want to go have conversations with, and we have them in categories, right? So we may decide that we want to go talk to the media. So where are they? We may decide we need to talk with Trump boosters. So where are they? And we use software called ArcGIS. If you have a university affiliation or somebody in your group does, you can probably get this for free. Otherwise, you can get it for not very much. But what's cool about this is we're able to pull in other public data sets. So in the purple, we have all the military properties in DC. And then the nice folks from the District of Columbia city government have made available transportation infrastructure maps and all sorts of other things. When we zoom a little bit closer, we can take a look at here's a version of it where in the we're seeing live traffic here, and then where there are road closures. It'll tell us whether there's a planned event or there's something else that's going on. So this is a good thing to have to look at home when you're, to have some of your affinity group looking at home. And we did during Juneteenth, we had a version of that where people were tracking things live and helping us in the streets. And then if we go even further in, we've got super high resolution. This is once again a courtesy of the District of Columbia, super high resolution, better than on Google Maps, aerial photography of Washington, D.C. So where it's not loading very fast because we're on Zoom, we can get really detailed, okay, exactly how wide is that intersection, information. So it's a wealth of information. I imagine folks are asking what the link to it is. We're still working on it. It's going to make it, we're going to make it public at some point. I think that there's a little bit too much going on here for it to make sense. In general, the source of the aerial data is the DC open data. So most cities have open data programs where they make big sets of data available to basically anybody who wants to access it. And we're able to just kind of pull this in here and add the add these as layers to our map. So much of this information is provided to us by the local or the district or the federal government, and we're happy to take it.
I mean, so Millie, real quick,
And will you scroll out a little?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's impossible to listen to. Patrick is literally one of the most public speakers I've ever heard in my entire life. If the dude doesn't and ah, you can't even understand what he's saying. Like, it's beyond recognition. What he was trying to say, and I need to get this for the space because we were hemorrhaging listeners because you can't even listen to the fucking guy. What was happening was he was essentially taking both resources like you can obtain from the federal government, from local DC area, and transpose it onto a map so you could understand what you were seeing. The ums and ahs from him made it impossible to understand. And I find it offensive that people like this could be involved in such a high-level, high-skilled, essentially a takeover of protest movements and be effective at all. Like, that's
Well,
insane to me. It's offensive to me.
yeah, I hear what you're saying, Aaron, but at the same time, somebody who's a little bit of like a techie nerd type of like maybe even autist that has the skills to compile something of that type with the ArcGIS map, like they might not have public speaking skills, but they have a plethora of other skills that are useful for that movement. And I think we have to recognize that what the left is skilled in, what they're really good at doing is finding what people's talents are and then plugging them into that and making them useful in their movement. So I think the
100%.
main thing here is what he created in this ArcGIS map is actually pretty impressive and mind-blowing, and it shows the detail in their planning and how they can use this map to be able to plan their street actions. I mean, he zoomed in and showed how you can actually, with this high res, better than Google Maps map, you can actually measure the exact measurements of these roads in these areas. So when you're seeing these groups going out there blocking these roads like they did when I think at Biden's State of the Union address, it's because they've mapped it out and they can look at this stuff from an aerial view and they know exactly how many people they need chained together to block that intersection or what they need to do. So yeah, I mean, I admit, like, it is hard to listen to because he was stuttering nonstop and he was crazy, it was pretty bad. But I also think, like, what if it was that, was he nervous displaying this? I mean, I don't know.
No, 100%. But I mean, we are presenting this to a group of people. I wanted to like wrestle back that reassurance of like, while you're listening to this, listen to the content that Millie, that you eloquently and appropriately laid out. But I just wanted to kind of break that up a little bit because it's very hard to listen to. And I just wanted to bring some context of what we were hearing because it's impossible to get anything remotely conveyed over audio without watching the video. So like you and I are watching the video in real time while we're having this space with 500 people listening, but most people are just listening. And so I just needed to break that up a bit is what I was saying.
No, I think you're doing really good. And if you could kind of even just summarize what the main key points you think he was trying to convey were into a way that's going to be easier for people to understand and digest, it'd be great
Sure.
if you could do that.
Yeah, sure. And I'll come to you, Jen, next. So if you guys go to the post in the thread, you can look at an overhead view, grid view of DC. And they were breaking down where the police stations were, where the RNC was, the DNC, which happens to be in context of the pipe bomb, but we'll get there, but we're not there yet. And how he was able to actually take this ArcGIS map, which is called, it's ArcGIS, but it's an ARCGIS map. And it highlights their targets, which are the U.S. Capitol, RNC headquarters, DNC headquarters. Yeah, okay, Trump boosters. And he was essentially able to layer all these different points that they would be vulnerable should they create an action around January 4th, 5th, and then eventually the 6th. Like, keep in mind, this was actually leading up to the certification, which was January 6th, but they were actually planning this action and even trying to prevent congressmen members from entering in the airport, and what would be their approach points into the Capitol. How could we stop it? How could we stop this? And here's all the points that you should be aware of. So you can operate within these certain areas because of X amount of time it would take for a police station, or X amount of time of Secret Service guarding the specific building for RNC, DNC, or X amount of time that you could do this. And if you look at this, we can actually set up a heat map of where we could be most effective to block communication and block the certification process, which is what we're leading up into. And he did expertly overlay all these different points for different reasons and what they meant. And he put it in a very simple, digestible map. That's what he was explaining. Millie, I think that helped. Yeah.
Yes, it did. And for context, which we're going to get into further down the line here, he definitely, it's relevant that he layered the traffic because they layered the traffic. They had several layers. It's like a map with several layers on it. So they had the real lifetime traffic that they could look at because remember, well, I guess not remember, further on in the video, you guys are going to see that they had plans to essentially shut the whole city down potentially. Like that was a scenario that they were planning for. If they had to do that, they were preparing to do it. To cripple the infrastructure, to block roads, block bridges, shut down freeways. So it would make sense why in this map they have the traffic overlay and all of those detailed things on there, as well as they have buildings to target, they have military police where they're all located, because if they're going to start deploying, these people are going to be having eyes and watching that. And so let's move on to the next video here, but
Wait,
keep that all in mind, because like 3 videos down, it's going to go into the map. 3 tweets down, it goes back into the map and into the target list. So go
may
ahead, Jen.
I ask 2 questions and then I'll step down? This is amazing, but I was wondering, can we ask Donald Trump and Elon to subpoena the list from the Zoom and have those people start being observed? And would we be able to ping their whereabouts on January 6th of 2021 to see if they were there? And
I mean, that's way
Well, hold
ahead
on.
of where
Let
we're
me-
at.
I
let me answer.
apologize. I
Let me,
apologize.
no, thank you, Misty. I appreciate your passion and enthusiasm to get this information out there. And I definitely think that maybe I don't know if it'd be Trump or it'd be Elon, but maybe they could help spearhead or promote an effort that could do subpoenas and subpoena the Zoom. And I've talked about this before. They need to subpoena Zoom in order to get the full list of the participants and everything. If they're going to do a proper criminal investigation, I think that that's what one of the steps they're going to want to do. The other thing, when you talk about geolocation, I mean, I think that would be a great thing to do. However, I would be a little bit, I'm not going to be I used to be very much advocating for that, which I think they should still do for investigative purposes. But after I've read their internal documents, and not only that, but there's another part in this full video where Lisa Fithian goes into like security protocols. These people are very, very keen when it comes to data trails, security. So they have entire guides on how to appear to protest without a data trail, how to stay at safe houses, so that you're not staying at a hotel, how to stay in like a van or something, so that you're not, having a footprint, how to avoid cameras, like security cameras, street cameras, how to not bring your phone, how to get a burner phone instead. Everything they're doing, like they're using CryptPad, or they're using Signal, or they're using encrypted messaging for a lot of their activities. So they have full on guides, as well as like how to book a flight without using your flyer identification, and how to lift other people's flyer identification off of like people posting photos of their boarding passes on Instagram, for example. So they have full on guides of how to try to how to go to these protests and not leave a data like a data trail behind them. So just to kind of give you to answer your question, which I think was a great question, I don't know how much that's going to do. But you never know. People get sloppy, just like John Sullivan. People get sloppy and they could mess up, and you could catch some things. So I don't think it would hurt to do it.
Well, and
Um,
what's crazy about
yeah.
it, Millie, is that like this is a multi-million, dare I say, billion-dollar funded enterprise weave of NGOs, 501c3s hiding behind, historical society type protections, all these things. And like, you're you, I'm me, and we're on Twitter talking about it. Like, this is not like a well-oiled funded operation. Sure, we've got friendships and relationships, and maybe we can start down this path. But anytime you talk to people about this, they're like, that's too big, that's too much, I don't even know how to get there. And it's just like, well, I mean, if we like had some funding, yeah, we could probably do that, but like we're literally like
Well, I'm not even look, that's one thing. The funding is one thing, because we need this material really needs a full team. It needs a team. It needs a bunch of PIs as well. But the other thing is what you guys can do right now, who are watching specifically, and this is free to do. You can share it. You can send it to Elon, send it to Donald Trump, send it to everyone you can think of that could make a difference. Send it to Ken Paxton, send it to any of these people. Like, we need to be sharing the heck out of this thread and this information, and hopefully we can get something done with it if these people see it. That's what I'm thinking. Hopefully something can happen. I think that obviously these DAs are going to need to do something, but the reality is the FBI, the DOJ is so corrupt. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'm not sure if this is something that, you know, if Trump wins this election and is able to overcome the crazy election interference and rigging we're already starting to see take place, then maybe this is something that he could essentially try to make a mission out of investigating, right? Investigating the truth.
Yes.
You know, Congress could create an investigative committee, and they could actually do a proper investigation into January 6th. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, knowing the full list right now could prevent future action against us American citizens from these coups. So I'm going to step down. Thank you so much for answering my question. God bless you for all you guys are doing. And, you know, tag everybody. I went and like reposted every single thread 3 times with enemies within, and then I tagged the whole thread with Donald Trump and those, and Elon and Laura Trump, and I, you know, and I'm going to go add Ted Paxton onto that now, or Ken Paxton, sorry. And so this is what you guys can all be doing while you're learning this most amazing information from these amazing people who are doing this just to save our republic and save those political hostages. And I'll end there. Thank you guys.
Yeah, Millie.
Thank you, Misty.
I just want to
Oh,
ask,
go ahead, Jen.
did that guy in his little diatribe ask about a map of where the Trump amplifiers were? Did I hear that correctly?
So he does. They do talk about that later on, and you're going to see another clip in the thread. So we will get to that.
So that's
They definitely do.
literally one of the lists that I was definitely on.
Yes. Okay. So, Aaron, do you want to kind of take over and like kind of read off the next tweet or two? Are you in front of your computer?
Yeah, no, I can. That's fine. All right. Let me get to it. Sorry, I'm actually having like good weather.
Don't laugh at me, Raccoon.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at me. Like both times I was supposed to take over, I was actually sitting on my back patio, enjoying good weather for the first time in like 5 months. You guys have no idea how much I've been waiting for this. So, all right.
Well,
let me
really quick though, I want to add a caveat earlier because this is a side note. So if we can send this to Ken Paxton, that might be a good thing, because at one part in the video, Lisa Fithian said that her base, her home base, is Austin, Texas. So if we can confirm that she's a resident in Austin, Texas, I wonder if that would give Texas jurisdiction to
at
investigate.
least standing, right? So the courts couldn't kick it out on standing, which is something that we've been. What? Go ahead.
Sorry, Trash. I didn't know my mic was off.
Oh, I was saying that, like, yeah, no, like if she is based in Austin, which I have no idea who this, I mean, like every video that I see, I'm not even convinced that she's not in a hotel. Although if I look at it, it seems like she's at home and has really, really terrible, tacky decorating skills. But that makes sense as a operative running color revolutions around the world. She probably doesn't have the best designer sense, but no, if she's based in Austin, that would give standing, right? So like the courts wouldn't have the opportunity to punt based on standing, which is what we've been dealing with for 9 years, 10 years now, essentially, is how they punt, is on standing. So if she has actually a residence in Austin, and if we could somehow, kick Ken in the back of his ankle to be like, dude, just look at it. Like, dude, I already know you don't want to look at this, but like, look at this. It's actually, you could actually make a career case out of this. I think that we probably should actually be pushing on that. Yeah, Jen, go ahead, and I'm gonna get to the next slide.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate Joe Biden for coming out of the closet and admitting that he wants to grab Trump and Elon's ass, which Elon said, this man calls me gay and then wants to touch my ass. So here we
Well,
are.
that's something.
What?
What are you talking about?
So Joe Biden just gave a press conference where he talks about that Republicans and Trump and Elon are the kind of guys you just want to slap on the ass.
What the Dude, listen, you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that Joe Biden's not doing this on purpose at this point. There's no way. All right.
Do it for America, Joe. Okay, listen, we know you're an international scumbag, okay? And we know that you've done a lot of scumbaggery in the White House, but listen, you really have a chance here to step up, save America. You need to sink Kamala Harris's battleship, Joe. Do it.
Put on the MAGA hat, Joe. So, guys, we just went through this interactive map, and I was really disappointed in Patrick's vocal skills, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm critical of myself. Therefore, I want to make sure that my public speaking is correct, but his map is very much accurate. You guys should pay attention to it. Joe Biden obviously clearly is in the tank for America First, and he's pissed off that they ran a coup on him, a small mini political coup, not the one that we're talking about here. But you were talking, Millie, earlier, and I know you can't get to the computer. You were talking about how they weren't really talking about disguises, but they were talking about like protection outfits and like how to, operate within riot zones, or if you're going to be, kicking up, a conflict certain area where the National Guard is then kicked up, and then it's going against the other citizens that are mad of that conflict that you created. She starts talking about wearing disguises here. Is that right? So she's saying that, like,
Yes.
so she's
And
saying,
there's
like,
a lot of people who were reporting, if you remember around January 6th, there were several different reports that people were saying that they were seeing people dressed as Antifa 1 minute coming, and then walking back out around an alley or corner being dressed as Trump supporters, or people were saying they saw people changing their clothes out of bags or backpacks. I know I specifically did see that there was a guy who had several different hats that he was wearing, like 1 minute a Trump hat, 1 minute a fuzzy furry like QAnon looking hat, and then the next minute he had a black helmet. So yeah, there was a lot of reports that people were saying people were dressed in, like Antifa dressed as Trump supporters.
well, like just like we saw like the John Sullivan video, right, where they were putting on the MAGA gear, and then they were inside, like, I can't believe it, we did it, we're inside, blah 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 blah. That kind of thing, where they had switched into MAGA gear, even though it was, Jaden X was John Sullivan and his, I don't know, maybe girlfriend or like girl slash friend.
Jade Sackett.
Yeah, Jade. And we're like, we did it, we're inside, blah blah blah. We saw the video of them changing into gear, and that seemed to be a common thing. And this is where Lisa Fithian back in October, leading up to January 6th, was talking about this very thing. Is that the context, Millie?
Yeah, I mean, we know that John Sullivan, he took that photo of himself wearing the MAGA hat in the morning of January 6th, but we'll get into him later in this. Right now, I think it's just important because in this, Lisa Fithian's instructing people on using disguises or changing your clothes or altering your appearances in order to use that as a tactic if things get crazy. So I think maybe we could just go ahead and play that.
Yeah, Jen, I'm gonna play it. So go ahead before
Yeah, I just want to say, like, a lot of times we look at these protests, and it's not just them like changing clothes and putting on costumes. A lot of times you look at it and it looks like complete chaos, right? And it is in a lot of sense, but it's organized chaos. And this goes to what Dustin and I witnessed outside of the DNC and RNC in 2016, where they literally have the protests set up into phases, right? You have the red zone, which are the people that are willing to attack police, get arrested for their cause, right? The green zone, where it's, yeah, these people are there, they're protesting, they're willing to get arrested if they have to, but they really would rather not, or the yellow zone, sorry. And then the green zone are people who absolutely can't get arrested, illegals, or they have priors or stuff like that. So when we look at it, just know that, yes, it might look chaotic. It might look like everybody's running all over, but don't underestimate the fact that that is very highly organized.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's, we're peeking under the skirt of that very thing. So setting this video up to that point, Lisa Fithian's instructing wearing disguises, altering their appearances, keeping a change of clothes in their bags to put on a different colored shirt if things get crazy. So here we go.
Get that clearer. But meanwhile, yes, you can use disguises. You can dye your hair. You can wear different things. That's one reason why masks are great right now, but also creativity. So disguises is another good way. Keeping a change of clothes in your backpack so that if you're wearing a white shirt and things get crazy, you can all of a sudden put on a blue sweatshirt. So having that kind of stuff on hand is great. Get that clearer.
Oh, Lisa. And then taking over TV or radio stations. Lisa's proposing the idea of taking over media outlets as a way to communicate with the public and rally more supporters to the cause. This is a bit unhinged for me, but I do want to hear what Lisa has to say about this, because they're very intentional. And these people, whether they're LARPing or serious, they attempt or do this stuff.
So again, I think to myself, if we're in a coup situation and
So, Millie, before I go any further, if we're in a coup situation, I think this is important context that we need to bring as well. These people have talked to their ground troops, their supporters, the goofballs, the organizers, the organized. They're saying that Trump's going to attempt a coup, and he's going to attempt a military or National Guard coup, and blah, 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 blah. So when she says something, if we're in a coup situation, that we need to do X, Y, and Z, because they have programmed those people into believing that there is a coup that's happening and that everything is completely normal, everything's completely natural. And obviously, this is the freest and fairest election of all time. And any kind of attempt at stopping the freest and fairest election of all time is a coup by Donald Trump. I think that's an important context here, Millie. I think we should probably bring to this clip. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, I agree. And what you have to understand is that this language was being used over and over in their guides, their documents, in their other Zoom videos, in their simulations, in their Zooms with the feds call. And the whole point was to frame it as that they are doing all of these illegal and risky actions to thwart a coup. But when you actually look into what they're doing and saying, they talk about even if Trump will do civil disobedience to force the Democrats to not concede and to subsequently force him out. So it becomes very clear when you realize that there's not really an option for them to just accept the result and accept Trump as president, because these people had been subverting him early on. I have their documents that show that this subversive group started early on communicating and instructing others within the federal government bureaucrat themselves to begin leaks, internal leaks inside the government, sabotage campaigns, and using their subversion. Started planning this before Trump was inaugurated in 2017. And then as soon as he got in, it was like they immediately began their campaign to try to sabotage, subvert, do leaks, gum up the processes, and engage in activism inside of their positions in government. So yeah, it's clear that they, they say, oh, we're doing this because we think Trump's going to do a coup, and that's the narrative, that's the talking point we're going with, right? That's what they say. This is the narrative. We've agreed we're going to call it a coup. So when Trump contests the results of their rigged election, they're going to call it a coup. Okay, that was the framing, and that everything they did subsequently would be considered, and even before the fact, would be a counter coup. But the problem is what is a counter coup? And in the absence of a coup, it's just a coup, right?
Correct.
So
Correct.
remember,
Yeah.
they were making these plans before the 2020 election. So technically, no one knew what the result of the election was. Therefore, Trump hadn't made any moves of any sort of any kind in the timeline to even constitute their illegal actions before the fact, and their subversion and sedition and their quote unquote counter coup before the fact.
Which is why the transition.
And the problem is they thought Trump was going to step into a trap, which was they were really trying to goat him into doing the Insurrection Act. He never did.
Right.
So what they have to do? They had to run their January 6th op for multiple reasons. Why?
Right.
Because when you were getting into Congress, in January 6th, the Electoral College started convening. That's when you start to see that they were going into a process where neither could get the 270 if enough were going to contest Joe Biden's electors. It wasn't that Trump had an alternate slate because everyone said, okay, that's not a valid slate of electors. Didn't matter. That was a red herring. That was a lady in a red dress to, essentially go after. It was not the real thing. The real thing that they were concerned about was if neither got the 270, it goes into a process where it becomes each state's delegations decide with one vote. And the way they had mapped it out, one vote per state, Trump had it either they're looking at either 27 to 23 or 26 to 24, something like that. But they knew that Trump would be the next president. So that was a red line that they would not allow to happen. And that's, obviously we'll get into that later. But the whole point here being, these groups, they take it to the extreme. And when they're using the language of, we're doing it to stop a coup, it's code for essentially this project that they're all engaged in, which was the Protect the Results coalition.
Right. Can you hear me now, Millie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. So apparently X or Apple pushed an update for X. So I was getting people telling me that the space was glitching. It was because they pushed and forced an update while we're hosting a space on the app that cut everybody out. So it cut you out, it cut Jen out, it cut everybody out, including myself. You couldn't hear me when I was trying to interject. So I force closed the app out, went back in, and I couldn't even open the app. So I had to go into the App Store and force the push updates just to get back into this space. But what I wanted to add was that was why the Transition Integrity Project was so important. And that's why it wasn't just a war game, or it wasn't just like some silly document that a bunch of people got together. It was laying the groundwork for setting up the counter coup and the language and the presentation and the whipping up of all the people that are involved in this to believe that Trump's going to commit a coup. We're going to win. Do you commit to the peaceful transfer of power? If you guys don't remember those lines, go back and look up April 2020, May of 2020, August 2020 clips on mainstream media. Any interview that Donald Trump had, any reporter that was in front of Donald Trump while he was still president, they asked him, do you commit to a peaceful transfer of power? They were setting it up. And in the Transition Integrity Project, it read specifically that we need to counter Donald Trump's coup because we know he's going to lose. He's incredibly unpopular. Everybody in the world knows it. He's responsible for all the racisms and he's responsible for all things. Therefore, we know he's going to lose, and he needs to commit to a peaceful transfer of power. This is why I called this space Enemy from Within, Part 1, Transition is the Steal. Because they were setting up the language and the perception and all these people that were involved that Donald Trump was absolutely destined to lose because he was like the worst president of all time.
They're doing it now, Trash.
But again, this is very just
No. But what I'm saying is, just for the people in the room, this didn't stop. Where there are still reporters every day, today, asking Trump if he will accept the election results.
Right, that's my point. That's what I'm leading to. But it's leading to specifically the language that Lisa Fitting is using in October prior to election even starting, saying that we need to counter a coup that we already know is coming because we already know he's going to lose because we're not actually voting for him and he's incredibly unpopular. It's the same narrative they're trying to set up now. That was the point of me calling it the transition is the steal. This is something that Millie's been yelling about. This is something that I've been yelling about. That's what they're trying to set up again. It's not quite as forceful and buttoned up as it was in 2020. You need to Millie, you said it best. You said, how do you counter a coup when no coup is going on? You don't call it a counter coup. You just call it a coup. But it's all about
exactly. And the actions that they were plotting such as toppling the pillars of the United States government, doing an insurrection or an uprising, taking over government buildings, that is all insurrection coup related activities, isn't it? But see, they can all hide it behind this false justification. Oh, because Trump's gonna do a coup. Well, in my documentary film Psyop to Steal, I have, if you guys have watched it, but I have like a whole montage of all these mainstream media pundits running with that narrative before the fact, where like even before the 2020 election, you hear person after person saying Trump's going to do a coup, Trump's going to do a coup, Trump's going to do a coup. They were running that as a narrative, and then in their calls and in their planning, they were using that narrative to essentially organize their own quote unquote coup and their own insurrection and their own way to try to force Trump out during the 2020 election timeline. It's actually like the perfect cover up, right? It's the perfect disguise.
Well, you talked about taking over radio stations, and I mean, within like what the last 2 weeks, we saw that George Soros bought up all of those Clear Channel radio stations all over the country. Just saying.
Yeah, no,
I don't think we played that clip
I
yet.
haven't.
Did we play the radio station?
I'm setting it up. I'm setting it up because she's using language that I think that the context was important, which is why we did that. But we're getting there. And yeah, like all the FCC pushing it through, and Brendan Carr, the only person with sanity at the FCC, coming out and saying, "Why are we pushing this through?" Blah 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 blah. But yeah, no, here we're there now. But the reason that we set all of that context up is so you can hear with those ears what she's saying. Listen to, because again, keep in mind, this is prior to even like in October of 2020. This is not after the election. This is before the election. This is so important context. Listen to this.
So again, I think to myself, if we're in a coup situation and we're under attack and under fire, how do we, in the safest way possible, start chipping away at the systems and infrastructure they need to maintain power? And a lot of this stuff, I mean, again, we don't think about this stuff because this is not really what we think about doing, but it's like, we might have to like take over a TV station, right? Maybe we're taking over the local TV station and getting airtime to put out a call for people to come join us. I know that sounds crazy. I've always wanted to do it though. Or, so I want us to think beyond our imagination. In New York, there's a map in New York of infrastructure. It turns out there's 3 antennas that control all the telecommunications. I want nothing to do with that really, but it's like, what kind of communication systems do we have versus what do they have? So all that being said and done, I'm really a big advocate of getting ahead of it, getting ourselves organized, getting all of the resources that we need, knowing what we might do so that we can roll it out and do. We don't have to like go slow. We can just deploy.
I swear to God, she's like LARPing the Tom Cruise movie of Valkyrie and controlling the Wolf's Den and controlling the outgoing communications and presenting this oppressed narrative that somehow Donald Trump would have any kind of institutional power. But what she's really, I mean, she's conveying it like she's LARPing, but what she's really saying is that there are legal, justifiable, constitutional things that a sitting president and part of a transition, should there be questions about an election, can actually do. And how do we take those away? And then how do we message to the public that they're in this weird coup takeover of democracy in their country because he's challenging an election result? Like, that's what she's saying here. Now, whether or not they intended to take over radio stations or TV stations, it seemed to me that she wasn't very serious about it. But the essence of the conversation is very much that. It's so hard to convey this tone, Millie. I'm trying. So
No, she seemed pretty serious about it.
sure.
I don't know.
But I mean-
like, you have to understand, she seemed pretty serious. This is how she talks. The way she'll talk is she'll be like, you know, I always wanted to do this. you know, it'd be so cool.
Right.
But
Like,
This is
oh,
not her first rodeo.
well, no,
Right?
like,
Like
so, oh,
she's done this in the past and she's watched people or advised people to go do stuff, and she never herself got to participate in the actual illegal corrupt
right.
action that
It's the,
she is
oh
wanting
no,
to
she
be.
oh my
has.
No,
God.
but
She's been arrested over
no,
80
Millie, but what I'm
times.
saying is,
Okay, but this is more
okay,
of
go
like a,
ahead, trash.
thank you.
Jesus.
No, like, stop being spun up. I'm saying that, like, it's more of a rhetorical, oh, won't someone rid
Rich,
me?
coming from you. Come on.
My thing is like glitching hardcore right now. Like I can't even mute my mic. So I don't know if you guys can hear me. Um, but I think the whole point here, guys, and I think it's frustrating, but the reality is that she is talking in these videos about taking over government buildings. She's talking about taking over TV stations. She talks about shutting down critical infrastructure and roads, which you're going to see in the next couple videos here. When she's talking about we should take over the TV stations and radio stations and call people to come out to join us, she's serious. And I can tell you because she has other maps that they showed in this long 2 hour and 40-minute long video that shows that they mapped out the radio stations in New York for when they did a different demonstration there. Okay. So you don't map out targets and then arbitrarily talk about it if you're not kind of serious about doing what you are saying you're going to do.
Right.
Right.
What I was trying to
So,
say was it's like a
yeah.
more of a rhetorical, oh, won't someone rid me of this, you know, annoying priest? So it's not so much like she's actually plotting it. She's simply floating it so some lunatic will grab onto it, is what I was trying to say.
No, I think she's afraid to just outright say like we're going to take over a TV station. You know, she's like I've always, you know, she'll frame it in such a way to where you could kind of have a little bit of culpable deniability because later on, like towards the end of the Zoom call, she talks about if you're wanting to do something that might be very illegal, don't talk about it. Don't even talk about it in the Zooms. Take it offline and talk with it only with your small isolated affinity group in person, or use encrypted messaging and use encrypted apps. So she's smart. She knows to be a little bit careful with her wording. So she'll word it in a way that somebody listening might go, oh, well, you know, she's not really serious. She's joking about it. No, this is how she's very skilled in how to do this. It's a tactic. So I know that's hard to kind of understand, but like when you see, if you watch the full video, you'll see that she specifically given instruction to take the very illegal things offline.
You got the next one?
Yeah, let's go to the next one.
You got this? I'm stepping out for a second.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so the next one is disrupting critical infrastructure. So let's go ahead. It says discussions also included disrupting transportation networks, aiming to immobilize movement in and around DC, and crippling critical infrastructure that the government needs to maintain power.
I want to say about that is that maybe through the Disruption Project Spokes Council or other places, I'm not sure how it's all going to come together, is coordinating beyond that. So let's say another scenario is narrow Biden, but we need to get all the votes counted. We need to slow things down. Some of us were talking about maybe we should be organizing car caravans. We had a lot of experience with that during COVID, the height of it. Being in a car is safer than being your body right out of the space. We could take those car caravans out on some of the main highways. So from New York to Florida, in all the cities around Route 95, we could all shut down 95 highway on the same day, the same morning, with car caravans going slow in every lane. If you look out across the country, the highways that go across, we can think about there are certain urban sectors, industrial sectors that might make sense to shut those roads down around. There's another website that we're looking at that maps critical infrastructure. So again, I think to myself, if we're in a coup situation and we're under attack and under fire, how do we, in the safest way possible, start chipping away at the systems and infrastructure they need to maintain power?
Okay, so that's where she's talking about essentially chipping away at the critical infrastructure that the government needs to maintain power. And when they're talking about blocking freeways, blocking roads, using vehicles to do that in different ways and means to do that, that's actually it's highly illegal though to do this. It would interfere with people's ability to access emergency services, ambulances, police, all that stuff. It would definitely be interfering with those emergency services. But these people don't care. They want what they want, and they're talking about crippling the infrastructure of the DC area if need be.
Well,
It's important to note also in this, like, there's people that start talking in the chat about like hacks of the electric grid. It also in the chat previous where she was talking about taking over the TV stations or radio stations. There were people in the chat talking about how fun it would be and cool it would be to take over Fox News station. So yeah, I mean, this is the level of activity these people are talking about engaging in and doing if they don't get their way. And so, I guess the concern here that I have going forward for the 2024 election, these groups are still alive and active. They're still, out there doing what they do. And we don't know what these people are going to try to do in the 2024 election. So if Trump is able to secure a win, I would definitely think that these groups might be up to some kind of antics. And I think law enforcement needs to investigate these people, because to me, when you're engaging in this level of like plotting and planning to try to cripple the critical infrastructure that the government needs in order to maintain peace and order and control and power, I think that's terrorism. To me, it sounds like terrorism. I don't know. What do you
well,
think?
like one of the guys, I don't remember his name. I think you could probably pull it off the mind map. But one of the guys that was responsible for all like the highway shutdowns, whether it was like climate protests or Palestine, whatever, he was in on this call as well, correct?
Are you talking about Patrick Young?
No, not Patrick Young.
The
That
one
shut
who
down
made the
DC.
Arches map?
Who was the guy that was responsible for? He even bragged about it. Here, let me see if I can pull up the mind map. The guy that was responsible for shutting down all the highways for like all of the like the climate protests that morphed into like Palestine, whatever. That guy, he was in on these Zoom calls as well. I'm pretty sure it's from the mind map.
I'm not sure. There's so many of
No.
them.
You know the name. We talked about it. Shoot. Is in my files here.
I know that what I can say is these groups were definitely very instrumental in the Palestine protests, and we're going to get to that. But I'm not sure specifically. Maybe you can look into that and see if you can pull that up while we're going through the next, I guess, tweet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So you be looking for that and dig for it while I'm going through this next one. So the next tweet shows Shutdown DC shared their target list among their groups. It was labeled, the document was labeled DC Opportunities 2. And in the target list, just to kind of go over some of it, they had mapped out the bridges. They had mapped out borders of, like, I believe the District of Columbia area, like entryways, overpasses. They mapped out like targets for Republicans. So they had a number of Republican targets. So like the Republican National Committee, what else? Like I think Heritage Foundation was even on here, Republican Youth Majority, Young Republicans, Republican Jewish Coalition. There's a bunch that they had on here. They had several banks as targets. They had several government buildings, but they also definitely had the U.S. Capitol building. They had police stations on here, which we remember the George Floyd rioters burned down police stations. But yeah, so that is kind of like a overall summary of their target list. The other thing is in that they had like the phone numbers, the addresses, and all the other specific information for any of those buildings and facilities. All right, so we'll go now. Hong Kong style tactics. So Fithian discussed using Hong Kong style tactics. If you guys remember the Hong Kong protests that happened, I don't know. The Hong Kong protesters are very skilled in tactics, and so Lisa Fithian goes over these methods that are used, and many of which are illegal. So let's go ahead and play some of this.
People in the uprising.
So go ahead.
So Hong Kong taught us a lot about mass uprising, because again, we're not talking about a protest moment. We're not talking about a campaign. We're talking about a dynamic skirmishes that are happening. They brought us the umbrella. We might want to bring that umbrella into the streets for protecting our identities, for protecting against pepper spray, for creating a visual unifying image, right? We got them here. We might think about something like this. The spray painting of the cameras.
So just for context, she's showing an image of Hong Kong protesters, like spray painting security cameras.
Knowing that not everybody could be at the front line, developing systems of support to move resources to the front line, which was critical for the front line, but it was also critical because it created a role for people in the uprising.
So showing a photo of the Hong Kong protesters, showing like they're kind of lined up and they're passing items along like a relay race. I guess not a relay race. What would you call it? Like a chain or a relay where you're passing one to the other and you form a long chain to be able to get supplies up to the front line. If you remember, there was something similar to that happening when you saw the people outside of the Capitol buildings trying to like break in. There were people who were like sending supplies up the line, whether it be like hard objects to try to smash the windows or whatever. They were forming that and getting supplies up that line. So that's what that reminds me of. I'll continue.
Right? People want something to do. They need roles, right? And they want to help. So this was a way to not only support different levels of risks, but to build a community of infrastructure and support to make sure that people have what needed. In an uprising and loud things, helicopters you may not always be able to hear, right? Developing hand signals. Umbrellas up, helmets on, put your eye mask on, time for face mask, right? Plastic cables, eye wash, pliers, I love that.
So the image she's showing now is like a person, it's like a guide for all these like hand signs and hand signals that protesters can use in order to communicate from like farther distances and in the crowd of protesters on what they need to be saying or directing or asking for. This is interesting because Michael Yon, who's a really good investigative journalist as well, he had isolated a bunch of Antifa cells inside of the J6 protest, and he was showing images a while back. He showed them to me and others, and I believe he even published them. They were showing these what he was calling agent provocateur cells. They called them AP cells, and they were doing hand signs. So this is also very interesting.
You need that. Bolt cutters. You might need to take some fences down, friends. But again, jokingly, but we should be thinking a little bit more about how do we communicate if we are to get the large numbers? Are there things that are going to be important for us to be training everybody on? Because that is the key part of any uprising or any moment of resistance, is like the training in the midst of it. Sorry, I lost my slide. What are the things we might need to communicate, and how do we do it visually? we saw a lot of building of barricades in Hong Kong. You know, I think if people try and build barricades in this country, and we saw this even in Standing Rock, that always became a point of contention, barricades. Barricades can be really smart. They're nonviolent. They buy time and space for people to escape. Because, you know, we have these different things. You have the Arab Spring model, where you had millions of people in one space. Or you have the Hong Kong model, which is be like water and spread constantly. And the barricades were often used, if an action was thrown down, to create a barrier to buy time and space for people to scatter and go to the next place. They worked with a lot of technological tools for like direct democracy and decision-making on site about where they would go next. I'm not familiar with all of those. I don't think we're anywhere near using that kind of technology, but it would be simple things like, okay, where do we go next? This neighborhood, this neighborhood, this neighborhood, vote quickly, boom, 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 and the top one goes, which we're going, and they move. So barricades can be key for buying time, protecting people, creating a buffer. Complicated stuff here. This makes me think about also, when you're doing your mapping, we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Always, you know, permaculture is an area of study that I've learned over the years, and one person's waste is another person's resource, and resources that are local are always best because they're available. So I always look at cities with an eye towards what are the local resources. And I just have to say that construction sites and roadwork sites offer a tremendous amount of local resources for things that can be, like cones can be moved into streets to go from 3-lane to 1-lane. You know, stop signs or can be used to shut streets down. You can have a crew of people with hard hats and vests that go around in the morning that basically just rearrange things to shut down traffic in all directions. Things for building stuff. So look for local resources when you begin to start thinking about the terrain you're fighting on.
So I think that part is pretty key because they're talking about using construction sites and things around for their protest activities. If you guys remember, there was a construction area on the Capitol during January 6th. And that's why there was all that scaffolding, and they had the construction equipment, the construction site there. So it kind of allowed for the perfect situation for these people to do what they needed to do. The other thing is that, like, oftentimes before these protests, people have noted that they see these like pallets of bricks being dropped off, or all these different things dropped off. And so you have to ask yourself, you know, why is this being set up in advance? Like, why does it seem like this is appearing right before? Are there construction companies? Are there unions? Are there cities that are part of this to where they prepare in advance to have that on hand in a site for these people to do? Like, how far down in the pre-planning does it really go? But no, that they definitely love construction sites to be able to use that in their rioting.
So I found it. It was Jesse Baer. Jesse Baer he's part of Democrat Socialists of America. He is an IT analyst at the McLean Hospital, lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and joined Indivisible in 2017. Some people may recognize Indivisible, but that was the guy. This is the guy that organizes the highway takeovers, the shutdown of the intersections and the roads. He's also the guy that moved from climate protests to ceasefire now protests. That guy, Jesse Baer.
Okay, I'm glad you saw that. Yeah, there was a couple DSA members in the Zoom calls. I mean, there really was, like, including Stuart Carafa, who was exposed in the Project Veritas video. So, all right. So yes, these groups are very, you know, they work together to do a lot of disruptive activities, blocking the bridges, blocking the roads, George Floyd protests. I mean, these guys have been there, done that. I mean, these are the people that are behind these large civil disobedience events that you've seen. I have their internal documents that show it and evidence it. I have their documents pertaining to Juneteenth and the George Floyd protests and riots. So I have their maps because they had a like he said, they had an ArcGIS map for those. Yes, I have their map as well. All right, let's continue on here.
You know, this is an example of when the folks in Hong Kong took over the airports, right? And what they did, again, they used large numbers to sit in and occupy the space and eventually block gates. Are we ready to do that? Is there a scenario that might play out that would cause us to all go and shut down an airport by just sitting in the lobby?
So yeah, so the last part she's just talking about shutting down an airport, and she's showing images of protesters inside shutting down an airport. It looks like this was in Hong Kong as well. So the next part is an image that has the Hong Kong protester. This was displayed in the Zoom video, and it just kind of shows their protest gear that they wear. Yeah, so that kind of is a visual guide for these people to know what to wear, what to dress like, which I remember seeing people who were dressed identically to this in the videos and the pictures of rioters outside of the Capitol on January 6th. And that's the thing about those people. If you notice, these people are trained in covering their faces. And that's intentional. It's so that they're not going to be identified by law enforcement. They won't be identified by police if they are covering their face, if they are making sure they're not bringing their cell phones with them. And they don't even use like walkie-talkies or comms or any of that stuff because they've discussed that and they talk about that's not secure. But they have ways where they meet up. They've already pre-planned in advance. They meet up and then they go, right? They're not planning it while they're doing it. They just go and activate. But them wearing the face mask is 100% intentional, as well as covering every inch of their body to make sure there's no visible tattoos. They try to wear things that are usually pretty black and make it harder to pick people out of a crowd. And, you know, there's other parts in their documents, in their videos where they describe having everybody wearing the black. And it's so that if somebody jumps out in like when they're riding with police and they're forming their lines and they're like, you know, going back and forth with police, when they form these lines, what they'll do is they will one of them will come forward and pop out and engage in some kind of violence with the police, and then the police will try to grab that person in order to arrest them for assaulting the police officers. But what happens is the whole group will intentionally suck them back in and absorb them back in. And if everybody's dressed in black and the same, it's very hard you can easily lose them in that crowd, and you can't tell which person is which again. Essentially, like, in a way, they're almost like wearing a burqa, right? Like where they're dressed in complete black, and you can't really identify each other, right? So they do that on purpose. But they'll wear other disguises too. You know, they will dress as Trump supporters if need be. They will dress as clowns if need be. They will dress as anything. And this next video talks about that. So this next tweet says, multiple affinity groups in action. Fithian shows pictures of her previous civil disobedience actions that she planned using her many affinity groups, including a veterans group holding American flags. So this one's very visual. I'm going to put it up in the nest in case you guys want to look at it or something. Let me see how would I do that. I'll put it up when I'm playing it so you guys can look at it. Here we go.
Block the buses. We trained everybody. Block everything. Whatever it is, block it. We code being rolled to bed, and we have the deaf people locked down. The lock boxes blocking intersections. The veterans took over the archives. We had a group that did a March of the Dead that roamed through the city all day, slowly going through intersections to muck stuff up. Grandmothers knitting stump socks, stickers everywhere, students setting up a mass action using a mobile sound system with flash dance parties in intersections, but then also civil disobedience by locking down to desks. So here you had a model of many groups taking different tactics that they wanted to do, scheduling over geographies, over a calendar to impact a small geographic area all day long, right? We might think about something like that. Block.
Okay. So yeah, I think one of the shocking things for me was seeing the veterans group that she works with, that she shows, and I'm like looking at this and I'm like, if I didn't know better, I would think those were like 3%ers, or some people associated with the conservative, or those pro-Trump organizing, right? So that is key here. Now, I guess we can go into the next part, which is more about
Hey,
Lisa
Millie, I
Fithian.
gotta drop,
So,
guys, but I want to say
yeah,
thank
go ahead.
you, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, thanks, Jen. Thanks so much for jumping in here. Okay, so this next part is Lisa Fithian, Meet Professor Occupy. In an article entirely about Lisa Fithian, Mother Jones wrote, the Mother Jones article asserts that Lisa Fithian is paid to run demonstrations and instruct activist groups. This begs the question, was Lisa Fithian being paid to train activists to take over government buildings? If so, who? This is what the Mother Jones article says. When it comes to civil disobedience, there's often a right and wrong way to break the law, and one of Fithian's jobs is to teach the right way to hundreds of newly minted Occupy activists. Call her Professor Occupy, with somewhere between 80 and 100 arrests under her belt. She's lost count. Over nearly 4 decades of rabble-rousing, Fithian may be the nation's best-known protest consultant. Unions and activist groups pay her $300 a day to run demonstrations and teach their members tactics for taking over the streets. So the real question is, who paid her to do this training call for taking over government buildings? That would be very interesting to find out. The next tweet was a screenshot of an article that was put out by MSNBC, and it shows Lisa Fithian inside the Capitol leading protest groups. And this is inside the Texas Capitol, mind you. And it was in 2013. And she was featured on the cover because she was leading protest groups in a large protest inside of the Capitol building. And she's got like a little orange looking cloth bandana over her head, and many of the people appear to be wearing orange. And the lady next to her also has an orange scarf on, which is interesting because we know that that's Orange Revolution color that you're seeing. Now, the next one has, it was May 1st, 2024. Lisa Fithian leads the pro-Palestine protesters in a large-scale campus takeover in coordinated textbook Lisa Fithian fashion. So here we see Lisa Fithian, and this was at, I believe, Columbia University, where you saw, the public perception was essentially that this was like pro-Palestine, maybe even Palestinian protesters, students. But here, we began to see that wasn't the full story, because we saw that Lisa Fithian was out there giving instruction, and in the video, you can clearly see that she's instructing them right there. The protesters are strapping big giant metal chairs and tables to the university doors in order to lock and barricade the doors. It's also important to note that a worker inside the university alleges that they were essentially kidnapped or held hostage.
I think it was a janitor, if I'm not mistaken, Millie. I think it was a janitor.
Yeah. So I believe, a janitor or worker of some kind. They were essentially, they claimed that they were held hostage, they were kidnapped, and that it was a terrifying ordeal, a terrifying experience, which I could imagine that probably was. Poor lady or whoever it was that had to undergo that. I feel really, really bad for her. But that's textbook Lisa Fithian and her for agitators,
Well, which
right?
is crazy, right? Which is crazy because like this is Columbia University. I remember talking about this. There was some pictures that went around the internet when it first happened, and like, hey, this lady seems to be instructing people. Here's her picture. Can you guys tell me who it is? Remember when I texted you? I was like, oh, Lisa's at Columbia. Lisa's doing Lisa things at Columbia right now. And so like we put it out. We're like, that's
Yeah.
Lisa Fithian. And it went nuclear. And then Taylor Hansen at the time, which was he was doing on the ground frontlines reporting with like TP Action Frontlines, and then also like with Tenant Media. He went to DC and he was at DC early on before the protest kicked up. And he sent me a picture. Remember, I sent this to you? He sent me a picture. He said, who
Yeah.
is this lady? And I'm like, oh, that's Lisa. That's Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa
Yep.
Fithian, there she
Yeah.
is. And it was Hamilton Hall at
Yep.
Columbia University. And a Fox News article stated a facilities worker at Columbia University claims to have been temporarily held hostage by anti-Israel protesters after a mob of anarchists stormed an academic building on the campus and barricaded its doors. So that was what the facility worker said. Now, this is, let's get to these next, the next tweets here, because this is where it starts to get very, I think, very interesting. The next part is this magnificent collage of photos. So these photos were actually featured on Fox News article about Columbia University being taken over by protesters and being directed by Lisa Fithian. And these images are just striking. Like if you were to look at it from a glance, and I believe somebody who looked at it from a glance said, oh, are those photos of in the Capitol? It's like, no, this is actually Columbia University, Hamilton, where Lisa Fithian led the charge on the taking over of the university. This is people. They're in there doing this. So it says the recent university protests were widely perceived as organic, primarily led by Palestinians and students supporting Gaza. However, with Lisa Fithian and her group orchestrating the actions, it's clear these events were highly coordinated and pre-planned with agitators. So I want to read this part to you from my article here because I go more in depth into it. Well, actually, I won't skip ahead. So here's the next tweet. Internet sleuths identified rioter Maple Osterbrink at the UNC campus taken over. So Osterbrink was a participant on Fithian's Zoom meeting that discussed taking over government buildings. So this was a tweet that was put out by @Salone Rachmuth said, help needed. My team has identified all but a few people connected to SJP's violent pro-Hamas attack on Jewish students and the UNC campus. And they were able to identify and show photos of Maple Osterbrink being there at that takeover. Now, the interesting part is in the following tweet I show, says below is a screenshot of some participants on Shutdown DC's Zoom meeting hosted by Lisa Fithian. Maple Osterbrink can be seen on the far right third row. So note that she was in the call with Lisa Fithian, where Lisa Fithian is doing the training on taking over government buildings. Okay, so this is very, very key. Now, inspection, the next one, inspection of online activity of participants in Fithian's Zoom calls revealed heavy involvement in the 2023 and 2024 pro-Palestine protests across the country. Many participants on Fithian's calls were members of, and this is the interesting part, many of her participants on the calls were members of left-leaning Jewish nonprofits and organizations, with their social media accounts showing their active roles in the recent pro-Palestine demonstrations. And the reason I think this is really interesting is because these protests were really large in part viewed as being Palestinians and students, right? But what I'm actually seeing here from this investigation, it's revealing that the participants on Lisa Fithian Zoom calls, which are trained agitators and rioters, those people, you go to many of their social media profiles, which I took screenshots of, and this is just a handful of them. You actually see that they are heavily involved in these pro-Palestine protests, and many of them are like wearing the kippah, and they're, you know, displaying themselves as though they're Palestinian, but it's actually not the case. I didn't really see many or any Palestinians even in the calls. That's not to say that there aren't maybe some in these groups, but from what I'm seeing overall, it's progressive leftists almost posing as Palestinian protesters. It's really bizarre. So my next tweet is, if Lisa Fithian and her group dress as Palestinians wearing kufiya scarves and waving Palestinian flags to create ambiguity in the public perception of these protests, it's reasonable to assume they may have used other disguises in the past to further their political agenda.
And this is when we arrive at January 6th, Millie.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right? So you know, the entire public perception was that this was racial. Remember, if you remember, it was like, oh, this is anti-Semitism. These are anti-Semitic racial groups that are targeting Jewish college students, targeting universities. I believe they even passed legislation, right? Didn't they pass some kind of legislation to make it illegal or something to they cramped down on some laws regarding anti-Semitism or
Oh
something?
yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, it passed through the House, and they were trying to pass a bill. I don't know if they passed it, but it was supposed to be like an anti-Semitic censorship bill that was actually going to be broad stroke. It wasn't just anti-Semitism. It was just another censorship type bill that you could actually prosecute and go after people for anti-Semitism. And the definition of anti-Semitism was broadened to a point where essentially the same way that Tim Walz would describe hate speech needs to be censored. It was a broad brush.
Right, and they were using these protests at the campuses and these the civil disobedience that was going on to justify and say that it was anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
But what I'm seeing here with that is that this was put on by Lisa Fithian and her cohorts of trained provocateurs and agitators, and that it wasn't something being run by Palestinians.
Right. At all.
So
Right. It was the same
nope.
groups.
It was
They're just
actually
wearing different
it was
costumes.
actually not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. And so anyway, now the next one we can get into, which if you want to kind of host some of this next part, because I want to add some more onto this thread. But this is where we start to talk about the count, which I know you're very familiar with, Aaron.
Yeah,
so
I
if you
can
want
take over. I can take over the count. It literally every time I step outside is when you're like, "Hey, can you step in?" Like
Yeah.
every time. I just did it again. That's why you're hearing an echo until I make it into my office, where you no longer hear an echo.
I must have like a
I
sixth
swear, it's like a
sense
sixth
that's
sense.
like,
You're like, "All right, Aaron stepped out of his
Aaron's
studio."
trying to step outside.
All right. All right. So I want to talk about the count for a minute, because this is something that I've been pushing quite a bit. And it's been something that I've been pushing quite a bit when people were talking about in 2020 with the red mirage, the blue wave, but red mirage. We will think that Donald Trump will have won on November 5th in 2020, but there will be, once all of the ballots are counted, that he will have lost decisively. And there was this 40+ page document called The Count. And this is something that's really interesting, because I like the way that you've actually written this thread. I know people think that we just bounced around like the Columbia protests and everything else, but it's very relevant because it is another example and display of how it's really just a costume. It really is not a political ideology in the sense of Democrat, Republican, or whether or not that I want to get Joe Biden into office. It has everything to do with a means to an end to Marxism, communism, which is what they wanted. And this is really interesting because this document was written by Zach Malitz and Becky Bond, who were part of the Real Justice PAC. These were people that were previous, like high-ranking digital organizing directors for the Bernie campaign. These were people that were part of Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. These were some people that were part of Hillary's campaign. But the Real Justice PAC, who also helped get Shapiro elected as AG in Pennsylvania and thus becoming governor, was a part of this Real Justice PAC. And this Real Justice PAC that was basically put on by Becky Bond, Zach Mallitz, and by the way, Martin Luther Cream. What the hell's his name? What's his name? Martin Luther Cream. Sean King. Sean King was originally part of this Real Justice PAC, and they had to kind of get rid of him because he was a little bit of a wild card, and he was going to draw too much attention, so they had to get rid of him. But they created this document called The Count, and this is a 40-plus page document, essentially outlining the response of what the shock troops should be doing on the ground based on the Transition Integrity Project. Many of the word tracks of the supposed war game that they ran, called the Transition Integrity Project, a lot of that finality that came out of that study, that document, and those meetings and those supposed war games, which from all accounts, from what we can tell, Millie, on the back end, from talking to people when we actually ran war games, was this wasn't a war game. This is more of like an intelligence briefing of how we're going to steal this in 2020 and how we're going to create this using the strategy of tension and create this event on January 6th that would upend democracy. We would never hear election challenges, and we just need to certify, move on, and get people into office. And then we're going to persecute our political opponents, which is a lot of the January 6th people that had to experience it to begin with. And if you read this setup, if you guys have been with us the whole time, and you read this document, you will understand why the doors were unlocked. And this is where I think Sean Weissman's going to be able to come in and give some context and some color on the moment that the doors opened, because that stuff happened while Donald Trump was still speaking at the Ellipse. And all the propaganda and all the lying about tweets and all the lying about patriotically and peacefully going on to the Capitol to have your voices heard was twisted out of context, was because it was supposed to fit in within this plan. And this is after Nancy Pelosi and Muriel Bowser refused the National Guard, even though the Kash Patel and the Secretary of Defense, and they had already authorized National Guards. They're saying, hey, there's going to be a lot of people in Washington, D.C. We need to make sure that there's no violence or nothing going on. And Muriel Bowser and Nancy Pelosi through Capitol Police refused any kind of National Guard and extra support. It's very important because when you read this and the whole setup of where we've gotten to till this point plays out on page 35. And Millie knows this because I talk about page 35 all the time. And I want you to listen to this for a minute. In the context of everything that we've talked about in this document, listen to this. Democrats in Congress must use every constitutional, procedural, and political means necessary to delegitimize Trump's attempt to usurp the presidency, up to and including voting in unison against any Republican effort to count Trump's electoral college votes, right? The alternate slate of electors bullshit. Ordering the sergeant at arms to remove Republicans from the House chamber, boycotting the electoral college count, and staging protests inside of the Capitol to make it physically impossible for Congress to meet. Why is that highlighted on her tweet here? Well, I'll tell you, because everything that we've talked about with the Sunrise Zoom calls, blocking people at the airport, preventing Congress people from even being able to meet inside the Capitol, taking over buildings, this is part of the general strategy. And so when you hear saying staging protests inside of the Capitol to make it physically impossible for Congress to meet, what was happening at the time when those electronic doors swung open and people breached the Capitol? You had various members of Congress presenting not only an alternate slate of electors, but also questions of voter integrity across several different states. And the moment that started happening is when the breach happened and all the chaos ensued, and then it was on. And it was documented. It was planned long before January 6th. And this Real Justice PAC that was founded by Sean King, Martin Luther Cream, Talcum X, Becky Bond and Zach Mallitz, and Michael Kirschnick in 2017 to push left of center policing and criminal justice policies. Real Justice PAC supports county prosecutors, district attorneys who support limiting or eliminating cash bail, restricting policing practices to left of center activist groups deem abusive, and decriminalizing drug, property assault, and resisting arrest offenses. What did the Summer of Love look like? What did George Floyd look like? How did these same people, these Lisa Fithians, these ground shock troops people that we've laid out, how does that relate to this and taking over buildings? And how does it relate to what this was? And this was released on October 14th of 2020 was when last it was updated. And by the way, the Real Justice PAC endorsed and helped elect Alvin Bragg, who New York is still feeling the policy of what Real Justice PAC just lined out in 2017 of what they were established for to begin with, who helped fund and get Alvin Bragg elected. And the count dated October 20th of 20 or 14th of 2020 predicted a huge rise in mail-in ballots and election issues, which could lead to Trump contesting the results. They feared a constitutional crisis where neither candidate gets the 270 electoral college, which is 269 to 269. And then the election would be decided by one vote per state. Thus, Trump would win because he had the majority of, he had the plurality of states. And in a one state, one vote election, he would have won. And then while we had gone over all of this and talked about all of this, randomly found a podcast where Zach Mallitz and Becky Bond themselves were going over this document on a YouTube podcast. And Zach Mallitz discusses what will happen if neither candidate receives 270 electoral college votes, that would trigger the decision to fall upon the House, which would state delegations would cast votes likely favoring Trump. Listen to this.
We don't really know what would happen legally in this kind of situation because that law has never been tested. It's pretty clear that the Electoral College Count Act says that if the Senate and the House can't agree, or that if there's a dispute over electors, the Senate and the House vote separately on how to resolve that dispute. If both the Senate and the House come to an agreement, it's pretty clear that what they're, how they agree to count the votes will stand. But if the Senate and House can't agree on how to resolve a dispute, which is likely to happen if Democrats don't win the Senate, then things become a little murkier. So one interpretation of the Electoral Count Act, and this is the sort of mainstream interpretation, is that if the Senate and House can't agree, then the governor's slate of electors are counted. And so this is a favorable interpretation in most scenarios for us, because we can assume that in most disputes, you'll have a slate of electors who are for Biden who've been legitimately appointed by the governor and an illegitimate slate appointed by the legislature. And so
those of you that have been paying attention in the last few years, just listen to what he just said. And this is why you saw like Michigan go after the alternate state of electors, state of Arizona, Georgia, all these cases that have all now fallen apart. But they wanted to prevent this information from actually being litigated on public record in public court because they had already planned for this and they were trying to force this to avoid the alternate slate of electors, to avoid listening to challenges on maybe fraud or electoral malfeasance or the unconstitutional changes that were made in rapid clip across several swing states to allow certain changes to their election law that would facilitate this mass mail-in balloting, non-checking of signatures type of certification of an election. We just need to rush it through. And so then you needed to create chaos so Congress couldn't meet and have these discussions. And they're sitting here saying that, like, if we can get those favorable conditions, then we can push this through, even if the worst of the worst happens and it becomes challenged on the Congress floor. When it looked like it was evident, in my opinion only, not speaking for anybody else, when it looked like that was imminent and evident that that's what was going to happen in Congress is when those doors flew open and they occupied the building while Donald Trump was still speaking at the ellipse, just to be clear. Millie, if you want to come in before I finish this clip to add anything to this, but this has always been my interpretation of this. Okay, you're still adding to the thread. All right, I'll play the rest of the clip. Just listen to this.
Two chambers can't agree and the governor's slate is counted, then those are likely to be Biden electors. However, there's another interpretation that says that both slates are simply discarded. That would then trigger a dispute over whether or not the threshold to win remains or is lowered from 270, which could potentially mean that neither candidate gets an electoral college majority, throwing the decision to the House. It's also possible the Supreme Court intervenes to interpret the Electoral Count Act. In 1876, the Supreme Court did not intervene, and Congress is granted clear constitutional authority to who the president is. It is or won't intervene to interpret the Electoral Count Act itself, which is not the Constitution, but is a federal law. So it's possible that if Congress can't agree on how to interpret the Electoral Count Act, the Supreme Court will intervene to clarify the interpretation of that law. It's also possible it won't intervene. We really don't know because we haven't been through something like this. Finally, it's possible that Congress will simply deadlock, that the Supreme Court won't intervene, that Congress can't come to an agreement, and that we just don't count the Electoral College votes for potentially a very extended period of time. It's very unlikely that no candidate gets 270 Electoral College votes. Currently, 538 gives us a less than 1% chance. But because this gets mentioned a lot, I want to talk about it briefly. So again, very unlikely that this happens, but in the event that nobody gets 270 Electoral College votes, the House chooses the president by a vote of state delegations. So not by House members, but each state delegation gets a vote based on who controls that delegation. So, I'm in Texas. There are more Republicans in my state delegation than there are Democrats. It's almost certain that Texas would cast a vote for Trump's electors. And then the Senate chooses the vice president by a simple majority. So Democrats are unlikely to control a majority of the state delegation. So while this situation is unlikely, it would be quite bad for Democrats.
Yeah.
So the key component there in this and why this is very relevant to their plot on January 6th is to take over the building and disrupt it is because they knew that in that process, it could play out where the vote could go to the state delegations, and that would mean one vote per state decides who the president is in a constitutional crisis. What we had happening in the election in 2020 and early 2021, January of 2021, is we had a constitutional crisis. We had like reports of election fraud, election interference, all these witnesses. Rudy Giuliani had compiled a ton of evidence as well as witnesses, and there were other groups working as well, compiling the evidence and the witnesses. And they were planning that what was going to happen was there was going to be a couple days of hearings, and then it was going to be decided in those hearings what to do going forward. If you remember, there were also Republicans that were pledging to not accept Biden's slates of electors because of the election fraud that was going on. There were electors in the states that were requesting their slates back that they previously had filed because they wanted them back after they saw the insurmounting election fraud that was taking place. So what they were faced with essentially was, if you noticed in the hearings when Mike Pence convenes, the House and the Senate are in a combined hearing, okay, the first objections and rejections to the slates of electors were heard, okay, when they first convened. And that was, I believe, Gosar and maybe one other state. And they essentially submitted they were not going to be giving their slates of electors to Joe Biden, okay? At this time, there was a psyop that was being floated around amongst Trump supporters in his base that was saying that, the only hope was these electors, the alternate slate of electors for Trump, and that they were fraudulent, they weren't going to be accepted. And then there was also psyop going on regarding what Mike Pence's powers were or weren't, and the whole Mike Pence thing that was going on. They called it Pence card. The psyop that was going on around that was to make people think that Mike Pence had more power and influence and that he was the only thing needed. The reality of the situation, which the leftists knew, they planned out, it was in their documents, was that all that had to happen was that Biden didn't receive 270. Okay? Didn't matter if Trump wasn't going to receive 270. If Biden also didn't receive 270, which that's where it was going. Okay, when Gosar and I forget which other state, there's two states initially come forward and they rejected the electors. He didn't have the 270. So you know what they did? They then, Mike Pence grabs the gavel and they start he begins the process of sending them into the separate House and Senate chambers. Now again, it doesn't necessarily matter what the makeup of the House is or the makeup of the Senate is. It matters about the electoral votes and where the electoral votes are standing and going to be cast. And again, it's very likely that in those separate House and Senate hearings, we were going to hear the information Rudy had, the witnesses Rudy had, all the evidence was going to come out and be on full display. And it was probably going to be one of the most watched hearings in the history of American television, where all the election fraud was going to be displayed in front of the entire American public. So that's the moment where we have January 6th happen and the storming of the Capitol, and then all of a sudden they shut it down. They shut down the hearing. You see the screen go blue, and they begin evacuating members from the House and the Senate. Because had it been allowed to keep going past that point, I'll tell you what would have happened. Everything was in line to be in favor of Trump. Everything was in line to be in favor of Trump. They had evidence after evidence, witness after witness. It was all going to play out. You already had these electors, and the Republicans were ready to contest. They had already done it in the first hearing. That second session with the Senate and the House being separate was going to happen. And then guess what? They were going to realize they were in a constitutional crisis and that they couldn't get it. So guess what? It goes into the next phase. And the next phase procedurally is the state delegates vote, and it's one vote per state. And those delegates, the way that the makeup and it was mapped out based on the state delegations, one vote per state, Trump would have won. Trump had it. The Democrats knew this. The leftists knew this. That's why they have it in their documents. They have it in their videos. And they knew that if it was going to come to that point where it looked like it was going to get into that process of one vote per state and the state delegations deciding it, then that's we're going to stage protests inside the Capitol to make it physically impossible for Congress to meet and vote. Okay? That was the plan. And guess what? As the timeline progressed and as scenarios changed going on, you can see that this is what they did, right? I mean, we saw Lisa Fithian in the videos instructing people on taking over the buildings, wearing disguises, so on and so forth. So there you have it. You can
this
keep
is
going.
it. And like, you know, you and I, we've been screaming this and having to deal with other people's interest in something else. And it's been one thing after another. It's like, guys, the timeline is there. And
And
yeah.
one thing to add to it, which I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get fully into, just because the mass of the material and the massive energy it's taken to even just compile and put this all together. There's a component here where you have these FBI COINTELPRO led groups on the right that I have evidence also were being handled by known CIA agents to be lured out there, to be physically present, to be out there so that Trump could be framed for January 6th. So there's a lot more to this whole here, but the whole point here was this was their plan B if Trump contested their stolen election. This was what their plan, and so Trump obviously did. The Republicans did. Biden didn't have the electors. So this is what they had to do. And then notice after January 6th, they had the moral high ground. They had the media narrative to bully and essentially coerce the Republicans into certifying a stolen election. And that's essentially what happened.
Sadly. And we've been contesting with all kinds of really special narratives and all these things. Like, I mean, encourage, maybe, prove me I'm wrong. It's fine. But like, they've all said it. They've laid it out. The timeline, everything matches up. Like, it's all there. And I don't know what we do with it, right? Because like we've been talking to we talking to Congress people, we talk to attorneys, and everyone's like, well, that's really big. That's crazy. Okay. You know what I mean? It's like, but this is what happened. Like, this is what happened. We have the name.
Yeah, and isn't it funny how there's supposedly all this funds that's just sitting there for a J6 investigative oversight committee that aren't being used.
When we're talking to Mike, what is it, like $10-15 million that could be allocated to this that's actually sitting there right now earmarked for this that they're just not using?
Yeah, it's not being used at all. And that's my concern is the Republicans who've had the House, they should have been investigating this. And I've been trying to, bark up every possible chain with these people, with this material, because these are the people that need to be investigated. 100%. Like, imagine what you can get with subpoenas. And that's what, was, the woman who was in here earlier brought up. They should be, if Congress subpoenaed Zoom, if Congress subpoenaed all these different things that they were using to do their planning on, there's more that can be gathered here. If you started getting some of these people in and having them answer questions, you never know. Some people might roll over and start talking. So it's just a matter of the fact that our governmental departments and institutions have been so corrupted. And that's what points to this. The problem is the fact that they're working with so many people in the federal government. It says it's all you need to know.
And again, it's not like some grand cabal conspiracy. It's literally just like picking off, I don't know, like the most susceptible or like the lowest hanging fruit or whatever, or getting people into positions that would never have like a public forward face. However, they can do very much things to like, I don't know, push or redirect or ignore, or let me see what they've got so we know how to defend against it. It's nothing like there's some like grand puppeteer cabal. What I see is a bunch of like inept, incompetent people that have been organized by very, very experienced, intelligent, capable people, and being able to redirect for certain causes, and then like shield it in the veil of retail politics, or shield it in the veil in the media as, oh, these crazy right wingers, and they're erecting a hangman's gallows, and they're going to go after Pence. Like, all of those narratives, all of those psyops, all that shit that ran, it didn't require some grand cabal of people. It was just people that I don't know, Millie. It's hard to explain. Like, this is what.
Well, it look, you said earlier it wasn't a conspiracy, and I think that's because we use the word. There's like a common, I guess, the common way that humans speak about, like the common way that the public and people use a term versus an actual legal definition of a term, right? So sometimes people will loosely say conspiracy and people think it means like conspiracy
Right.
theory
No,
or
it's
something.
definitely.
But hold on. But the reality is conspiracy has a very precise legal definition. And my good friend Peter Tickton, who's a lawyer, and he's actually represented President Trump in the past, and he told me that this is a conspiracy. And he said, do you know what the legal definition of a conspiracy is? He said it's when two or more people gather together and basically plan to commit a crime or violate the law. And so what we actually have on video here is actually, by definition, criminal conspiracy. People could be charged with a conspiracy charge. So
Correct.
so we should be careful, because when we're saying, oh, it's not conspiracy theory, but in actuality, it's a conspiracy.
Important to point out, because when I guess I'm very precise with my language, Millie, in that if I say it's a conspiracy, or it's abundantly clear to me, it's not conjecture, it's not me like Charlie Daying it on a map with a tinfoil hat, like it's not conjecture, that it's receipts, it's outlining this. What are we calling it? We're not calling it Kraken, we're calling it like an octopus, right? It's like this entire network of NGOs and C3s and when the doors opened and all those things. I think that's going to be very important in this context. I just wanted to get through this, Sean, because I think that if you are going to bring this up, and we do litigate it a little bit before we shut down, that I think that we needed to set the table for that to make sense for people. Sean, if that makes sense, man. I hope you don't.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. There's a reason why I've just been sitting here with my mouth shut.
Yeah,
We'll
no, I
get to it.
appreciate
This
you
has all
too.
been very informative, and it's like going over a lot of things that tie in with so many things that I've seen in the last 4 years. So it's
so
great.
Really.
See that maybe take a little bit of a break, because I've been at the computer since literally like 9:30 in the morning. And then I'm gonna get right back to just putting it all up in another thread, because the reality is I if I'm looking at my material, I've actually only made it probably 1/4. It really is.
But
It's
it's
a
all
lot, because
yeah.
you have to understand their network is massive. it's not, and that's why I keep trying to say, like, a lot of people, I'm always being told, like, okay, maybe we can try to get this up the chain.
And it's not designed to be overwhelming. They design it themselves to make it very confusing and to seem overwhelming. This is the I think Millie, I think you took the right tact to bring January 6th, and because you can bring all of these elements into what happened then at a very, very like surface level, that people, once we start getting into the Feds for Democracy Now, once we start actually getting into the NGOs and the various different organizations and 501c3s that are actually operating this, under Arabella and Omadar and all these other funding, international and domestic funding groups, of where that's actually going to lead. I think that the January 6th was actually a microcosm of a surface level introduction into the content. So I know it seems like a lot to you guys maybe right now. That's how melted I know Millie's brain is, and definitely mine is, on this stuff, because it's there's receipts, there's tax liabilities, filings, there's names. It's
Right. You know what else is melted? My muscles in my legs. I've been glued. I'm not even kidding you guys. I've been glued to my chair for literally probably the entire month. Like, I've never done a marathon like this where I have been stuck in my chair nonstop. I pretty much, a lot of times, Gavin's basically been bringing me food like he is right now. But it's rough. It's really rough, and it has taken a very long time period to get all this information compiled in such a way, because a lot of the times it's housed inside my brain and the documents are housed on my computer, scattered in folders and scattered in hard drives. And it's taken time to actually sit there and put it out in in an article drafted that can be
and it's so
concise.
crazy, right? Because like you could have like this well drafted 3-hour presentation when you call me and we're going over stuff, and I'm in the hub with you and I'm looking at documents, and then all of a sudden we find a link and it takes us to this entire other 10-hour exploratory dive into like these groups they've linked in there, and we start discovering things. You're like, I haven't even gotten through the material that I've been working on for 2 weeks to go over, and now we're finding new things, and it's we're at this. I mean, Millie, I'm not taking credit for your work. I'm simply coming on the back end of this, but you are in the center of the machine, and as we go through this, you start finding all these different things. Like think about what happened over the last week, Millie. Right? You were like, Aaron, take a look at this. I'm like, okay, what do you got? And we're looking through it. I'm like, hey, by the way, I'm talking to some campaign people. I'm talking to some people within Trump campaign at local, in swing states. They're seeing X, Y, and Z. This group lines up. What do we have on this? And then we go down that rabbit hole. Like, there's not enough people involved in this, Millie, is what I'm saying. Like, I need anyone listening to this, whatever you need to pull on a thread, just let her know, let me know. Because this is a monster.
Oh, that's the other thing. We need more help with the sleuth army. So we've got some amazing sleuths so far that have been helping. we need more support. We need help. We need more people joining, and others who had been in calls before wanting to come in. We need your help. We need to rally the sleuths
Yeah.
because there's so much more that needs to be done here, and there's so many more other avenues of further going down these offshoots and these lines for investigating purposes out of this material, because this is essentially like the blueprints to the Death Star.
This is the Death Star. When you
it-
said that the other night, I was like, that's so
Yeah.
apropos. You were like, we're inside the Death Star. Now we got to figure out how to work our way through the Matrix and the Death Star. I'm like, yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what this is. But I think that January 6th, I think, is a flashpoint that people can grab onto, that they can understand at a surface level what this is, right? Like without going into minutia or into like, the nitty gritty and all the organizations and all the cross-aligned organizations that are involved that made all of this happen, that transferred money behind, fake filings and everything else. That's where we're at. But I think that January 6th is a great starting point because it was kind of a microcosm of this bigger beast.
Yeah, definitely. It ties a lot of it together, and I think we know that this has been the main attack vector that they've been trying to attack Trump and his base with, by slandering and smearing them and saying that they are insurrectionists, or that they, did an insurrection January 6th. When in actuality, what this actually reveals is that this was pre-planned by the left, that they had their agent provocateurs, their trained, what do they call them? Trained affinity group members and their
I
flying
always say, yeah,
squads and all
flying
these
squads. I
different
always say
things.
shock troops. I think that makes sense too,
Yeah.
right?
Right. They're like trained rioters that know how to do these things, and they come prepared. And they know how to funnel the people who just arbitrarily show up at these Trump rallies or at anywhere. They know how to funnel people into the direction that they need them to be, so that they can overwhelm law enforcement, overwhelm the forces, and essentially take over government buildings. That's what these people
Well,
do, and they've done it.
what's so crazy, Millie?
I mean, where else have you seen conservatives taking over a building?
Where have you seen conservatives being able to
give me
create a
other
network
examples.
like this, let alone take a building?
Right. That's the thing. One of the things is like them arguing that conservatives did an insurrection. One of the like requisites, I believe, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've heard enough about this, where one of the requisites for insurrection is that you actually have to be pre-planning it, right? There has to be some kind of pre-planning involved in it. It can't just be people at a protest or whatever that gets out of hand. No, it has to be pre-planned. And I haven't seen anything of the sort. With all of the probes, all of the investigations, all the things that they did, they used the full power of the FBI, the DOJ, Congress to crawl up and down every conservative or organizer that organized the America for Mission, or all these different things pertaining to J6. And what did they come away with? Nothing. And yet here we see these leftists on camera literally pre-planning their insurrection, their uprising, to physically take over the government buildings, take over the Capitol. They had lists, they had maps, they had training sessions, they had documents, they had the apparatus and the organizational structure to pull it off. They have examples of these people doing it at different times.
We've got quote unquote
Adam?
patriots coordinating on when they're going to put their signs out and where they're going to put their signs. Like it's not even, it's so lopsided of how this machine operates. And what's crazy to me, Millie, is that 88,000 votes can be netted across 7 swing states in 2020 after this entire multi-billion-dollar machine was actually levied. Like, that's how crazy it is to me. If we were able to actually take this down, that would reframe and restructure the entire political landscape for decades. And yet here we are.
Right. And the problem is a lot of these people that are committing these crimes actually need to be arrested,
No, they need to
because
be arrested.
the problem is you could collapse their NGOs, you could collapse their PACs, collapse their nonprofits or whatever. They can just recreate a new entity.
Yeah, it's a hydra.
They can
Right. It's a hydra.
form. Right. Yeah, so you actually do need to figure out a way to neutralize the actual people who are running the show, and the trainers, like people like Lisa Fithian, need to be brought to justice, and she needs to be prevented from doing that. Because isn't it ridiculous that she's been arrested over 80 times?
So like,
Like
yeah, so like,
what? And how she's still running around, like taking over university buildings and such?
what's shocking?
Isn't
that
that
interesting? Indeed.
How do you get arrested 80 times and avoid sitting in prison?
And then get multi-million-dollar funding and do training for color revolutions and Arab Springs and Egyptian coups and Ukrainian orange revolutions and velvet revolutions and Euromaidan protests? How do you get involved in all of that while being arrested 80 times and then get multi-billions of dollars of funding to do these training ops to run color revolutions all over the world via our State Department and intelligence agencies? That's interesting to me. I find it interesting. And so name the names. And so, like, to your point, like Norm Eisen, Maria Stephan, Rosa Brooks, Lisa Fithian, Michael McFaul, and the litany of names that I could name, Renee DiResta, Alex Stamos, all these people. I can sit here and name these names, and these people should probably be questioned at the very least, and most likely arrested for, sedition and conspiracy. And so, I think that this is the apropos time to put this out, Millie. Should we have the one opportunity to actually raise this? But
Now I wanna make sure everyone realizes that there is so much more to this information that I'm going to be having. It's going to be like dripping out over the course of the next couple days.
Well, and it has to be
Okay, so
intentional.
you're going to want to
But like Millie, it
continue.
has to be intentional, right? You can't just like dump it. It can't be a floodgate because people are like, I do with this. I don't know where to go with this. And like, I think you're probably going to take criticism. I already take criticism. Like, why are you holding back? And I'm like, well, you can't floodgate this shit. You got to make it intelligible. You got to make it digestible.
Yeah, you have to, and you have to give people time to digest and understand the material, because it is a lot. Like I said, this is a massive trove of information, but I promise you, if any of you are very, like, let's say you're very enthusiastic and passionate about dismantling this swamp creature, this beastful mechanism. I linked. I'll just say I linked out on the bottom of my article a mega folder that has a large repository of documents, their guides, their documents, and stuff. And what I'll tell you is, if you're actually like me to have gone through and read most of the documents. I haven't even read all of them. You can't. It's impossible. I've skimmed through some of them, but fully be able to wrap your head around just how 40 documents, right? And then you go to those links, and on those websites, you see these hole in the wall websites that act as guides, further guides, or repositories for more of their information. Or their internal docs could be toolkits, could be scripts, could be any number of how-to guides. And it could also be more guides that act as repositories for more documents and more information. Okay. And it comes to the point where you're seeing, when I'm navigating around inside, I'm seeing they have entire spreadsheets full of their bail funds that they have in advance. These people have prepared in advanced bail funds. They have lawfare and lawyers, pro bono lawyers who have signed up. They're activist lawyers, and they are prepared to defend the rioters when they get arrested. They have forms for people in their groups that they fill out ahead of time if they are planning to get arrested at an upcoming protest. Let me tell you, when they're getting arrested, it's okay. It's not like people think that this stuff is just organic and random and sporadic and people are being unruly. Really? How many people do you know in your neighborhood or around you that are, oh, I'm just going to arbitrarily go down there and like riot? Like, come on.
That's
These
the color
people
team. So Millie, that's the color teams that you were talking about. There are people that are arrestable that have no prior offenses. Therefore, they're part of this color team. Therefore, they do the most egregious things. Therefore, they're taking up the police resources. They get arrested. They're probably going to be released on the same day because they set up a bail fund, and those people will probably be released because they have no record. Meanwhile, the people with records that are doing more egregious things are actually being able to facilitate the more egregious things because the police resources are focused on, say, the green team or the yellow team or whatever it may be. It's important to note.
Yeah, and not only that, but they have people who are prepared to be arrested and jailed. And they have jail solidarity resources. That's what they call it, jail solidarity. So jail solidarity is where they send money to the people who are in prison or in jail. They do things to support their family or their people on the outside, and they take care of their own. That is one thing. They take care of their own, and the people do their time and they sit there and they're quiet, they don't rat, and then they get out. And in while they're in, they're being taken care of, and then their family or whoever is being taken care of, and then they're out and they're back in their thing. That's how these people operate. Like, I'm telling you, like, there's people who I found in their groups I currently looked up who are currently sitting in prison for blocking bridges and blocking roads, but they're communicating and doing jail solidarity and support for their members, and this is what they do. So and then the people are willing to actually go and do these. It's crazy. It's really wild. Democrats, they're Marxist feds that have embedded themselves over the years in the government. They talk about almost like kamikaze attacks where they'll, like, if they get caught doing leaks, if they decide to strike or resign in protest, they have Democrat funds or other NGOs or union groups that they just immediately shift them into in the private sector, and they get contracts, they get employed. So, like, there's no consequence. They have it set up to where any possible way in which these people could face a consequence, these people have a mitigation for. And sure, yeah, you're sitting in jail or whatever, like if you're sitting in prison, but they're taking care of them financially while they're in there, and then their family or other things out on the outside. So it's really wild to see how these people operate and how intricate and detailed it is down to every little nitty gritty aspect.
So before we go to the hands, Millie, because like this thread was important and this space, calm down, email. This space was important. The thread was important. What would you like to leave before we go to the hands? And we're probably going to detour a little bit, and we should probably get to the hands, have a little bit of a conversation, and probably shut it down because I have things to do. I got to go out of town, and I know you're tired. It's yeah, you got to be exhausted. But like, what would you leave with the people, not only on this thread, on this space, the things that we've talked about? What would be like the key takeaways if you had to like distill it down to what we've talked about today at great length and great detail, that we should go away from before we make a pivot to, questions, answers, all the things?
I guess the main thing I would ask people to do is share the thread, share the content. We need to get the message out as far and wide as possible about the truth about January 6th. And I think the main takeaway here is you have to be prepared that these groups are obviously planning for this current election. I want to kind of warn people a little bit ahead of time, although I know that I'm going to get into this later, but I feel like this warrants a heads up now. I knew that months ago, okay, really actually like spring, that these various leftist organizations and groups that are interconnected to this web have been funneling their people again into poll worker positions and election administration positions. However, at the same time, they've been pre-planning and setting up a narrative where they believe that election officials and poll workers are going to face harassment in this upcoming election or intimidation. So what they've done ahead of time is they have Brennan Center for Justice put together an in-depth write-up, which you guys can find on their site, and I highly suggest you do go look at it, of suggestions for legislation, state legislations to pass new laws pertaining to any type of harassment or threats or anything remotely close to an election worker. And they've increased the penalties. They've increased, I believe it's felonies in many states. And they are doing this intentionally. Now, I believe they're doing this essentially to essentially use it as a tactic against the poll watchers. The RNC, Laura Trump, had amassed, I think, an army of like 100,000 or something poll workers. Is not poll workers, poll watchers, and I believe they were using this tactic to figure out a way to frame them for election interference or threats or harassment when they're overseeing and they're seeing things that aren't looking right. And then if they're pushy on that, then they could remove them from buildings, kind of like how we saw last time where people were being removed. And they could criminally charge them. They could also do that against anyone. Anyone that perceives as threatening or trying to take photos or harass them or whatever. Yes. So I want to put, because I am talking about the election, I am talking about these groups, and I want to make it very clear to people: do not fall into that trap by any step of the imagination, because they already have Merrick Garland from the DOJ heading up and launching a massive campaign to monitor any type of threats or election interference or harassment against any election officials. And I believe it very well could be a backup plan if Trump basically has such a huge outpouring that they could try to claim, oh, well, election interference, gerrymandering, blah, 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 right? Or they could do that either way and try to criminally go after people. So this is what I want to put out there to people. Just like how many people eagerly and unknowingly walked into their J6 trap, okay? I'm telling you right now, be very careful, tread very lightly. Do not do anything that could be considered as any type of harassment or threat towards any poll workers, any election officials, any election admins, anything of that. Be very careful, because that is one of their traps that they have set and laid in place right now. They've done it months in advance. And I've been trying to warn people about it because they know people are going to be upset and frustrated with some of the bias and some of the tactics. And I almost wonder, look at what we're seeing in the media playing out. We are seeing people being forced to stand in long lines, people being told they can't come in and vote, people being told, oh, you can't come and vote in a Trump hat or a Trump shirt. And people are literally having to like take their shirts off and hats off and whatever to try to come and vote. It's almost as though they're trying to provoke a response because people will be frustrated. Okay? So what I'm trying to tell you, cooler heads prevail. Keep it cool. Keep everything peaceful, and don't fall into any of their traps. So I just want to leave that one there.
Nope, I agree. And I think that some people get pissed when I snap at them when they're not being a cooler head in my replies or like trying to like share content and like try to escalate. I'm like, guys, do not take this bait. I'm telling you, we're watching it. And so like just don't wear any kind of like political gear to go vote earlier, vote on time. Like just don't do it. Like you don't need to do it. You don't need to make your stand, and your stand doesn't need to be made that saying, how dare this poll worker doesn't let me come in with my MAGA hat? Who gives a fuck? Take it off, go vote, and get the fuck out of there. What are you doing? Do not give any ammo. Do not give it a leeway. These people depend on the great.
You can document
Sure,
it. You can
but like
document it.
also, comma, what in the grand scheme of things, what is it actually doing? Like I think that it needs to remain here. The conversation anyway. I don't know.
Yeah.
Good, Mill.
Oh, and I think people could take a video and say, hey, I had to leave and I left the election area because they wouldn't let me wear my hat. Like if somebody wants to make a video, fine. But like I said, that's a very fine line between just making a video because you experienced something versus like doing anything that could be conceived as like harassment or trying to get in people's faces with videos or any of that. None of that should be going on. People should be very cautious, and people should be knowing the traps that these people have laid out ahead so that they can properly navigate and make sure they're not stepping in it.
Yeah. Yep. 100%. All right, Millie. I don't know how much longer you have, but we've had Sean up here for a while, and Sean had some breaking stuff. You brought up Matt and Thomas. I know Thomas has been all over this for some time. He's even got a database website. Do you want to cycle through this, and we should probably shut it down? But like, just to be clear, this was part one, which is like the surface level tacit type. Like, it's going to get more intense. Like, just to be clear.
Yeah, no, this is part one. And this is in part one, there's enough bombshell material here for people to be able to fully like understand that these leftist groups pre-planned January 6th. So, we know that it's there, the information's there, share it around, get it around. And then the next thread I'm going to do, which I might probably start that one tomorrow, just to give everyone time to digest. And that one will be going into, well, who are these people? And we're going to get to see who they are. We're going to get to see their internal more of their internal documents. We're going to get to see some really interesting stuff that ties this to the Obama administration. We're going to get to see, like I said, you're going to get to see some more of the, I guess, the tentacles of the octopus as well.
This is my favorite part, Millie. Like January 6th, I want retribution for all January 6th people. And the fact that we lost our election, it was stolen from us. That is a big part of what I'm really pissed about here in 2024. But like this is my bag, because I think this cuts to the heart of the Obama influence machine and why he moved into DC as the only president after serving 2 terms, and where he's been operating, what he's been doing. And this is my, I got to be honest with you, like this is my passion project, right? This is where I like to be, because I'm like, yeah, I know the influence operation machine you're selling in DC to lobbyists and operatives and the Democrat Party, and how you leverage your power over above and beyond Joe Biden and the power struggle between Joe Biden and the legacy media and the journalists and how you've levered that power. Like that's actually, this is what the next thread is where my passion comes in. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Look, I don't know. I still have more of the January 6th material that hasn't been put in the thread yet. And I'm probably going to have to figure out a way to get some of this stuff in there. I'm not sure if I'm going to do this today and just put it underneath the thread, or if I should make a separate thread because of the way you have to do it. But I know that they have these unroll apps where they essentially can unroll
Yeah.
the thread.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what we could do is I could just continue on with the rest of the J6 material, and then people can do the unroll, and I'll share the unroll out. That might be the best way to do it. But there was a couple of things in here that I can just kind of glaze over here in the space with you, but I'm probably going to after, because I know you're wanting to shut down, Aaron, but I'm going to continue putting stuff up in the thread. The next stuff you're going to see is sharing internal government security guard manuals. So this is where in their guide, their document dealing with threats, they shared an internal document for official use only that was titled Federal Protective Service Security Guard Informational Manual on Secure Facilities and Safe Occupants. And they did it, and the subtitle in their own guide is A Look Through the Enemy's Lens. So it kind of gives them a perspective into what the security guards for these government buildings are thinking and what their protocols and responses are for threats and other things to their facilities. The next part is just the fact that they were targeting the DNC and the RNC headquarters. I also have that they had a monkey wrenching guide that's in their movement resources. In this monkey wrenching guide, they had detailed instructions on building bombs. So that's lovely. Where you could buy supplies, where you could purchase, as well as how to build the bombs. They also, I also have, and I'm going to include my tweets because I have not tweets, my emails. I tweeted the emails out actually in the past to Christopher Wray, but I'm gonna share that again, where I was emailing and warning law enforcement ahead of time. I warned Secret Service, DHS, and DC Metro Police, and spoke with them, and they did not follow up with me any further or attempt to gain any more information other than the initial documents and things that I sent them, and a couple communiques with DC Metro Police and Secret Service and DHS about one of their employees that was in the call. Another thing to kind of touch on, which I'll be sharing, is Capitol Police report shows that, and this is interesting. So the Capitol Police had a report that detailed their timeline. And in their timeline, it shows that as of December 23rd, 2020, they had a revised special assessment for January 6th, 2021 demonstrations. And in their assessment, they list the groups that they were aware were going to be there. So they list obviously some of the conservative groups like Women for America First, Stop the Steal, Women for Great America, One Nation Under God Foundation, etc. But they also list the counter-protest groups were going to be there were They Them Collective, which Daniel They Them, who co-hosts with Patrick Young all the time, is part of They Them Collective. Shut Down DC, that's Patrick Young, Nadine Block, that's that whole crowd, Lisa Fithian. And then Refuse Fascism, which many of the participants in the Zoom calls are also Refuse Fascism leaders and protesters. So that's key because it shows that the law enforcement intelligence knew that these groups were going to be a threat and going to be present on January 6th. Again, the threat intelligence report that was put out that they used for official use only. And this was actually even obtained. I don't know exactly who obtained it through FOIA, but CNN posted it out. But this report shows that it says essentially there were known organized pro-Biden protests scheduled. And it says pro-Biden events for January 6th. Okay. And it also says, no, there are no known organized pro-Biden protests scheduled for January 5th. So this was for January 6th. And they had refused fascism again. Then they have details about that. And again, they have shut down DC, and they say around 25 to 50 people likely. And then they also had they them collective, approximately 200 to 300 people that they were aware were going to be attending on January 6th. So that's more evidence that these groups were there, and that even the intelligence reports indicate they knew that these groups were present and were there. So we also know that Sund requested the National Guard, Capitol Police Chief Sund had requested the National Guard, but we know that Nancy Pelosi's Sergeant at Arms, Paul Irving, basically rejected that for concerns over optics, declaring an emergency ahead of the protest, and essentially the optics of declaring emergency ahead of the protest, and he rejected the National Guard. The Senate Sergeant at Arms, Michael Stenger, recommended that he informally request the Guard to be ready in case it was needed to maintain security. So one who did not want the National Guard there was Nancy Pelosi's Sergeant at Arms of the House. Sund says he requested assistance 6 times ahead of and during the attack on the Capitol. Each of those requests were denied or delayed, which, remember, federal bureaucrats talk about these tactics of deny, delay, gum up the bureaucratic processes, withhold information, withhold knowledge, subversion tactics, right? And then, according to former President Trump, he also requested to have the National Guard there to be ready, but his requests were denied by those at the Capitol in charge of security decisions and by Pelosi, and we're come to find out, the Pentagon as well. Trump requested National Guard, Pentagon refused. So this is what Trump said, quote, "I definitely gave the number of 10,000 National Guardsmen. I think you should have 10,000 of the National Guards ready," Trump told the news. Okay. So he said they took that number, from what I understand. They gave it to the people at the Capitol, which is controlled by Pelosi. And I heard they rejected it because they didn't think it would look good. So, that was a big mistake, is what Trump said about it. So previously concealed by the Biden-Harris administration, Department of Defense, the House Subcommittee on Oversight obtained statements by key personnel involved in the deployment of the DC National Guard to the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. So these are exact quotes from Pentagon officials and others that rejected Trump's request for the National Guard. So like Mark Milley, he said, quote, "The president says, hey, look at this. There's going to be a large amount of protesters here on the 6th. Make sure that you have sufficient National Guard or soldiers to make sure it's a safe event." POTUS said, "Hey, I don't care if you use guard or soldiers, active duty soldiers, do whatever you have to do, just make it safe." Okay, so they knew. Christopher Miller, the president commented that they were going to need 10,000 troops the following day. I interpret it as a bit of presidential banter or President Trump banter that you all are familiar with. And in no way, shape, or form did I interpret that as an order or direction. Yeah, he's saying he didn't interpret it as an order or direction because it could be considered insubordination for directly refusing an order from the president. So how clever to say he didn't interpret it as a direct order. Everyone, quote, "everyone was like, did you listen to President's speech?" I'm like, the guy speaks for 90 minutes. It's like Castro or something. No, I've got work to do. Quote, so there's plenty of quotes on here. Like I was cognizant of the fears that the president would invoke the Insurrection Act to politicize the military in an anti-democratic manner. And just before the Electoral College certification, 10 former secretaries of defense signed an op-ed piece published in the Washington Post warning of the dangers of politicizing and using inappropriately the military. No such thing was going to occur on my watch. Wow, that sounds familiar, doesn't it? That sounds like the exact narrative that these leftists and everyone was planning around, right? The narrative of saying that Trump could do the Insurrection Act. It's all throughout their documents, and that don't make sure that the military is not used or deployed, right? There is absolutely no way I was putting U.S. military forces at the Capitol, period. That's also Christopher Miller. Christopher Miller sounds like he's part of this group. I'm just saying. The operational plan was this: let's take the DC National Guard, keep them away from the Capitol. Wow. Okay. Well, there's more in here, and I'm going to put this document up here, but it goes over the statements of Sund, goes over statements of General William Walker, Colonel Earl Matthews of the DC National Guard, Command Sergeant Major Mike Brooks, and this was actually put out, and others. It was put out by the House Administration Subcommittee on Oversight. So yeah, I mean, that's really key. And then there's a lot of other stuff on here, which I go into with John Sullivan, but I think I'm going to do a separate thread just for John Sullivan. I think that's what I'm going to do. But okay. All right. Well, I'm going to be attaching these things. If you're not seeing them yet in the thread, it's because I haven't put them in the thread, because I've been in here with a space, doing a space with you guys. And I'm going to be doing that now. I know Aaron wants to wrap up, so maybe we can close out the hands and let Thomas and Matt kind of chime in here. And then I'll be working on getting
Yeah,
those
I
up.
think Sean was waiting first, but like, yeah, there's a lot to come, guys. And so I would encourage you guys to pay attention. Like looking at a lot of this stuff, it's going to be coming out. We need to be talking about it because we are now entering the transition phase of the Electoral College. So we're going to need to be paying attention to this. So Millie, please put that out. I'll go to Sean first. I know Matt and Thomas had their hand up, but Sean's been here patiently for some time and he knows that I know. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Millie, just wanted to thank you for all your hard work over the years. I know it's been a long road, and it continues to be, to try to untangle all these things. There were a couple of points that I thought were interesting in the overall conversation. The other thing with Sund and Yogananda Pittman, who was kind of running his intelligence at the time, and then even the site intelligence report that was FOIA'd and uncovered by Crew. I've talked about that for the better part of, 2 years, over 2 years now. And Sund discussed how the intelligence that was given to him was prepared improperly, meaning that it wasn't bottom line up front. And that kind of limited his ability to understand what the threats were ahead of that. That probably relates back to the subversive process within all the institutions, to do their jobs, but to do their jobs poorly, so that anybody who wasn't in on it would essentially be handicapped in their ability to do their jobs. Millie is also a very important character in all this. I know that a lot of people that I've spoken to have become more and more convinced that much of the operation was run out of DOD. So that's something that's going to have to be explored more and more. And then even, related to what I recently uncovered, and that's kind of like the breaking news that I would just like to kind of draw people's attention to, is that I have the identities of the 2 individuals who opened the Senate fire door. And I've been looking for them for the better part of 4 years. Really ever since I was charged. My initial interview with the FBI, which I believe was on January 19th, was when I actually got pulled into the FBI. I gave a voluntary interview and they asked about everything I did. Of course, I was there as a journalist. Not that I expected that to ever protect me in this situation, but it was what it was, and everything I'd done was open. So I had discussed the opening of those doors from the inside, which occurred roughly, it would be 4 minutes after the initial breach of the building by another unidentified individual that, has the hashtag red on red glasses. So I had been looking for these two individuals for a long time to understand more of what went on there. Now have their names. They do have ties to intelligence officers, New York Times, some other interesting things that need to be explored. And that's not necessarily to say that they absolutely were part of some sort of an operation, but there are certain behaviors that they exhibited throughout their time at the Capitol, which are interesting. And then, of course, there's the fact that their network is interesting. There's the fact that the younger brother is now in the Israeli Defense Force. So there's a lot of questions that need to be answered just about their motivations, but even more to the overall scope of it. I think, I was recently speaking with George Hill, who is the retired senior intelligence analyst with FBI. He was out of Boston. And we were having a discussion just about everything that I'd uncovered even before I published it, because I was getting a bit of a gut check, I guess you could say, to make sure that what I was putting out there wasn't, batshit crazy. And when we look at all these various individuals who are involved there, typically as an investigator, we try to assign motives, I think, towards a lot of things. And I think that in the overall sphere, what we have seen is a lot of subversion, ideological and otherwise. And so looking at the motives sometimes isn't the best approach. You have to look at what the behaviors were, what was accomplished, what the end result was. And I think that we're going to uncover a lot more of that as this goes on, which kind of relates back to a larger idea, even in relation to the Democratic Party, to the DNC, to the various operatives and other useful idiots get wrapped up into this just because of the way they believe. I think the same thing has happened on the right wing of the spectrum as well. And there seems to be a very concerted effort to just destroy the United States. And like you mentioned, Millie, that a lot of these are accelerationist groups, whether they be left-wing accelerationists or right-wing accelerationists. I think that's something we have to be very cautious of and cognizant of moving forward, is that there's a variety of ways for them to twist the way people believe to make them engage in behavior that they believe is helpful to their ends, but it's serving a more nefarious, larger purpose. So it's a lot to unpack, but I think that's why your work's so important, kind of looking at it from this direction. So I think that's about all I really had to add to this very exhaustive
Actually,
space.
Sean,
Yes, sir.
yeah, it's been exhaustive. It's a lot of information, but I actually want to respond to a reply down in the chat
Sure.
that I think goes along with what you're saying. And I'm actually pissed off about this person, not because I'm not giving some kind of emotional response, but I would like to highlight Penelope Nicia, this random fucking retard in the space. Sorry, over 4 hours is too much for this and you all. It would be one thing if the voices were more friendly and there was some sort of banter, joking or laughing. This is too much like a fire hose and too dry. If it were not for Jen yelling at the top of her lungs, I would have slept longer. We get it. Y'all are onto something, I guess, and it means something, but no one's doing anything. And the very next post is this person saying this is, yes, it's going to take all of us shoulder to shoulder, blacks, whites, Asians, Hispanics, etc., Jews, Christian, Muslims, Buddhists, all of us to say, no, I will not comply. No, I will not acquiesce. I will barter. I will delete. I will log out, hang up. People want to accelerate to violence. They want to accelerate to something that, like, if no one's doing anything, then someone needs to do something. And therefore, we all need to be angry and unhinged. Most likely Intel, like, contractor people. No, fuck you, Penelope. You do not get a spot on the stage, you fucking retard. Like, I will not have accelerationists anywhere near me. I've been going after these people for like the last 3 years. They try to accelerate the rhetoric both on the left and the right, and they try to push people to more unhinged realities that do not exist. And whether or not actor or a bad actor, I really don't care, but you can go fuck yourself. And now that you've heard me, I know that you've heard me. and I've now shared your post, I'm now going to block you. And I did not give you a fair shake because I don't think you're an actual real person. And they're trying to accelerate people into violent actions, whether it's on the left or the right. And they're trying to accelerate them into violent responses, whether or not the Department of Homeland Security can investigate them as domestic terrorists, whether the left-wing group, part of like the CIA or intelligence communities, can be involved to push people into another direction. What you're talking about, Sean, I did not try to like virtue signal on what you said. I'm being very specific. And you saw in real time an accelerationist type op and behavior by people, whether they're real people or most likely part of an influence op, of how they try to destroy these type of narratives. And I'm sorry it was too dry for you and you didn't make it 4 hours, but that's nobody else's problem but yours. That's how they try to destroy these kind of conversations that actually matter in investigative purposes. I don't want to upstage you, Sean. If you want to respond and tell me I'm wrong, you're more than welcome to do so.
No, that was great. I mean, you kind of take the words right out of my mouth because it's so frustrating as someone who covered a lot of the BLM protests in the summer of 2020, and most of the correspondents that I had were left wing, so they were Antifa associated, and I saw a lot of the same things going on within that movement as what I observed myself when I was covering the post-election pro-Trump, protests. And I just think that I look at it as, I don't even look at it as a real battle between left right anymore. It really does seem like it's just left boot does what left boot does, right boot does what right boot does, and as long as it accelerates the United States into balkanization or militarization, quite frankly, and the death of the Constitution, then I think the enemies of the Republic win. So I think that's what we're watching, and that's why accelerationism or anybody who's pushing that really does need to be shot down, metaphorically. They need to be destroyed, because it's the wrong route. And even people who've discussed the idea of secession, we're not there yet as a country, and even if we are, that serves the purposes of our foreign adversaries. If the United States collapses, it's over.
Right. It just pushes the further narrative of instability, which is what they want. Like I'm not here for that. Like and like I've had former Pacific Northwest Antifa people come to me in my DMs, and I vetted them out, and it took like 6 months for me to vet them out. And then they gave me evidence of how they actually infiltrated the Proud Boys, and they've reformed it to what it was. I saw people infiltrating various militias, whether it was the Virginia Cacoas, whether it was militias up in Michigan prior to the Gretchen Whitmer plot. I saw how they infiltrated and how they accelerated, and they tried to get people locked up and sewn up and get all into this like fervor. And they were trying to get like all emotional instead of being logical and dry as that retard that tried to come up here in the space do that. Because the information itself is very dry. It's very caustic. It's very expansive. And if we can interrupt that with emotional outbursts, then we don't actually focus on what the content actually is. So like what Millie's gone through and what she's gone through over the last several years, on the periphery, you have people like this that inject themselves, whether they're contractors or not, whether they're accelerationists or not is irrelevant to me. But everyone wants to accelerate to water the tree of liberty with patriots' blood. And that's what they tried to push through Q, and that's what they tried to push through 2020 and Mr. Coffee that created the gallows pole in DC early in the morning before January 6th even happened. That's what they try to push because it's a propaganda accelerationist push. And I don't know if it's coming from outside governments, inside governments. I don't have that yet. I'm leaning towards more contractors and the more domestic terrorism that we can identify, the more that I can expand funding and expand the Department of Homeland Security. So that seems to be accurate to me. But I mean, Chinese government would like to destabilize the U.S. because the U.S. is the global reserve currency of 59% of all global transactions. And we would like to destabilize the global energy policy of the U.S. because they settle their dollar that is 59% of all global currency settlements in oil dollars. And if they are a net exporter, their dollar becomes stronger, and therefore our economy becomes weaker because we are trying to destabilize that country. And then you have people like Lisa Fithian and all these people and the stuff that we've been talking about today that try to destabilize the government and hide behind a Democrat label when they're not actually really part of the Democratic Party. They just simply found a weaker party that they can align themselves with to destabilize the country. Are they being funded by foreign influence? Maybe, possibly, maybe 20, 30%, maybe. And they're also being funded by our same intelligence operations that are running these operations in other countries and running these color revolutions outside of our State Department. I'm not talking about anything that I don't know what I'm talking about, Sean. And so, like, when I find people that like really would think that like at a base level that I would ever fall for their acceleration is bullshit, you really don't know who the fuck I am or what I know. And it's offensive to me because all of us who are just here trying to like live our normal lives, live our best lives, work my normal job, plus try to build a company that I can build an investigations unit, that we can actually build a team that can investigate what Millie has her fucking hands on for like the last 6 years. And we can try to free some of the people that are political prisoners inside DC. And you're going to get in the way of that. Like, I'm going to bite you. I'm going to bite you. I'm going to yell at you. And I'm going to call you naughty names. And you're going to try to reframe that through propaganda and call me like some kind of like racist, bigot, homophobe, phobophobe. No, I'm none of those things. I just know what you're fucking trying to do. And it,
And here's the thing, like, it's very likely that this person could be either it could be a bot or it could be somebody you're saying like that's trying to just
I mean, they
agitate or
requested a
accelerate.
mic. They requested a mic.
Yeah, it's very likely the case. But what I will say is this, okay? I think that people are obviously you have to have a longer attention span to be able to sit here and digest these materials clearly. And I think we really kind of drag this out, and that's why I was like, are we gonna have this be a 7-hour space? I'm kind of wanted to move things along because I know that most people don't have the time in the day to sit through a space this long. And I know there's so many different offshoots, so many different things to kind of give more context. But at the end of the day, people are only going to tune in for so long. So I do understand that. But at the other end of this, what you have to realize is there is a correlation between attention span and IQ and intelligence. So you're just calling yourself out if you don't have the attention span, honey. That's all I have to say. And no, I'm not saying this is not a knock on people with ADD or ADHD, because guess what? People with ADD and ADHD actually do have really good attention spans. It's not that they have a deficit. They actually hyperfixate and focus on things that they're interested in. It's that, if you're not interested, then that's when you tune out. But the reality is the people who are going to actually be able to expose and fight back against this machine are the people who have the attention span. Because clearly, those on the left that sit through these 2.5, actually, 2 hour and 40-minute plus long Zoom videos, listening to people talk about their pronouns and stuff, they have attention spans and they sit through it and they freaking plot and plan and read all these documents, and that's what they do all day. These are people, like, imagine, like, look at the homework that teachers dole out as far as like assignments and stuff at school. If you remember, like, the homework, these people love homework assignments. They love doling out people to read materials. All they do all day is publish guides, publish documents, publish books, and their people read it. Yeah, because they value academia, they value education, and there is something to that. And if you want to actually fully understand and wrap your head around what's happening in our country and how we are being overrun and taken over by these people, you're going to have to read. You're going to have to pay attention. We are not going to be able to fight this battle and this fight with TikTok attention span. It's not going to happen. And that's why I keep trying to tell everyone, you cannot put this into a 5-second soundbite. You cannot put this into a little talking point here and there. It's very hard because they didn't do it in such a way where you could. Okay, I can tell you that, look, here's them pre-planning January 6th. I guess that's a talking point. But does it encompass the massive organized cabal of NGOs, of PACs, of politicians, of people in our government, and everything else that went along throughout this planning process, and why they did what they did, how they did what they did, where they did it, what organizations are involved, what addresses those organizations are at, and how they're money laundering and funneling funds, and when you go and follow the money and who it links up. This stuff is important. It's important because it's how they get away with it. So if you want them to stop getting away with it, you need to start knowing how they're doing it. And you need to also know the laws, and then apply what you know about the laws to how these people are doing. And I know it's hard, and I understand it's hard, because look, the reality is if you're not a lawyer, maybe you're investigatively minded, but you're not a lawyer, so you haven't been to law school, you don't understand certain things. There's tools out there. And what I will say is thank God for AI, because AI has made this process so much easier, because I don't have a whole giant well-funded multi-million-dollar team of people helping put this together and do this. And I don't know if I could have in the 2020 time period, because quite frankly, we weren't as advanced in AI as we are today. Like, what a wonderful thing it has been to be able to use the AI facial recognition tools. What a wonderful thing it has been to use ChatGPT to comb through transcripts for me, to comb through documents for me, to be able to pinpoint illegal actions inside that then I could go back and isolate and look in on, and then walk over with lawyers to comb through. Like this, it does help the process. But the reality is you have to understand, like, what we're up against is a lot of people that like to file and do a lot of paperwork. And that's why they're in the government. They do a lot of paperwork. They do a lot of reading. Professors do a lot of reading. They do a lot of writing. They do a lot of paperwork. These are the people who are doing it. If you want to know what they're doing, you have to read their stupid papers. Okay? That's just the bottom line of it. And it's actually funny, though, because they write this stuff all down, and I think it's a bit of showboating, but in actuality, the beautiful thing about it is we now know, we can understand the mindset of why they did what they did and how they did it. And by being able to, and I've said this before, and I think everybody who's really taken a deep dive into the materials, and the only other people I can really think of that's fully like taken a deep dive in these materials, other than obviously me, is Aaron, and another person I showed through, Pete Santilli, and there's one other journalist. So I'm not going to name her because I don't know if she wants to speak to publicly. But what I'll say is, when you read through these documents, enough of them, it's like you recognize the speech patterns, you recognize the sayings, you recognize the phrases, you recognize the terminology they use. And so when you're reading like articles, maybe up on Atlantic or on these various things, you actually can fully, it's like you have a new set of goggles on. And I joke around, I say it's like you've got the They Live glasses on
Yeah,
from
they
that
or
movie,
like you're like
right?
Neo looking at the Matrix, right? Like he's starting to believe.
Yeah, it's like you're Neo looking at the Matrix. So it's like I can see. It's like when I'm watching in the current news and watching what these groups are doing right now, I'm like Neo in the Matrix, or I like the guy who's like, wearing the They Live glasses that says I'm here to chew bubblegum and kick some ass. Like you can see what they're doing because they use the terminology. They use the same, like, if it were gang members, they'd be using the same slang, they'd be using the same hand signs, the same clothing, and you'd recognize it. And in essence, they use that same vocabulary, verbiage, phrases, terminology in their papers, in their articles, in their reports, and you see it, and where you can recognize its transmutation throughout their structure, you can actually kind of identify and understand who's very likely to be in their network. So, for example, like when I just read to you, the I believe it was Christopher Wray, his comments fit exactly in line with their narrative, to where it would make me wonder if that's something we need to start scratching into and looking into further, as to see if he was involved with them, or on like an activist level. But yeah, so my voice is
No,
going
I
out. Go
agree.
ahead.
I agree. My voice is
Um,
going out too, and I still have to pack and like go to Vegas tomorrow. And like we've been doing this now, Millie. I think at this point, like 4 or 5 hours. Like so, but I'll say this: like, guys, put on your they live glasses. Put on your fucking Matrix glasses. Like, stop falling for every fucking emotional psyop that people want you to emotionally react to. Please stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Pull out 30,000 feet when you're presented with something and you're like, that seems kind of messed up. Like, that's emotionally affecting me. Like, well, 30,000 feet. What am I looking at? And most likely, often than not, it's just like some kind of like weird propagandized type term. But like, I think moving into 2024, 2025, I think these people need to be held accountable. And I think that these people need to be taken down. And I think that people like Millie and many other people, Stephen Miller at America First Legal Institute and Mike Howell at Oversight Project, and us little people like myself, when we start to attack these people in 2020, 24 and 25, we can actually take it down. And we're looking at the machine. We're looking at that up their skirt. We're looking at their apparatus. And I think that this is just part one. Like, I don't know how to describe it, Millie. Maybe you can describe it better than I can, but like this is like part one, scratching the surface type stuff. I'll get to the hands, but I just want to give you I want to give you an opportunity to talk about how this is like the first part of like a very deep dive into this.
yeah, like I said, I've only gotten like 1/4 through my article. So just to kind of get you an understanding, putting my article into the form of a Twitter thread, okay? Which is going to take some time. So you know what? Screw it. If you guys want to peek ahead, you can go to my website, millennialmillie.com. But just know X tries to block my website. So that's partly why I'm putting it in
Well,
a thread, because
why
they still
would they
have
block?
those
Yeah, why would
old.
they block your millennialmelly.com website?
Oh, because it goes back to when the Twitter
Oh,
files revealed that initially when I put the Sunrise Zoom calls out, that they removed almost 500,000 of the tweets, hashtag Sunrise Zoom calls,
and it was one
and
of the most
they
censored
used the
stories,
EIP.
right?
Yeah, so the FBI and the
And the EIP.
DHS used their pull with the EIP to censor and remove content on Twitter. And one of those was, lo and behold, the Zoom call edit that was an edit of the Lisa Fitting call and the Feds for Democracy call. And it really kind of illustrated what was going on there. And they used their poll to heavily
Wait,
censor it.
so the
Heavily.
same story that we're talking about today in 2024, that was one of the top 10 most censored stories in 2020 by the Election Integrity Partnership, aka Virality Project, aka Renee DiResta and Alex Stamos, out of the Stanford Internet Observatory. They wanted to shut down your story that you had put out in 2020 that we're talking about right now in 2024 that was so dry and so boring for people that don't have an attention span past that. That same censorship.
Yeah, they said that it was
Mm-hmm.
misinformation, I believe, and I believe at around that time they also said the Hunter Biden laptop was
Pretty sure.
misinformation,
Like the New York
too.
Post
So
article. I'm
yeah,
pretty sure that also that same Stanford Internet Observatory that created the Election Integrity Partnership out of Stanford with Alex Stamos, her name was Renee DiResta.
oh yeah, you mean the Renee DiResta that wrote a whole article of targeting me and Steve Bannon for our election
Yeah,
coverage that we did,
that same Renee
and
DiResta.
they had a research
Yeah,
study on me.
the
Yeah,
same
that
Renee
lady.
DiResta that wrote about me in her book in 2023 between Mike Benz, Maggie, and me. That same Renee DiResta. Yeah, that person.
So it makes you wonder when you see all these university professors, deans, etc. There's a real big hotbed of these people at Cornell
Yep.
and Harvard.
Well, the
So
Belfer Center,
just gonna
right? The
put that
Belfer
out there.
Center, right? Erica Chenoweth. The Belfer Center. Yeah.
So it's interesting, but yeah, and then they use these resources to target journalists and to try to censor content that and that's the thing. Like, so you have to say, okay, is it obviously Renee DeRest and others? I could see them having a motive to want to censor anything I put out because they had done a hit piece on me. But I think that it was also the FBI and DHS trying to use the EIP to censor content that implicated some of their own employees and groups of employees in the calls. Because like I said, I was communicating with DHS CISA about an employee that was in the calls that had mentioned that she was working with a whole group of others inside DHS CISA that were sympathetic to their cause. Remember, CISA, Cyber Infrastructure Security Administration or agency, I don't know, I mix it up. They were essentially created by Obama, and they were created to oversee elections and election security. So, yeah, I think that's a little bit concerning that you'd have somebody saying there's a pocket of them internally that are working together, part of that effort.
Me too. Me too.
But anyway, I think we should kind of close it out right now. Like I said, go to millennialmillie.com. If you try to share the article on X, it might make it. Yeah, I mean, it post it, but like when people try to go to it, it'll say like, "Are you sure you want to go to this thing? Da da da. Is it secure?" And then like you can just click continue, and it'll take you there. They try to like scare people away from going to my site when there's literally it's just a basic site with my articles on it. So yeah, just there you go. It's the top article. You can't miss it. If you want to just skip ahead, because I know it's going to take me some time to do this, and I'm going to put the material up in thread series. Just know that, you can skip ahead and look at some of this stuff in there and scroll through it. It's already like people, I tried to keep it on the down low because I wanted to put it out like in the threads and everything, but like I can tell by the traction that's going on around behind the scenes that the article's already being passed around and shared around. So it's making its making its way around.
It's cooking.
Yeah, it's
all
cooking.
right. Let's go to
All right.
Thomas and we'll shut it down, Millie. But Sean, Thomas, everybody
okay.
else. Thomas, good to see you. I've seen your website. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, thank you guys. Hey, Millie and Trash. Listen, what you guys have been doing for the last couple of years is sort of like the opposite perspective of what I've been working on since the same time. I was the senior intelligence collection strategist at the DNI, working domestic extremism in the months leading up to January 6th. And I personally warned the FBI Domestic Terrorism Task Force in October of 2020 that we were headed into a potential black swan, is what I called it. Because in the military, I've been in the military for over 30 years. In the military, we call these types of events black swans, things that escalate out of control very rapidly because people are responding to each other. I was a witness to I was on the ground on J6 all the way up at the Capitol. The only thing that probably saved me from being in the gulag was the fact that God protected me, kept out of the building. I didn't actually go in. My face wasn't covered. I've been in True Name my entire life. I don't hide behind monikers. I never have. But I'm a career intelligence officer, career military guy, reserves, active duty. And I warned the FBI that we were headed into something bad, very much like Millie. Millie, I have worked in the intelligence community for many, many, many years. And I have never been more impressed with somebody's analysis than yours tonight. I've been following you for a while, but I don't see a lot of your stuff. And I'm glad I jumped into the space tonight. I want to collaborate with you as an intelligence officer, as a trained intelligence analyst with everything you have. I can do the link analysis. I can build the websites. I can do everything that needs to happen in order to, because I think, honestly, with you guys, I think that this is probably the singular most important work that the American people need to understand. I believe and again, I read about 2,000 pages of information a day. I probably have ADHD. I think, Millie, you probably have it too. That's a good, because people that are uncompromising and that don't want to accept the world the way that it is, that they are the people that can change the world. And I think that you and I are very much alike in that sense. And I really, really appreciate your work, and Trash, you as well. I think like you said, we've talked a couple of times. My point is this: I want to collaborate with you guys. I'm going to drop my personal email into your DM. I want to do a WebEx, and I want to be part of what your Trash, what you were talking about, your organization that you're setting up. I have a huge network of, I was the national spokesman for Vets for Trump. So I have a huge national network, the real Vets for Trump, by the way, not the campaign Vets for Trump, but the real grassroots Vets for Trump organization. Bottom line is, I have been very hesitant to say that there was a conspiracy to cause this, because I haven't seen the receipts. I can't, because of my training, I cannot say definitively there was a plan until I can see the receipts. And I think, Millie, based on everything that you've been saying tonight, I think you have the receipts. I've known about the Election Integrity Project for a long time, since it happened. I've known about the Election Integrity Project. To me, that looks like a war game. I was a military strategic planner for many years. To me, the Election Integrity Project looks like a war plan. And so I think that very possibly some of these very high level people you're talking about that are doing these trainings, some of the language that you were revealing in the videos, some of the language they're using is Communist Manifesto language. These people very well may be agents of a foreign government that are perpetrating this stuff against our country. And that's what I have spent the last, 15 years revealing, is agents of foreign powers in our country. And it seems to me some of the vernacular that she was using in the videos, some of the training language she was using is clearly, to me, communist doctrinal language, and training to essentially overthrow foreign governments. So for example, the Chinese.
Yeah.
So I'll land with this, because clearly you guys have been on here a very long time.
Well, I just wanted to add to something you're saying and seeing if it meant anything to you, because you're sparking my memory. Like, there was a part in the video which I don't remember if I put in the article the full video or not. I might have put the full video, but either way, I'll do that tonight if I haven't yet. But the full video, because I know you said you're willing to like look at the stuff, you can sit through and watch. It's a 2 hour and 40 something minute video. And that will give you a really good, better understanding to watch the full thing from start to finish, because it's really bizarre. She goes into all this like heightened conversation about like civil wars and like stuff that would be a little bit scary or traumatic, and civil unrest and rioting and da-da-da. And then she goes into and says chaos, but chaos is a soup in which change is created, right? And then she goes, now let's all ground ourselves. And she goes into like 5-minute like hypnosis, like relaxation guided meditation session. And then right after she goes, chaos is a soup of which changes it. Let's get cooking. The exact same phrase, and snaps him out of it. And then goes back into talking about heightened stressful insurrection, yada, yada, yada. So what you
Thanks,
notice,
Mal.
they also showed an image of like a climate cult, like it was a ritual. What do you call it? An altar. They had some kind of an altar with like climate ritual. So it looked like they were doing some kind of ritual, and they, in their documents, they have a climate ritual like document. And I know that they also in other parts had stuff where they had a whiteboard, and it kind of looked like they had bubbles, like they were drawing out, mapping out some of their structures.
Mhm.
And in the center of it, they had like George Soros, and they had or Open Society, and they had ESI.
Yeah. And
And ESI is Europe. I looked up ESI and I found European Stability Initiative, and the guy who runs that has like meetings and dinners with George Soros, and that European Stability Initiative is like I believe it's Germany, like Berlin and
Here's the thing.
Istanbul.
Here's the thing that
Yeah.
I regularly try and get people to understand. Just regular Americans think that this is just a few people sitting in their basement that came up with an idea and they went and sowed some discord on January 6th. What they don't understand is that there are whole institutions in foreign countries of people led by people that have PhDs. They are very, very smart, and they are our enemy, and they know how to manipulate us. And they know how, in particular, they know how to manipulate people who are easily manipulatable. Okay, because they know how people work. They're professionals in psychological operations, etc. And so the thing we need to remember is that it is not just I'm sorry, guys, I got all kinds of background. I'm going to the basement because I got nothing but noise around me. This is a very, very important thing for Americans to understand, that this stuff doesn't happen by accident. It is deliberate by somebody. And I believe that it is factions within our own government that have fallen under the influence of foreign powers that are essentially disrupting our liberty, disrupting our republic on purpose. But I want to hit on, and I swear I'm going to land on this because this is a very near and dear to my heart, I think, is Trash Knows. I have been fighting against the Civil War narrative in the United States since I ran for U.S. Senate in 2019. Because only people who do not know what war is, in particular civil war, advocate for that kind of violence. Only people who do not know what war is advocate for that kind of violence. And it's because they don't understand. I'll just break it down this way. My wife, I was sitting talking to my wife because I'm very concerned about it, guys. I am very concerned about it. I am very concerned that these liberal kooks are going to bait some people into a trap, and we're going to end up in a freaking big ass freaking fight, because that's what they want. The left wants a fight. That is what they want. And when I say the left, I mean the global left. I don't mean just like the Democrats. These are boobs. These people are barely functional communists. The real communists, the real fascists are the ones that are manipulating these people. And that is their entire ideology.
This is very much connected to like the Youngos, and a lot of the people in the Zoom calls as well are USAID, connected to USAID, as well as like being like the people working at the US embassies.
Yeah.
So like I found people, US Embassy for Ukraine, for example. Okay. So, but the thing is I didn't see anything that said like the embassy for China, or like I didn't see anything necessarily connecting to China.
Millie, they'll use cutouts. It won't be the China embassy. It'll be the China embassy has a cutout through the Bulgarian embassy, the Bulgarian embassy is dealing with the guy in the US. They are professionals at cutouts. I'm a professional intelligence officer. I work human. That is what we do. We always have a cutout. Everybody, and this is global. Everybody knows how to do this. So what I would say is, and if you go and you look, there's a video out there somewhere of me on January 5th. On January 5th, I'm in front of the Supreme Court. I was actually invited to speak at the Virginia Women for Trump rally in front of the Supreme Court. And I said during that rally, I stopped violence with the police, potential violence with the police on January 5th. And when I stopped that violence, I said, don't fall for the trap. That's what the left wants. The left wants you to fight the cops, because if you fight the cops, then you become what they say you are. Don't fall for the traps. Really amplify what Trash was saying earlier. And I know, Millie, I know that you believe it as well. We have to be absolutely on guard for the trap, because ultimately, I'm telling you, that is their goal. Their goal is to prey on the emotions and the passion of the people that are patriots to essentially attack ourselves. And we cannot allow that to happen. And so, listen, I really am gonna, as soon as I drop off of here, I'm gonna DM you my personal email, Millie, Trash, and Sean. I would really like to do a WebEx with you guys. I have some ideas about a national organization that I'd like to discuss with you, of just citizens that are involved in this. I have a lot, like I said, I have a lot of veteran connections. I have a lot of patriot intelligence connections. And I think we could put together something that would really be a bulwark against these influence operations, whether they're domestic influence operations or whether they're foreign influence operations. And I think that we could better trust it as Americans, because we aren't bought and paid for by the political parties or by foreigners, etc. So thank you guys for letting me come up. Really, really appreciate it. Millie, the research you have done, I think, is of vital importance for the American people to understand. I want to help you take that and turn it into an intelligence report. Very last thing I'll say, please go look at the basically an intelligence report I published on Amazon after I left the DNI. It's called Inside the FBI's Domestic Terrorism Strategy. I actually wrote and went through pre-pub review a 50-page intelligence report on the FBI's domestic terrorism strategy, and I believed it was unconstitutional. In addition, if you go to my website, you'll find a 90-page timeline of day-by-day, minute-by-minute events that occurred going back all the way to the recruitment of Christopher Steele when he was first recruited by the FBI. I would like for you to take a look at that. I would like to tie in all of your timelines and all of the research that you have. I would like to combine that into my timeline, because I think then you would see, we might be able to see, as an interrogator, timelines are the most important thing. When was the plan made? When were the resources allocated? And when did the mission take place? I want to go and look at the entire timeline and combine your timeline with my timeline. And I think we could put together probably the most authoritative document on everybody and all of this stuff. And I really, really want to do that. So you guys are going to see that in your DM.
So I've been pretty like OCD about documenting all of that. So like I kept the original, obviously the original documents, but I also made sure while I was in their Google Docs to click up with the link present, and also with it's showing the date that the document was created. Perfect. And screenshot it. Perfect. And I also went through like things like where you see click-throughs, like doing screen records and videotaping the click-throughs. And that's partly why, like, people might wonder, like, why is this taking you so long to get it out? Well, it's partially because it's been an active investigation, and some of these groups have been active still to today. Mm-hmm. And their election arm is very active. Mm-hmm. And I've been monitoring their sites, monitoring their Zooms. I had some side Zooms. So I'm still doing stuff down that vein, and I didn't want to I didn't want people to start pulling stuff before I had time to capture it all.
I can help you as well cultivate additional penetrations into these organizations. I can help you do that. I can guide you on some techniques and things like that might help you recruit other people, so you have multiple people within these organizations. That's something I would very much like to help you do, since you already have a penetration.
Sure, that would be fantastic. And I want to let people know, like, I've been briefing people across the movement. I'm not going to name any specific names, but I've been briefing people across the movement for the past year on this, and people have taken their own actions and they've already started embedding people into many different facets, including into like, monitoring with cameras, poll worker positions, etc. But I myself, I would like to be able to do more, and there are more avenues and ways to get in. But like I said, a lot of this stuff like takes time, and you have to have people who are skilled. It can't just be like, you have to be able to play. And that's the thing, you also have to be like, because they'll look into who you are. So you have to make sure that you're not having like an online public appearance being a conservative. That's not going to work.
Yeah. And I can help with all that stuff. I definitely, you guys will see it. I would like to do a private kind of meeting. We can record it. You know what I mean? Won't be anything classified. But I think that it might help us strategize a little bit going forward, because I think combining your information and your work with my work, we might be able to blow this thing up in a way that.
Well, here's my question. Do you have any ties in with law enforcement to where this stuff could actually be used like criminally?
Well, no, I don't.
To investigate or to prosecute?
No, I don't. But I will tell you, one of the things that I'm thinking about is that if we can discover the ties to a foreign nexus, I think that you've got espionage charges. If you can find out that some of these nonprofits have planning sessions with foreign.
Well, I have a thing. So basically, one of their nonprofit groups that was linked into the movement resources that their documents were in, and et cetera, and that some of the calls are associated with the people in that, like the participants in the calls. They have on their website an article, which would be like finding a needle in a haystack, but for anyone trying to go look, but I've mapped it all out and screen recorded it, but it's in my article. Like I said, you guys can go see it. And in the link, they say they need more troops on the ground. It then takes to a pass through like hole in the wall website where they've mapped out their state groups, and they're telling people to recruit them into poll worker positions, election official, election
And if that
admin
is coming,
positions.
if that is coming from a foreign intelligence organization, the FBI can intercede in every single one of those instances.
Well, hold on. Let me finish here. So in that, in that site, it's on the main page of it. Okay, what you find is it's a giant repository of election related documents like poll worker manuals, all these manuscripts and manuals on drop boxes and everything you need and what everything looks like, what everything is. And it has maps for which states check for ballot images, which don't, or which ones keep it, which don't, which like it has like mapped everything out. It also has a whole page dedicated to seals and locks, and it shows how you can pick the locks that they use to secure the bins that have the ballots in it. It has like how to hack the cameras, it literally is like a how-to guide on how to literally hack cameras and break into the locks, break the locks, but doing it without leaving a trace. And it has YouTube videos linked in where people are showing how to do it in the video of breaking the locks. And also on the main page of that site, it has, and like I'm telling you, it looks like a hole in the wall. It'd be like finding a needle in a haystack, this little site. And at the bottom, it has looks like a map, and I clicked on it and it opens up and it shows like it showed like my,
you may have,
basically it showed like where I live, like my IP address and where, like what city and state I'm in, that I was there like however many seconds ago, clicking in, and I was looking and it was showing, hold on really quick. I was looking and it was showing the different ones, like from which states and how many times they visited. And I saw ones from China that were very actively, like repeatedly hundreds of times going in there from China. So
what you may have,
if you're asking about it from
what
China.
you may have, the simple solution, and I know that, it doesn't mean you're giving it away, Okay, it doesn't mean you don't continue your own research. But what you may have is something that is reportable to the FBI. You may have something that the FBI is unaware of and they don't know about this. And they may be able to go and exploit it in ways that you can't. You know, they have tools and resources to get inside these organizations. I'm talking about like literally going into their computers and literally going into where is it originating and things like that. And I know there's a lot of distrust out there. Listen, guys, I know I have my own problems with the FBI. I really do. Okay. But it's public. You've made it public. You've said all this stuff publicly. So you're protected. But at the same time, it might be something that we push over to the FBI and we say, hey, go look at this. This looks very sophisticated. And because it sounds to me not like, I mean, that to me sounds like a very deliberate effort, multiple people involved that for nefarious purposes to disrupt the election.
Not only that, but there were the pages that were interlinked in there of like which states keep the ballot images, which states don't, or which ones for how long, or the other one like which states like certain things with drop boxes or things like these mapped out things. It links into the site, like it credits the little site at the bottom in the wiki thing. And the other thing is, in the Zoom calls with Lisa Fithian, one of the attendees, I looked into their background and found that they are a Wikipedia editor that has done over 4,000 edits.
Yeah.
Or
And see,
publications.
that's not humanly possible by somebody. That's a whole group of people using the same persona, probably.
Probably.
That's
Yeah.
a
I mean,
whole
that would
group of
probably
people
make sense.
using the same persona. There's no way 4,000 edits, no way. And you'd have to look at the timeline. You know, you'd have to look at how long it took them to do that. You know, if it happened in 6 months, no way. Anyway, listen, I'm going to jump
And
off.
they brag about it on their LinkedIn.
Yeah,
They brag about it on their
I'm going
LinkedIn.
to jump off. I love what you guys have done. Listen, this is real passion towards understanding something. Probably a little ADHD. I know I got it too. But it's really out of love for understanding what is the truth, right? And you know, I have a tattoo, Veritas.
Yeah,
It's
I
about
really
the
have
truth.
been wanting to
It's about the truth.
follow the threads and figure out what's going
Yeah,
on. That's
it's
really
the
what
truth.
this is
Yeah,
about, is
the truth.
researching and figuring out what's going on. And this stuff I came across more recently is very concerning. And I would have no issue with, giving this stuff to the FBI and reporting it. Look, I have a paper trail of anytime I find this shady stuff, I do whatever I can to notify law enforcement so that I have that on record on paper trail that I let them know in advance. And if they do nothing about it, that's on
That's
them.
right.
And that paper trail will be there.
Right.
So yeah, I
Yeah,
actually
good.
probably should. I just haven't had time because I've been rushing trying to get this stuff
Yeah,
out.
that's good.
But yeah, law enforcement definitely needs to be notified and let, this site they have up. It's like when they put up stuff about like when they put in their internal documents, like, oh, you can like take other people's flyer information, that people post pictures of their boarding passes on Instagram, and you can use it to fly yourself with that identity to hide that you're going to the riot. And then what they do is link out to an article, and the article talks all about, here's why you shouldn't post your boarding pass because people can steal your information. And then it step by step in the article explains how people do
Right.
that, how they
That's
steal
right.
it. And this is how you, and what they're actually doing is they're actually teaching
Correct.
people how
Correct.
to do it.
Correct. And here's the thing. It might not just be like people that want to disrupt the elections. This could be narco criminal organizations. It could be terrorist organizations. It could be all kinds of things. So bottom line is, I love what you're doing. I will turn all of my resources on to helping you guys. And we need to get this out. And I want to look at the information, and then we'll build the connections. And the last thing I'll say is, I know for a fact that I was investigated by the FBI for over 2 years. My investigation, I just found out, closed in June of 2023 for trespass and all the other bullshit. But they thought I was connected to Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, and I wasn't. Bottom line is, we've got to stay in this no matter what happens on November 5th. we have to continue this fight because the enemy is way bigger. It's way bigger than the enemies of Trump. These are enemies of the republic. These are enemies of our country, whether they're internal enemies or they're foreign enemies. And I think that we have the intellectual horsepower. We have the capability to really understand it. And thank you for your work. And you guys will see in the DM my email, and we'll put together a WebEx.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Yep.
Thomas. I don't know if Aaron is still there. I know we went longer than we were wanting
No, I'm
to.
still here. I think we can shut down now, but I think that a lot of people are actually going to have to be tuned in over the next week, 2, 3, 4 weeks. I think. Hey guys, there were some technical difficulties. It looked like American Mission Group we're going to have a space, and we had some hosting technical difficulties. So I was talking with Jen and Millie and everybody over there, and we decided we were going to. So Millie and I were going to have this space later on today, but since they're having technical difficulties now, I think that upon talking with other people at American Mission, that we would just open up this space. And so we're probably going to reset a little bit. From the sounds of it, they weren't too far along in the content. So since they weren't too far along in the content, we'll probably reset and recalibrate a bit. The reason, funny story, the reason I was going to be, we were going to have this space later today was because I'm heading out of town next week for Vegas, and I was going to be leaving tomorrow. So I had some things to do, but I'm going to shift it around because this content is too important. And Millie has put together a really comprehensive article on this. And obviously, you guys know that we've been talking about this for some time. A lot of this comes out of the Sunrise Zoom call stuff, a lot of stuff that's going on right now. But I think that we should just reset and restart the space. I think, Millie, you can probably give an introduction about what we're about to do here. But this is part one, Enemies from Within. I think it's a great title. Her and I talked about it last night. These are the enemies from within, right? And Democrats are messaging that the enemies from within that Trump is talking about are government employees. Well, I mean, yeah, they are, but they're also involved in many of these things. And this leads through January 6th. This leads through law. This leads through the transition. This leads through the steel, the poll workers, everything about we've been dealing with for some time. So I'm going to get Jenna here as a co-host as well. So I think the best thing to do, Millie, is we just get this thing restarted. Let everyone kind of make their way in. I was going to schedule this space so people had time and they understood what time to get here. But I think this time is as good as any. I think we can get into this. So Millie, I'm going to put your thread. It's also the pinned tweet on my profile, but I will put it up in the nest. I will also put it down in the chat so you guys can see what we're seeing. But I can tell you that you guys are going to see some stuff that you've already seen. But this is the most comprehensive, years-long investigation culmination of content that I think that is very important, and that's why we're having this space today. So,
Right. And this
Millie,
is
do you want to
only
kind of?
just the beginning. So this is the beginning. All right. So this is part one of J6. The thread is already tapped out here to where it hides tweets, and you have to, like, at the very bottom, click see more replies. So what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to create a part two of thread one. So there's going to be, thread one is about January 6th, but we're going to have a part 2 of that so that I can have that all, because it goes on. The receipts go on, and then there's going to be another thread that is going to really go into the Protect the Results Coalition and the NGOs, because what you have to understand, what I did is I actually went in and I was able to identify the participants in the Zoom call with Lisa Fithian, as well as in subsequent other simulation exercise Zooms. The people in their groups essentially have been identified, and what you see, you start to put the pieces together of who all these people are. You see the intricate tapestry of all of these NGOs, these nonprofits, these PACs that are, although publicly from the outside they appear to be separate entities, they actually are all working together in combined actions and in coalitions in order to achieve political agendas and objectives. So what you're seeing in the call with Lisa Fithian is actually, Lisa Fithian is a paid riot civil disobedience protest trainer. She is associated with Ruckus Society, with Shutdown DC, with Extinction Rebellion, and other far left Antifa riot groups. And she is conducting a training exercise that's also being hosted by Shutdown DC. And in this call, you have many people who are working for these other big name NGOs and PACs. And that's all going to be exposed, as well as federal government bureaucrats. It's also important to note, if you guys remember the Feds for Democracy calls, where you had the federal government bureaucrats plotting and conspiring to subvert the president and topple the pillars of government, that call was hosted by Shutdown DC. That was hosted by Shutdown DC. There's a moment even in the call where it flashes to the screen on the Zoom where you can see that Patrick Young, the leader of Shutdown DC, hosted that call, and it was being one of the hosts visibly in the call, Nadine Block, is a member of Shutdown DC. So what you actually start to see is how these groups all were working together with federal government bureaucrats from the inside the government. And these people were the foot soldiers, the rioters, and the protest orgs on the outside, who also were very interwoven with these networks of NGOs on the Democrat side, as well as their Get Out the Vote organizations. And so you're going to see how these groups played a huge role in the 2020 election, be it by funneling their people into poll worker positions, by making sure that they were the ones counting the votes, handling the ballots, as well as doing ballot harvesting, get out the vote operations. And then you're going to even later, and I can't promise it today, it might be something that ends up coming out later tonight or tomorrow, because this is going to be a long process of me putting this all into a thread. You're going to see some very concerning things found by following their threads, where they direct you through to hole in the wall sites that describe how to essentially pick locks and seals and how to get into areas where ballots are stored. So you guys are going to get to see this whole thing kind of unfold before your eyes. So just know what you're seeing and what we're going to be going over so far is just part one. It's the tip of the iceberg, but we are going to be going into this whole thing before the election.
And again, yeah, going over the whole thing before the election and then ongoing, right? Like, I know many of you guys haven't seen much of this. I obviously I have. I have a great grasp of all of this, and Millie and I have been teasing this randomly for people to try to discourage, because I know that a lot of these people follow me. I've had the Brandys and Drosnys of the world coming after me a little bit. I've had the Renee DeRestas of the world coming after me a little bit. And so I know that some of these people are following us, and I know that they see the content, which that's why we've been kind of, teasing stuff out, saying, hey, we know what you're doing. That's why I put out the thing about Brad Raffensperger a couple weeks ago. This was all leading to this point. And so here's what I want to say, Millie, before we get started, because I know a lot of people are going to be like, why the hell didn't you put out this before the election? Well, first of all, it's taken years for you and a lot of this to even get to this point, number one, to be able to put all this stuff out. But then number two, a lot of the stuff that would directly affect pre-election day voting stuff is already been put out. It's already out there, and it's been out there for a while. The stuff that we're gonna be going over with this content, this is a long-lasting apparatus machine that needs to be taken down. It has nothing necessarily to do with early voting or voting day. It does with the poll workers, and it does with the get out the vote and the executive order 14019 of the Biden administration. That's all important, but we've been talking about that for like the last year and a half. They've been putting that stuff out there. It is out there. People do know about it. The people within the RNC, the people within Turning Point Action, the people that are on boots on the ground, part of the campaign, they know a lot of the stuff that was relevant leading up to November 5th. Thus, a lot of the things that you're seeing, the legal challenges, the various different things that you're seeing that's happening in, like, say, in Bucks County and what's happening in Georgia, that's why, is because that stuff is out there. But what we're dealing with here is an everlasting machine that's been built over years and years and years and years. And to be able to even bring this to the public, you've got to have your ducks in the row. Nothing can be wrong. No name can be wrong. If something needs to be redacted because you can attack the whole thing by doxing, you need to remove it. This is a tedious process. And this whole system, this whole machine that we're about to go over was meticulously built to be confusing and a pain in the ass to go through. And the whole point was anything that's being brought forward today by Milley in these threads and the future threads and future articles and all the content and all the investigations, all the things that are happening right now with this stuff is meticulously backed up that you can cross-reference yourself. There's no trust me bro shit here, right, Milley? I think that that's really important in this conversation.
I'm very, very particular about showing receipts, and that's what you're going to find. It's if anything, I'm excessive with it, but it needs to be done, and people need to be able to see the trail. So we will get into all of that stuff. The other thing I want to say, you guys, if you're tweeting things out about the material, if you could do hashtag enemies from within, that would be amazing. Also, I'm noticing that people are tagging me in like the internet investigators and internet sleuths out there are already starting to find stuff about Lisa Fithian or other things that's out there on the web, on the internet, that's very interesting. And if you're finding material like that, if you could include it under the hashtag enemies from within, so that everyone knows to go look at that. Also, I will try to be sharing that out if you're tagging me in it as well. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. Yeah, that'll help. I mean, I've helped where I could. Obviously, a lot of this was originated by, Milley's investigation in the Sunrise Zoom calls back in 2019, 2020. Therefore, I'm coming in late. I'm coming in. I started coming in, Milley, like 2.5 years ago at this point, I think. I was talking to Tiffany today. I was like, it's been almost 3 years. So, like, it's been a while. Whenever I've been back to X. So I came back to X May of 2022. And then a few months after that was when I was really getting into it. So yeah, it's only been a couple years for me on this, but we haven't stopped. And so, like, your work on this, Milley, has been unbelievable. And the stuff that we've been talking about the last couple of years is very real, very verifiable. And also people don't want it shared. Yeah, Jen.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I mean, Milley, we've been going over this for like literally right after January 6th, like you and I started talking about all this stuff, and you did all of it before the election. It was just the fact that you were so censored, and literally attacked by the government, arrested, like all of that stuff, just for getting all of this kind of information out.
Yeah, there was an effort to sequester the material, to target me, to try to gatekeep and get this kept away from Trump and his people. And it was really frustrating to see all of these these prosecutions, these trials that went on, and knowing that I have this material that really proves and shows that leftist groups pre-planned January 6th could have been admitted as evidence, but instead the gatekeeping is unreal, the sequestration is unreal. And I think that's another big part of the story here, but I think that's something we'll kind of get into later on down the line. But the important part here is that these groups of people need to be investigated, and it needs to be exposed. People need to be sharing that there really are enemies from within. And the reason it's called enemies from within is because you have members of our own government involved in this. It's huge. It's a massive network. And I have them in the Zoom calls too. So it's not like we can even just say, oh, we can connect a line here, a line here, and it's several nodes down. No, it's these people are in the Zoom calls. Like this
Well,
is a
and
fully
Millie,
integrated thing. Go ahead, Jen.
weren't these Zoom
Whole
calls
government.
happening? Weren't these Zoom calls happening like during like working hours? Like this isn't something that they were like, oh, this is an after work activity. Like, no, this was what they were using their taxpayer paid salaries to do, was to, you know, undermine the government, as I understand it.
Well,
Well,
now they were really smart to make sure that they would skirt the line, and they would, and that's why they had Sarah Starrett, the Department of Labor attorney, in there who was advising them on how to kind of skirt that line with, you know, putting your work hat on and then putting your private citizen activist hat on. But the problem is although they might be able to play those games with the Hatch Act and not, you know, the problem is all the other things they're talking about aside from that are Hatch Act violations and sedition as well. Like you can't be on your off hours, you know, plotting sedition against the government and talking about using your access from within to engage in a political agenda and activism for an external cause, in this case being a Marxist communist cause. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So, but they are, to what you're saying, Jen, they were very careful to, and they knew how to play these games. And if you actually remember Stuart Carafa, who Project Veritas exposed, he was the Department of State employee that he mentioned. Even he thought he could, you know, play that game of skirting the lines and, oh, I'm doing this on my off hours. He was a member of DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. He is in the Zoom calls. Okay, so he is in some of these Zoom calls and he networks with these group of people. So just to kind of give you an idea, this is a huge network of people. But yeah, let's dive into this. Let's get into this stuff. I think we're the you know, we are the king and queens of suspense right now. Let's get to this.
yeah, sorry about that. I just wanted to set the table because this is recorded. It's going to be my highlights tab and people are going to be going back to listen. So I wanted to make sure that the table was set because I want to believe that people that are in here listening have been with us the whole time talking about this, but the reality is they haven't. So we needed to be very clear about a few things. Was number one, this is completely sourced. Number two, it's not conjecture. Number three, it's not confirmation bias. And number four, the information is accurate. You can see it for yourself because there's so much fake garbage out there. So yeah, no more kings and queens of suspense. Let's get into it. One last thing I'll say is this. If you're on your mobile app and you want to see what Jen was alluding to, what Millie was alluding to, if you go to my profile and you search Marxist trainings, I put together an entire thread of how they were training federal workers from these like leftist groups, how they were training federal workers to have Marxist training sessions and who to include, who not to include, and maybe we don't bring the attorneys because they can scare them off, that kind of thing. If you go to my profile on your phone version, the desktop version makes it terrible to search. But if you go to my profile and search Marxist trainings, you'll find the thread. That was something that I think Jen was kind of like touching on, maybe not directly, but indirectly. And you can see how these same people created these Marxist training sessions. So Millie, let me get into this.
So up in the nest really quick, also, if you want to kind of go into a deep dive into the Feds for Democracy Zoom call that I put out, I put the thread up there in the nest. So you'll be able to see that we are going to have a series of threads here. So the first thread that I even did with this subject was actually the far left U.S. government employees conspired to subvert the president. That's a group of people working with these people that are in the call with Lisa Fithian. In fact, there is a woman named Erica Chenoweth, who is the co-author on the book Why Civil Resistance Works that Maria Stephan is a co-author on as well. So they co-wrote a book together. And Lisa Fithian has one of the authors in her calls, and Maria Stephan is co-hosting as a speaker in the Feds for Democracy workshop. So yeah, but yeah, go ahead, Aaron, get started.
Yeah, so these are color revolutionary authors, like much like Norm Eisen, Gene Sharp, Maria Stephan, and Erica Chenoweth. If you guys are listening, those of you guys that know me personally, I was talking about good old Erica the other day. All right, so we've got the thread. It's up in the Nest, plus the Feds for Democracy Now thread is up there that Millie put up. The first one's up in the Nest. You can also go down to the chat and follow along. So did you just cut this video? Because this looks updated. This first one in the thread, Millie? I think you just cut this video, didn't you?
Yeah, I just filmed a video
Yeah.
and I put that up. The video where I'm essentially talking about what you're about to see. So you could play that.
Yeah, I think I'll play that. Like, I know
Okay.
it's weird hearing yourself talk, but you're just going to have to, I mean, I get it. But like, I think it sets the table. Like, we really need to. Yeah, I'll just play it. All right, here we go.
Retweet the space.
Retweet the space. Get everybody in here. If at the very least, if you don't have time to stick around, bookmark it. It'll be in my highlights tab. You can go and access it later. But here we go.
I'm about to drop the receipts and the evidence that I've compiled over my multi-year investigation and infiltration operation into the left-wing affinity groups, as well as the left-wing protest organizations that are behind some of the big events that we remember, like the Summer of Love, George Floyd riots, the recent taking over of the university campuses. But they also, unbeknownst to many people, interfered in the 2020 election. And I'm about to show you how these groups all worked together with federal government bureaucrats, members of academia, high-ranking members of our military, and this web of NGOs and protest organizations all came together in order to make sure that they were the ones counting the votes by funneling their people into the poll worker positions. And then they made sure to form a massive coalition called the Protect the Results Coalition. And the Protect the Results Coalition was there to fortify their win and to essentially unleash mass civil disobedience, including their detailed plans to physically take over the Capitol building on January 6th to disrupt the Electoral College count. Why? Because they knew that there was always a possibility in a constitutional crisis that it could go into a process where it becomes one vote per state. And they knew if it ever went to that process, because neither candidate received the 270 electoral votes, that then Donald Trump would have been the next president. So you're about to see secret Zoom meetings that these individuals held, talking about physically taking over the government buildings, mentioning by date the January 6th date, the Electoral College dates, and describing how to do an uprising and how to do an insurrection. You're going to see the massive network of these NGOs and how they interlap, how many of them, many of the people who are participating in these Zoom calls and these simulation exercises are members of these large nonprofits, these large political action groups, as well as members of academia and the federal government. You're going to see a massive conspiracy and a massive RICO case that could blow this country out of its mind, because it disrupts everything we know about what happened on January 6th, what happened during the 2020 election, and it's going to give you an insight into what these groups are doing now during the 2024 election to interfere in the election.
So let's set the table. Let's just for posterity on the space, for people who've maybe never been exposed to this, let's set the table on what the Sunrise Zoom calls were, because this is where we start. You start on October 21st of 2020. Lisa Fithian hosted a 2.5-hour training session alongside Patrick Young of Shutdown DC, centering around a pre-planning an insurrection during the 2020 election timeline. And again, we're gonna play that video, but just explain how we're arriving at the Sunrise Zoom calls, what they are, and I'll even lead into this before you get into the explanation of this, because you probably. But the Sunrise Zoom calls was a collection of horizontally aligned affinity groups. So we're talking like Antifa, Shutdown DC, BLM, Sunrise Movement, which are ex-Hillary campaign staffer people. You guys may have seen Sunrise Movement take over various government buildings in the last year and a half or so, wearing the yellow T-shirts. They have the yellow and black as their color. That's the Sunrise Movement. You may have seen AOC clips kind of floating around the internet the last few days. We're like, oh, is Sunrise here? Is Sunrise here? The reason for all of that is because a lot of these like Democrat people that got elected in their various districts were depending upon the ex-Hillary campaign staffer and ex-Hillary campaign team nationwide that formed the Sunrise Movement based on the Green New Deal, Build Back Better bullshit, the Green New Deal stuff. These people were created in these protest groups. And so all of these different leftist affinity groups, horizontally aligned, did different things, but they all carried out the Summer of Love and everything else. So Millie, the Sunrise Zoom calls leading into that, before I get into this clip, do you want to give that context?
Yeah, just a minute.
Yeah, no worries. So the next clip I'm going to be talking about here in this thread, like I said, October 21st, 2020, Lisa Fithian hosted a 2.5-hour training session alongside Patrick Young of Shutdown DC. It centered around pre-planning an insurrection during the 2020 election timeline. January dates, electoral college dates. She referenced a document called The Count. We'll get there later. You guys have probably seen me put that out. Yeah,
really quick, sorry. The important thing to note here is initially my team that I ran, we started with penetrating the Sunrise Movement, which is the youth-led climate organization, or that's what they say publicly, that got behind the Green New Deal. They were backing Bernie Sanders. They were backing AOC, a lot of the more progressive Democrats. AOC would even appear in their Zoom calls. And the idea was essentially penetrating the Sunrise Movement, getting in and seeing what was going on, because we noticed there was a crossover between the Bernie Sanders campaign and the Sunrise Movement. So that's why we kind of went in there. And that was really 2018 time period. And then if you know, like in their documents, in their structure, they don't allow you to get past certain parts until you're in there for at least minimum 6 months, right? And then after you've been there for so long, you get opened up to more and more. So as we were in there for a long enough period of time, we got to be able to access the larger spokes council. So Sunrise Movement was on a spokes council. The spokes council consisted of representatives of Black Lives Matter, Shutdown DC, Refuse Fascism. I mean, there was, let me see, Spaces in Action. Like there were several, it's over 26, I believe, leftist groups. So you have to understand, like, there's a whole hierarchy and a whole way that this stuff comes together and works. And from the ground, it starts with affinity groups. Affinity groups can form together and form clusters. Clusters can form an organization or a coalition sometimes. Sorry, an organization or a working group. And then that a representative out of that cluster can be sent to a spokes council. So oftentimes, like, an organization could be a representative on a spokes council, or it could be a cluster of affinity groups that send a spokesperson to sit on a spokes council. But in particular, they had a spokes council that consisted of the Sunrise Movement, many other prominent groups like BLM, Shutdown DC, Refuse Fascism, Spaces in Action, Extinction Rebellion, and like I said, there was 26 of them. So then what you have to understand is their spokes council also was part of a coalition that was called the Protect the Results Coalition. The Protect the Results Coalition was partnered with a number of political action groups. Many of the participants in the coalition and in these Zoom calls are people who work for labor unions or work for nonprofits and other various organizations, or organizations pertaining to ballot work, voter work, nonprofits. So yeah, I hope that kind of gives a little bit more of an explanation here, but the basic concept is, by having it in an affinity group structure, they can isolate high risk activities. So it's like having cells. So if you had a small isolated affinity group that was going to go out and do highly illegal things, you're mitigating the risk by having it in a small isolated group. But that group could also then be working in a cluster or in a spokes council where they have an overarching plan, and whoever people like Lisa Fithian and others who are the trainers and the experts can be aware of what's happening in each affinity group, able to play them like pawns on a game on a larger scale action, and direct their I guess their power and their attacks in a more concerted, cohesive manner. So what you're seeing in this call, with Lisa Fithian, you're actually seeing a spokes council sitting in on the call. So if you were to go through participants, which I'm going to show later in the part 2 on January 6th on this thread, where you get to see the participants, but what you see is essentially those different spokes council groups are represented in there by their memberships and by their people. So you're seeing a coalescing of affinity groups coming together, watching in this call.
Well, and also, should, let's say, somebody like get sideways or not understand the assignment or get up or get arrested or someone sniffs them out, but like I mean, yeah, we were all a group of just like people that wanted to see a better country. We're not really sure what their activities were over there. That seems kind of crazy. Like, I think you all should figure it out, but that's not part of us. We just joined forces with groups. Maybe we sometimes loosely vet them. Therefore, I'm not really sure what's going on over there. Well, that's kind of crazy. I wish them well, and good luck to them, but that's not what we're about. And it's only because they were discovered or they were found or whatever it may be. And you can chop that tentacle off without ever having to destroy the central apparatus.
Right. And like there's
people,
nothing public
yeah.
facing saying Sunrise is working with Antifa groups or
Right.
some of these very profits or PACs are working with Antifa groups. So or
Yeah,
federal
sometimes we have
government bureaucrats
overlap.
are working with Antifa groups. Like there's nothing publicly out facing other than the materials I've put out here that show this, because they keep it that way on purpose. They keep it separate and isolated on purpose because it creates the appearance of many different organizations having the appearance of separateness going along with the same ideology. It can kind of force a conformity to other people. But if you were to see behind the curtain, you see they're all just one big giant working coalition of people running these groups.
Yeah, and
Well,
I think
and
like
Millie, this is where like in where the stuff with Norm Eisen and all of those different lawyers that are all part of these different affinity groups that are able to hide so much of this stuff behind attorney-client privilege, right? So they are literally using the legal system as a tool to hide their nefarious, what they're doing, by using the laws of the United States. That's the first thing they took away from Donald Trump with Michael Cohen, was that attorney-client privilege, because they knew where to look.
Yes, and Jen, I know you've talked about Norm Eisen a lot, and that's because he's been at the forefront of attacking Trump, and we know that. He played a role in the J6 Clown Show hearings, where they tried to frame Trump for an insurrection, which these people themselves are complicit in and are part of. It's important to note that in this call with Lisa Fithian, you actually have members of the Brookings Institute in the call, which, if you don't know, Brookings Institute is the organization that Norm Eisen is very, I guess maybe Jen could fill you in more on that, but Norm Eisen is really involved in Brookings Institute. So yeah, that's.
I want to say he's like on the board of the Brookings Institute, and it's Rosa Brooks, who did the Transition Integrity Project and put out all of that information following that exercise that they did before the 2020 election.
Jen, I got the Rosa Brooks block when Millie and I were starting to talk about TIP 2024. Rosa Brooks ran very quickly to block me. So that's 100% right. But Jen, like, I'm not going to detour Millie. I want to go through this thread. I think that for context, people need to understand what this is. But Jen, I was on the phone with Millie yesterday, and what we discovered was something very interesting. Millie,
Let's get
I'm gonna let
going
the cat.
though. Let's keep it going with the thread.
All right. Well,
Nope,
I'm just
not
saying.
we don't want to get too distracted. It's going to turn into a 7-hour long Zoom call. There's a lot of material to go over.
All right, give me like 3 minutes. I stepped out. I was going to say something. That's why I stepped out. So give me a second. All right, let me get back in. So basically, now I think we've set it up. Good enough here at this point. We can now get to opening up what the Sunrise Zoom calls were. Lisa Fithian, who she is, and she goes back to like the Arab Spring. Like Lisa Fithian, in my opinion, I'm pretty sure she's intel. She's not just like some protester or trainer. But anyway, October 21st, 2020, Lisa Fithian hosted a 2.5-hour training session alongside Patrick Young, who was the heavyset guy with the glasses of shut down DC. It centered around pre-planning an insurrection during the 2020 election timeline. So here we go.
About a decade ago.
By the way, that's Lisa Fithian speaking.
Really
I
quick.
know her. Yep.
You cut it off at the part where it says the January dates, electoral college dates. Okay, so that's the key. I want you to listen for that. Listen for her to mention the January dates, the electoral college dates.
Right, because this is in October. This is prior to November 5th. This is during like all the constitutional changes across all the swing states for early voting, mass mail-in ballot voting, all of these things. So these dates actually do matter in that context.
Well,
That's
it's
a
the
fair point.
context is that they're talking about planning their activities for those dates. That is the key here. So
100%. I just wanted to give people a context of why they were planning those dates and those timelines. Yeah, because again, it's very important to note these changes were they were happening rapidly, and they were doing this and they were pushing it during the fake COVID lockdowns. The woman that you're hearing is Lisa Fithian. Once you hear her voice, you can't unhear it. The same woman that showed up at Columbia University just recently with those lockdown building protests, which is going to be very relevant here in this context. Here we go.
There was a massive uprising.
Here, I'll start it over.
About a decade ago, there was a massive uprising to overthrow a dictator. Different scenario, but a similar kind of thing was happening, a regime change. Now, we know that this could play out, and there's key dates, the December dates, January dates, Electoral College. But if Biden overwhelmingly wins and Trump doesn't concede, and he's calling out the white, the Proud Boys, etc., will we be able to get our Tunisian moment, our Arab Spring? Can we bring out those numbers? So, and how do we do that? So the Egyptians, one of the things that they learned, and again, what can we continue to learn from them? And I think about all of this stuff is in this concept of self-organizing. Whenever we rise up, people organize to meet needs. We'll talk a little bit more about the infrastructure that we're building. But one of the things that has happened during the Egyptian uprising that was so important was that the army defended the people against the police. And when you're in a situation of a coup or an insurrection or an uprising, whoever's got the guns often can win, unless our numbers are so highly mobilized.
I can't even begin to unpack how scary that is. Because Lisa Fithian, who was part of the Arab Spring, which I brought up earlier, which I didn't even listen to this clip prior to this. I just knew that. I knew who she was. Because Millie, remember when I sent you that article like a year and a half ago? I was like, yo, she's been messing around in Egypt and in the Arab Spring since like the 70s and 80s. Like this, she's not new to this. Like she knows exactly what she's doing. And then listening to this clip, she's talking about the Tunisian revolution and color revolutions and a quote unquote coup, because the entire language through all of this was that Donald Trump was going to commit a coup. He was not going to relinquish power. Even if he loses, he's going to hang on to power. Part of the Transition Integrity Project is that he's not going to relinquish power. And then what do we have at our disposal? We need to have uprising, and whoever's got the guns wins. Like,
Right, but and that's what they would say outward facing, but as you'll see later in this Zoom call, they had a contingency plan for in the event Trump had a slight victory, that they were going to turn and target Democrats to force them to force Biden to not concede. So you can say that, but in actuality, these people were trying to plan an uprising and an insurrection in order to force Trump out of office. And that's why she's giving those examples of revolutions, Tunisian revolutions, Arab Spring, is because they're wanting to kind of allow people to see that this has been done successfully, and encouraging them to essentially partake in doing the same thing.
correct. I'm saying take that language and flip it to 2024 should Donald Trump win on November 5th. That was the point I was making, was this is the contrast that they're setting up.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's always a potential for something of the sort to spark up if Donald Trump is able to essentially have such a large, overwhelming wave of support that it outweighs any type of rigging that these that could potentially go on. So yeah, I mean, but the reality is they also are very aware of how their movements have to have the appearance of nonviolence, and that's why they always talk about nonviolent civil disobedience, nonviolent tactics. It's actually a term. They're not saying that it's not that they can't use violence, because they are more than willing to. It's that their movement has to have the appearance of nonviolence to a certain degree. So yeah, I mean, if we can go into their plans for 2024, but I think that that's going to be kind of at the bottom of the last thread. So, but yeah, just for context here, they are discussing doing an insurrection and an uprising, and they mentioned specifically the January dates, electoral college dates. So yeah.
So you want to drive the next one home
Sure.
here? So I think you can make your point. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, the next one is taking over government buildings. So Fithian talked about taking over government buildings. Trump's got to go in order to achieve what they did. They knew they had to take over important buildings, but there's a whole quote here. But like, there may be some people that are willing to break the windows to get into the government buildings. Like, if that's what we need to do, then we shouldn't fight about that. Let's do that. Let's take over the building. So that is what she says. I'm going to play the clip here for you. So make sure you listen for that.
Also understood that we had to have a common framework. And that's one of the reasons why I'm also a big fan of Shutdown DC, because the community of organizers has been working on a clear framework, looking at the scenarios, doing the recruiting, and helping to craft a vision of what we might do. And so, I just want to share a little bit about what they put forward. Is they made it very clear that they had some demands of the Egyptian people. In this case, it was the downfall of the regime of Hosni Mubarak, cessation of emergency law, freedom, justice, formation of a non-military government with the interest of the Egyptian people, and the constructive administration of all of Egyptians' resources. I don't know if we have clear demands, if there should be a coup. Obviously resign, demand set down, but we should be clear, like, it's got to go. Trump's got to go. In order to achieve what they did, they knew they had to take over important government buildings. They knew they had to try and win over members of the police and army, and they had to protect each other. I feel like we're getting pretty good at learning how to protect each other. I think we don't have a lot of experience taking over government buildings. We might need to think about that. And I know, as I said earlier, how, we may find ourselves in the streets with people with different tactics than ours. But like, there may be some people that are willing to break the windows to get into the government buildings. Like, if that's what we need to do, then we shouldn't fight about that. Let's do that. Let's take over the buildings. And maybe we can learn from the youth of Hong Kong. When they broke open the halls of power and went in and took over those spaces, they also did stuff like put signs on the soda machines that said, please don't, buy your soda, we're not thieves. And they put signs on the cultural artifacts in the building that says, please don't destroy this, we honor our history. Disciplined in how they took the space. But the point being is that if there are people that are willing to do that, we should support them and not fight against them.
So that's the end of that clip right there. And I think this is a very bombshell clip, because here in it, I mean, this is the part where she's actually saying that let's do that. Let's take over the building. So she's actually full on outright talking about and instructing her groups to take over the government buildings by breaking the windows. But then notice how she talks about, but then when we take the space, we're going to be disciplined about it, which I find some striking similarities between what happened on January 6th. Like, everyone was talking about how the storming of the Capitol, but they didn't, but the people didn't deface it. They were, disciplined in a way of how they took the space. So to me, it kind of
walking inside the
similar.
velvet ropes, right? When you saw them walking, what is it, through the rotunda, and instead of like everybody walking everywhere, like everyone was like trying to stay inside the velvet ropes and like stuff like that. Millie?
Exactly, Jen. That's exactly it. So it makes you wonder, like, how many people did they have around instructing and kind of guiding people and how to behave? And we'll get more into this, and you'll see that they use people to essentially kind of control. And so this is where the next tweet in the thread talks about how they use trained anchor affinity and flying squads to kind of absorb protesters, like everyday people that are kind of unknowing, just wanting to show up for a political cause. They absorb them into their agenda, and they move the groups of people towards the buildings they want to take over. But it kind of allows you to know that they've got these like operators, these agitators, provocateurs who are trained, that know how to move crowds of people and know how to essentially get them like sheep almost into the position and place and behaving in the way that they want them to behave. Go ahead, Jen, and then we'll go to this clip.
Yeah, so I mean, in that, Millie, if you watch the footage from the outside of the Capitol during January 6th, like, you will see people placed inside the crowds that were like, oh, moving people here, and you could see them like pushing them into the building, right? People giving direct direction to people as they were coming up to the Capitol. You could see how they had this group of people on the outside, that it was their job to specifically move people through that crowd and get them into that building, because they knew that if they got them into the building and they didn't go through security, that all of those people were screwed.
And so that's why I think so many people have fixated on people like, I believe, Ray Epps and others who were telling people, everybody, we're going to go to the Capitol, and kind of going to where the groups of people are and then redirecting them to the Capitol. So I'm going to play the clip so you can listen to the similarities here and what Lisa Fithian is describing.
The other thing that was really interesting to me as I looked at their model of organizing, they made sure that they chose ground, Tahrir Square. So in your community, what is the heart of your community? Where do people naturally gather? Where are the people of power, right? Is that where you want to make the center of your resistance? Like here in DC, it would be Black Lives Matter Plaza. But where in your community makes sense to organize? And then when you look at that again with the new eyes that you want to put on now, because this training is about helping to get new eyes and new lenses of those areas, escape routes, protective cover. Where might you have scouts, right? Where do you have abilities to watch, and that's going to be key, having eyes all the time. But what the folks in Egypt did is they made sure that they had organizing in the neighborhoods. and that it was basically a strike. That's how I look at it. Building relationships with your neighbors, getting them hyped about what's happening on days where we're trying to converge, like whipping them up, some flags, marching people in, right? Coming from smaller to larger. So if you were in a city that's a heart, what are the neighborhoods nearest by? What's the demographics of them? Can you organize them? Because part of the trick that we have, friends, is like the more people that start coming, the more people will come. So how do you quickly ramp up your numbers wherever you're going to fight so that more people will come? And again, that's what Shutdown DC is doing right now. And it's another lesson we learned when we shut down Seattle during the World Trade Organization. We trained like 3,000 people in a bunch of affinity groups who had a common vision that knew how to throw it down. And then when other people started to come in, it was very easy to absorb them into the plan because you had these anchor affinity groups. So that again is something to think about. Who are your core people? What's your framework for action? How do you get it anchored with trained people carrying the vision? And then how do you create structures for people just joining in the day to quickly get integrated and absorbed into the mobilization? It might be quick orientations on site, quick trainings on site, quick affinity groups, or forming people into clusters, or what I often call flying squads, which is what you see on this screen here. Gathering a group of 50 to 100 people with energy, moving them to where they need to be. That might be a job of your affinity group, right? Pulling a particular neighborhood into a center of power. Again, preparing yourself. Lots of stuff available online. But again, the principles are, what do you need to protect yourself from chemical weapons, projectiles, batons, horses, backpacks with padding, can be padding for batons, helmets for clubs. So all of these things are not some indicator of your militancy or coolness. These are self-protective measures at this point.
So she was showing an illustration, like an image of, it looks like a sweater, goggles, masks, different attire, different things that you should have and wear. Classic like riot gear. But before that, the image that was up on the screen, I just want to read this part to you because I just find this graphic amazing. It says part one, steps for carrying out the plan. 1, assemble with your friends and neighbors in residential streets far away from where the security forces are. 2, shout slogans in the name. And this says Egypt because they're using an Arab Spring manual. The people's freedom, positive slogans. Encourage residents to join in again with positive language. Go into the major streets in very large groups in order to form the biggest possible assembly. And then 5, head towards important government buildings while shouting positive slogans in order to take them over.
Again, I want to remind people. So, Millie, at this point, because I don't want to get too much further into this without reminding people, maybe they're new, maybe they've never experienced this. Let's remind people who are in this Zoom call right now. Right. So like these are government contractors. These are people inside DHS. These are government workers. These are horizontally aligned affinity group protester types. These are, I mean, like Aaron, my friend Aaron down here, who was a DHS whistleblower. He says, well, this is like intelligence. This is intelligence briefing type material of how you protect yourself going into a specific environment. He said this Egypt lady, who is Lisa Fithian, is literally describing an intelligence preparation of the battle space, an actual function that every basic intelligence analyst learns. And so I want to remind people of what this Zoom call, what you're hearing, who they're talking to. Does that make sense? Like, I think we should probably remind people of who she's talking to right now in 2020 in October.
Right. And we will get into that, like the actual names and the organizations the people are working for and associated with, the NGOs and the PACs.
No, I mean like
yeah.
the people that are on the call, on like the general consensus and population of the people on the call.
So the general consensus and the people on this call with Lisa Fithian, hosted by Shutdown DC leader Patrick Young. Patrick Young and Shutdown DC are the main people hosting this. Lisa Fithian's the trainer who's also associated with Shutdown DC, Ruckus Society, and Extinction Rebellion. Many of the people in the call are from various Antifa left-wing affinity groups. So there's pockets of Extinction Rebellion, pockets of like Rising Tide, Lifting Voices. There's Shutdown DC, obviously, Sunrise Movement. There's a lot from 350 or 350, that 350 Action and 350 org. There's a bunch from various different NGOs, nonprofits, union organizers, union members. You do have some people who are actual members of like city councils. You have some people who currently work in a lady who currently works in the Maine governor's office. You have interns, a lady who later became an intern for Nancy Pelosi. You have a political advisor currently to Representative Rashida Tlaib. I mean, it's kind of like a large body of people with various power resources, as well as you have a lot of media writers and contributors. So you have a good amount of like contributors to a girl who's a contributor to Huffington Post, Teen Vogue, I believe Daily Beast. Like there's a bunch of leftist contributors as well in this. So it kind of gives you an idea that they had their Antifa affinity groups, their representatives of those, but they also had a contingent of the people in government. They had a contingent of representatives in academia, so like professors and deans. They had a contingent representing like military, like a lieutenant Air Force, lieutenant colonel of the Air Force, different people with military backgrounds. So it really kind of ranged. It's hard. You can't say that it was just one thing. I did see like a handful of federal bureaucrats in this call, but the main key is Erica Chenoweth is in this call. She's the co-author of the book that Maria Stephan wrote on essentially Orange Revolutions. And also the call itself is being hosted by Patrick Young of Shutdown DC. And it's important to note that the call for the Feds workshop with the hundreds of federal government bureaucrats who are plotting subversion, plotting to topple the pillars of power, plotting to use inside tactics, they specifically mentioned that they're working with Shutdown DC and these other leftist groups in the call. They mentioned being part of the Protect the Results Coalition, and the call itself was actually being hosted by Patrick Young's Zoom account. So there's no way you can argue that there's any bit of separation, that these people were all working together in a concerted effort. Not only that, but the facilitators guides and all that stuff was housed inside of the combined group's movement resources, all their working documents. This was a single group of people working together. The other thing is this, like there are many people in the call that have yet to have been identified, or that I haven't. I tried to go through and identify as many as I could. But the sheer number, we're talking hundreds of participants on each call, including on the scenario exercise calls, which you guys will be able to see those on my website and everything. But like, that's why I've been asking for help. I mean, you see that there's so many of these other conservative election integrity groups or whatever that get all these resources, all this funding to have an entire team and all this other stuff. And we really are working with peanuts. We're working with very little resources over here. And I've just been kind of going through and doing a lot of, so it's hopefully maybe people out there on the internet will be able to go through with and maybe the internet will be able to help identify some of the remaining individuals and kind of go through and say, hey, maybe you missed a person here. Look what I found over here. That if that happens as a result of this, that will be amazing, because really what we need is the American people to kind of all come together here and support us in what we're doing, support journalists that are doing this type of work, but also to roll up your sleeves and do some investigating and do some internet sleuthing yourself. So I guess we could go to the next video.
So can I just jump in here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
So they keep referencing the Egyptian Arab Spring, and I just want to kind of remind the room what the Egyptian Arab Spring was, because it was not just some like, oh, Egypt wants to be free, like, and it's going to go over great. This is where Laura Logan, I believe, Trash, correct me if I'm wrong. This is where Laura Logan was out reporting in the crowd when she ended
That's
up
correct.
getting attacked. This
when
is
the battery on her light died and she was,
yeah.
RAPED'd in the crowd. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is where Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton overthrew, was it Hosni Mubarak first, Trash? And then they overthrew, I believe, Mubarak, and then the Obama Hillary wing came walking in and said, no, we know you want to be free, okay, but we have this nice Muslim Brotherhood guy, so we want you to install him. So they end up installing the Muslim Brotherhood CIA pick guy as the president of Egypt. Well, the people are like, who the hell is this guy? We didn't want the Muslim Brotherhood. Like, we didn't overthrow Mubarak in order to bring in the Muslim Brotherhood. We want to be free. So the people took back to the streets and they overthrew the government again. And that is where we end up with the current president of Egypt. Trash, it's slipping my name. His name is, I can't remember. But anyways, that's this area in which they are talking about, is when the Obama wing of the CIA tried to go and install a world leader backed by the Muslim Brotherhood. And this is where Lisa Fithian really cut her teeth, it seems.
That's 100% accurate. And I don't mean to like hold up the thread or hold up the space, but I think that like, at least people like myself, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but like people like myself, like policy wonk and policy nerds and like politics nerds, like I understand all of these things, but I think that for people to conceptualize what they're hearing on this and how it's relevant that we're leading up to 2020, 2021, I think it requires just like a refresher for some people so they understand the context of it. So Millie, I don't mean to hold you up at all. I promise I don't. I think that sometimes we need to recenter so people understand the gravity of what they're hearing, that they then had turned basically these entire techniques that our State Department and intelligence communities have been using for like the last 20, 30 plus years, how they focused it on the American people because Donald Trump and January 6th and all the things. So you need to understand like that we have been operating and we've been doing this for years in color revolutions, in the Orange Revolution in 2004, and the Euromaidan revolution in Ukraine in 2014, and Norm Eisen and Gene Sharp and Michael McFaul and Michael Carpenter and all these people, and Vicky Newland and all these people that have been operating in Eastern Europe and Eastern Ukraine that have run these color revolutions. They ran that same type of operation in this country in 2020 to try to get rid of Donald Trump. And now here we are, a few days away from an election. And why this is so relevant, because the same people, Maria Stephan, Erica Chenoweth, Lisa Fithian, all of these people were involved in both the Arab Spring, the Orange Revolution, and the Euromaidan coup in Ukraine, and why we're even fighting in Ukraine to begin with, because of the multi-trillion-dollar reserves assets in Eastern Ukraine that we don't want Russia to control because we're not going to allow them into NATO. It all plays into this. And it's just important context. And I know I'm frustrating you, Millie, and I'm sorry. I'm just stopping it so people understand the context if they've never heard this before of why it's so relevant. Because I do want to get through this content, but I do want to introduce the names and the characters of why they give a shit in October of 2020 about removing and mobilizing, organizing horizontally aligned affinity groups in DC to run a coup, effective color revolution coup operation in DC, and then to frame people for January 6th, like Brandon Strzok, who's up on stage, Sean Bradley Weitzman, who's also up on stage, who framed these people as some part of like, some Proud Boys, racist fucking protest that took over the Capitol and we wanted to take over the DC. No, we didn't. Y'all did this and y'all frame people, and you're not going to get fucking away with it.
Well,
And so I just wanted, anyway,
well, Trash, I was just
I'm
going to
just,
add to that, right? Is the fact that what we're seeing with if Lisa Fithian was part of this whole Egyptian revolution that took place, and Bree, thank you, LCC. I knew that, Avi. But these people are actual foot soldiers of this CIA military complex that is gone into these various different countries and carried out these revolutions. So America was just the next country on the list of them installing their quote unquote democracy, which is not democracy, it's mob rule. That these people, specifically the Fithians, the Chenowiches or whatever, those people are actual like highly level trained foot soldiers that have done this multiple times for the same people.
yeah, 100%. And so, Millie, are you still with us? I don't want to make it into a 7-hour
No,
space,
no,
but
you're doing good. I think it is important to
Hey
provide
guys,
the context. I do agree. And I think that
hey
it's
Millie and
relevant.
Jack.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have to run. I've got to tack up some horses and go track down some coyotes that are getting at our cattle. But I just, if I may, just really quickly, I just wanted to point out to the room that this is the whole of government approach. This public-private partnership structure that began ahead of the election that ended up becoming part of the Biden-Harris transition team. And in the very first days of the Biden-Harris administration, these are the organizations that drafted the Thriving Together Springboard that would ultimately become what we're seeing roll out today in the acquisition of private property, but otherwise known as the Equitable Long-Term Recovery and Resiliency Federal Plan. So in the first days of the Biden-Harris administration, there was those, flurry of executive orders that would go on to create this entire whole of government administrative state policy structure. There is a very big reason why all of this occurred. And so I just wanted to point that out very quickly because, where I pick up in my research follows directly after what happened, leading up to the election. So I just want to thank you guys so much for your research. This is so important. And just really thank you so much. You really helped me to understand these structures and really helped to guide my own research. So thank you very much.
thanks, Bree, and I appreciate it. But Millie, what's crazy about this, Millie, and Bree, thank you so much. I think you're 100% spot on. I'm not going to talk about BlackRock or energy or anything else. I'm not going to get into that. But what Millie's doing here in this initial thread is setting the table that basically presents the machine that has been levied for some time, that is basically like not only the Democrat influence machine, but essentially the State Department and the uniparty blob. I think Mike Benz was correct when he called it the blob, that operates out of the State Department. But this is required reading material to even get into what the blob is. And so I understand maybe being frustrated, not being able to set the table, but we really had to set the table there. And I didn't mean to derail, Millie. My apologies. I think that this was important context that we had to go into. And I know you're not mad at me, but I'm mad at myself because I felt like I derailed.
Okay, Trash, you better stop doing this. She's really going to shank you.
I'm leading into what I'm saying is let's finish the groundwork that this thread was that lays the table for what's to come. Is all I'm saying, Millie. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, and I appreciate that. I think that it is important to lay the groundwork and to give context. And it's kind of given me some time to put another post in the thread. So thank you. All right. So if you want to, we can go to the next thread here. The next post in the thread. Where were we at? So we were just talking about the taking over bill, which that's a really big one. I think that's a really big one, where they're talking about using the flying squads and directing people to the Capitol and making sure that, what it shows. And she gives an example of when they, in the past, had 3,000 trained people that they used, affinity group members, 3,000 trained affinity group members that they used to kind of do this like crowd direction
Well,
And
Millie,
it's almost
that
like they're
shows
wolves leading
intent.
the sheep, you know?
That shows
Yes.
intent. And Brandon, I mean, if you, in your case, if you would have had this knowledge and being able to prove that there was intent for these leftist affinity groups to take over these buildings on January 6th, do you think the outcome, or maybe not because of the courts, but in a logical world, that would show that there was an overarching plan done by the opposite side? Brandon might not be there. Millie, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll just, I guess we'll move to the next one. So the next tweet is called, it says, taking over inside spaces. Fithian shows images of the Wisconsin Capitol in which protesters took it over and staged protests inside of the building. Now, there is a part in this video, I will say, that I found to be pretty comical, just because we know how ridiculous the left is with some of their wokeness. So I'll play this video. Huh? Just be prepared.
What we saw in the Arab Spring, and we've seen in many places around the world since then and today, is these massive uprisings. And we have seen some stuff in the U.S., right, with the Wisconsin wave right after Tahrir Square, which led to the Occupy movement, massive occupations all across the country, changed the narrative, fought back against the foreclosures. What are the ingredients that allow this to happen? And can we put those in place now? Can we, and we're also dealing with COVID, like taking over inside spaces gets harder and harder with COVID, but we might need to do it. And one of the things we've learned is that our movements for justice, not one of them has been a super spreader, not one. So again, we know, look at, this is Puerto Rico. The people rose up in Puerto Rico and there was a regime change. And they used that moment to start looking at alternative models of governance, including people's assemblies in different neighborhoods. Right? If we can get this, we don't need to worry so much about the other stuff.
So I don't know about you guys, but I think it's kind of funny that she was saying that not one of our protest events has been a super spreader, not one, right? Because if you remember at this time, this period in time, there was supposedly a pandemic going on, right? And no one was supposed to be gathering together, and there was all this like really crazy rules about social distancing and not, no one was allowed to gather. They were arresting pastors of churches. They were shutting down churches, right? But here she is talking about leading a large group of protesters into an inside space, into a Capitol. And if you were to look at the images that she shows in this video, she's showing pictures of inside of the Wisconsin Capitol, a bunch of protesters in there, like jam-packed. And she's essentially saying to the people, oh, don't worry though, not one of ours has been a super spreader event, not one. So you don't have to worry.
Remember the professor out of Colorado State that put out the article that said, we have no direct evidence of any kind of like spreading of COVID during BLM protests, that Colorado professor. Well, there you have it. You have a Colorado professor that says there's no evidence that these BLM protests are any kind of super spreader events. Therefore, we should lock everyone else down, but the protests are okay. They base it on that professor's study out of Colorado State. Remember that?
Yeah, and it's probably a professor that's probably affiliated with these groups for all we know.
Exactly.
Because there's a lot of, there is a
Exactly.
Colorado professor in the Zoom calls.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So it's pretty ridiculous, but it just goes to show the lunacy. The other thing is a lot of the people, like, well, I would say many had something to do with the pandemic. So like I found people in the calls that were like in charge of pandemic response and other various things. So, but we'll get into that later. But I just think that part's pretty ridiculous. And again, she's just kind of reiterating the need to do an uprising. Okay. All right. So let's go to the next one. Commitments to not deploy the National Guard. Fithian repetitively stressed the importance of getting allied Democrats in positions of power to agree to not deploy the National Guard. And this is pretty interesting because I know that that's been one of the big controversies. Everyone talking about how they didn't deploy the National Guard. Trump requested it. It was blockaded. They refused. It was Nancy Pelosi's Sergeant of Arms who refused, but it was also members of the Pentagon that refused. So it's pretty interesting to show. And to me, it's an indication of just how deep this web goes of these people who are part of this concerted effort. So let's play it right here.
Domestic soil that can be called in. And then there's the National Guard. National Guard in DC is deployed by the President of the United States. But in every other state, it's deployed by the governor, unless the president can invoke what's called the Insurrectionary Act. Then he can deploy them. I've been thinking more and more, what would a campaign look like to go to all the Democratic governors and to make a commitment now to refuse to deploy the National Guard against the people, but to only deploy them to protect the people from the white supremacists and the rogue police. It seems a very far out idea in my mind, who've been an anti-military person my whole life. But again, I said earlier, I feel like if there's a full out violent conflict, civil war that breaks out, we're out of our league. A lot of us are not prepared for that. And I would rather pit the people with guns against each other than have us get caught, us with all the guns facing us. I know that back in the 80s, we were able to get a Democratic governor to refuse to send the National Guard to Central America. I think it's something we should be considering right now. Because a lot of the National Guard are working class people. So if you were in a city that's just start talking to them. You know, I've been talking to, them when I see them, and the police are locked down. The police maybe.
Oh, what happened here?
What we're so divided, but they're locked down in a machine in a way that the National Guard may not be. So all that being said and done, we should be thinking and getting ahead of what might get deployed on us and see if we can use it to be deployed on our behalf.
So, I mean, what are your thoughts on that, Aaron?
I'm actually shockingly surprised. So basically what I'm hearing here is that Lisa Fithian has essentially created a community of progressive leftist action team types that aren't actually being directly supported until they become a force. And then they say, well, hey, by the way, we have a lot of influence and we need you to do X, Y, and Z. And that I'm willing to create a scenario where the left and the right will fight each other to get to our ends. So essentially, she seems to be talking like as if she's trying to create civil war scenarios, even though we don't actually go kinetic. We take it to the very end of a kinetic warfare, and it becomes an information war, political war, and then we get our ends of what we're trying to justify without actually having a kinetic war. This is actually the first time I've ever heard these people, whom I loosely associated with people on the left, but still associated because I've seen them show up at their protests. This is the first time I've heard where it seems to be more of a captive type specific movement that is not attached to a political party, that are trying to create and sow civil division up to the very, very last inch before kinetic division to get the ends to justify the means. And if we remove any kind of challenges from the right, we found our home on the left, and we don't actually have to go to war, civil war, kinetic war, and that we will get what we want. So this seems to be an external group almost operating. That language anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Trash, these are what I would call like your almost globalist shock troops, right? So these are the ones. So in 2016, when we were interviewing people inside the protests, I interviewed the one guy, and he was telling me how he was actually getting paid by like a Soros affiliated group. And these are the people who your Antifa types, your black types, people who purposely are sent places to go in, start, unrest in all these places, start riots, and then they pull out and they get sent to the next place to then go in and do unrest and then leave. And they're not affiliated with the Democrats or the Republicans. However, they do have a relationship with them as almost a shock force to get these conflicts started.
So I think the best way to kind of wrap your head around what's going on here is you have I don't even know if it'd be appropriate to call them a progressive arm, but they're really like a communist Marxist arm that has taken up power inside the Democrat Party. And so there's a competing, they're friends and allies, but at the same time, they're also a competing force against each other. But what you're seeing here, Lisa Fithian is probably like one of the main trainers inside that kind of Marxist progressive arm. There's parts in this video, like I said, it's a 2.5 long video. I recommend everyone to watch it because I'm going to publish the whole thing. But for those of you who don't want to sit down and take the time, I can kind of, do my best to clue in on certain parts in the video that aren't, I didn't necessarily have the time to make a bajillion clips, but I put the ones out there that I believed are the most relevant for understanding the story here. But one of the things you see is they'll reference, like in their calls, oh, I'm from this area, former Lakota nation, or I'm from that area, former this nation, right? And they talk about how the United States it's stolen land, it's Native American land, it's run by a bunch of white settlers and colonizers, and their objective being to essentially dismantle the United States. Okay, this radical arm talks about dismantling the United States. Now, I'm not sure that's only isolated to the affinity groups, the Antifa groups, whereas some of the people on the outer end who use them and work with them obviously are more in league with maybe more of the progressive Democrat party line. But there is an element that is very like communist and very Marxist here, and that's why you do see some of that clashing and warring within their own party. And it's a matter of you have this progressive Marxist arm that is trying to continuously build power, and then you have the pre-existing Democrat Party today that is wrought with crime and organized crime. You have Obama, Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, those type of people there who are so desperate to maintain power that they end up working with this and using them to essentially enact a purpose that they want. And you see it later on where a lot of the people who were part of this got the hookups further down the line. So Sunrise Movement got several other people in the Biden administration. Sunrise got Biden to do an executive order to create the American Climate Corps, which originally they wanted to call I think it was the Green Climate Corps, the Green New Deal Climate Corps. So they compromised on the name, but they did it in partnership with the leaders of Sunrise. It's spoken about in the executive order. I could go into that, but essentially what it does is it funds and facilitates a bunch of these young climate kids that are being entrained as Marxists, and gives them a direct pathway and internship into federal government bureaucratic positions. So that's their move, fully get more of their people infiltrated into the federal government so that they will have the Green New Deal soldiers to enact their Green New Deal policies in the bureaucratic, at the bureaucratic level, okay, at the government level. So yeah, go ahead, Jen.
Well, Millie, I was just going to say, the Democratic Party in the United States, right, has been completely taken over and commandeered by this communist Marxist group, right? And the thing is that the globalists, right, in order to enact their globalist plan on the United States, right, or on the world, because they can't enact globalism if you have a free America. If a free America stands, globalism doesn't work, right? So that's why groups like the Soros Foundation, Open Society, the Atlantic Council, the Trilateral Commission, all of these groups have bought off, for lack of a better term, right? They have chosen the Democrat Party as a vessel in order to undermine and destabilize the United States, right? So that's why you see in the Democrat Party today these elements of the Marxist, communist, globalists, is because they are flipping the bills for a lot of these things that the Democrat Party is carrying out. Right. And when you look at it like that, right, is that the globalists who want to enact, right, destabilize America, get rid of America, England, all of these other places that have some level of freedom, right, freedom of speech, get rid of them, because if those places stand, they can't carry out what they want to carry out. Right. And the Democrat Party has almost become a battling ram in the United States for them to enact this plan. And I think people need to realize that yes, we have political parties, right? But they are being highly funded by Soros and globalist money, because communism and Marxism is the political ideology of the globalists.
What you could say though, in essence, like people like Lisa Fithian in these groups are accelerationists, like Marxist communist types, to where they would participate, and I'm not I'm gonna say hypothetically here. Hypothetically, the accelerationists would say participate in rigging an election and do it in such a sloppy way that it creates a bunch of disgruntled people that would then protest, and that trigger moment would be able to be used as a moment to create an uprising or an insurrection. And then when she's talking in here about, oh, look, we can pit the people with the guns against each other, what she's alluding to is the Trump supporters and the military and the police being pitted against each other. And the idea here being weaken it. And then when they wanted to try to do their communist revolution, they would have an easier time because they would be able to come into a situation that's chaotic, and thus they would be a pre-planned, orchestrated group that would be able to maneuver and figure out a way to grab the reins of power. Does that make, like, use the Trump supporters or the conservatives that are disgruntled to overthrow, then for them to come in and take the power. Like, that's the way these people think.
Well,
and that's what I think that's what she's describing here. But notice she's also saying getting commitments from Democrat allies in positions of power to agree to not deploy the National Guard, which I think is a big deal as well.
Right. But
yeah,
then you would also essentially take the weakest of the two parties, right? So like the weakest of the two parties, like in a two-party system in this country, the weakest of the two would definitely be the Democrat Party. Why is it the weakest? Because they're the most susceptible to being bought off, paid off, willing to accept a position of power and accept the paycheck that goes along with it, as long as they go along to get along. And then you align the corporations with that same party, which is what we've seen since basically 2016 going into 2020. We've seen this public-private partnership type thing emerge post Occupy Wall Street. And the most vulnerable, weakest part is the most corrupt and easily corruptible side of the politics. Whereas you've got like people who are America first, who not only stood up to the Democrat Party, but they also stood up to the establishment neocons who went running to the Democrat Party to support Kamala Harris, like the Cheneys and the Bushes and the Romneys and all these people, the same establishment weaklings that were susceptible to corruption. As we root out corruption, it goes to the left. So it's naturally that you would link on to progressive ideology. You would then link on where corporations are moving, where they would have the most influence, where they had the least amount of restriction, where they would have the least amount of oversight. Whereas people, while you're seeing kind of like a political realignment. And so she says, she seems to be, in my opinion, I agree with you on the work that I've done on accelerationism, which I have quite a bit. And Becca has done even more than me, BX_on_X, is that the more vulnerable side of the two-party system that's perceived in the most powerful country in the world is the most corrupt, is the most corruptible. And so that's why America First had to be crushed, because then it's being forced to one direction. And once it's forced one direction, you don't have a grasp on both sides of that same weakness and corruption, then it has to come from one area, and their job becomes much more difficult. So the corporations are there, the public-private partnerships are there, the progressive side is there, and all you have to do is corrupt it, move it in, and then demand representation within that side, and then they slowly take over and poison the system, and then they can rechange it and remake it how they see fit, which is why you saw censorship and psychological operations and canceling and Media Matters and all these things, because it became this poisonous arm of that authoritarian type regime that you would need in order to deploy communism, Marxism, I guess, if that's really what they're after, but I don't think it's what they're after. They're just after power, and they find it easier with a communist Marxist type education system and upbringing, and people are susceptible at a younger age to then participate, be the foot troops and the ground troops for this. And I think that's what we're seeing, Millie. I got to be honest with you. That's what it seems like to me.
Absolutely. So I want to get to the next video clip here, the next tweet. It's sharing maps and identifying targets. So in this part of the video, Lisa Fithian has shut down DC leader Patrick Young, who is the creator of this ArcGIS map. She has him kind of talk over and, give a little bit of a tour inside of this detailed ArcGIS map that really is highlighting their targets. So I know this is going to be harder for people. They'll describe it, but just to describe what they're looking at here in the video is they are looking at a target map that shows the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan area from like a Google map looking perspective, but they have like targets highlighted and boxed out, like the Capitol is in a big red box as a target with like the nodes for the roads that would be targets. They have Trump boosters mapped out and different Democrat boosters mapped out, and they show the roads and everything else. So I'm going to play this. I don't know if we're going to go through the whole clip because it's 6 minutes, but I'll play it probably up till like around 4 or so minutes in. So let me do this right here. And we might pause it if we need to in between here.
We began to put together a list of things we want to know about in the city. So where are all the police stations? Because it's good to know where the police are. Where are all the key government buildings? Where are all the media outlets? Who are the Trump boosters? We don't have all of them up there because we want to keep this simple for you. Go ahead, Patrick. And Patrick, do you want to just pick up and talk a little bit about this map?
Sure. I wasn't planning on that, but
I mentioned it earlier, but yeah, go for it.
Yeah, happy to. So, Lisa and some other folks came up with a great list of the folks that we might want to go have conversations with, and we have them in categories, right? So we may decide that we want to go talk to the media. So where are they? We may decide we need to talk with Trump boosters. So where are they? And we used software called ArcGIS. If you have a university affiliation or somebody in your group does, you can probably get this for free. Otherwise, you can get it for not very much. But what's cool about this is we're able to pull in other public data sets. So in the purple, we have all the military properties in DC. And then the nice folks from the the District of Columbia city government have made available transportation infrastructure maps and all sorts of other things. When we zoom a little bit closer, we can take a look at here's a version of it where in the we're seeing live traffic here, and then where there are road closures, it'll tell us whether there's a planned event or there's something else that's going on. So this is a good thing to have to look at home when you're to have some of your affinity group looking at home. And we did during Juneteenth, we had a version of that where people were tracking things live and helping us in the streets. And then if we go even further in, we've got super high resolution. This is once again a courtesy of the District of Columbia, super high resolution, better than Google Maps aerial photography of Washington, D.C. So where it's not loading very fast because we're on Zoom. We can get really detailed. Okay, exactly how wide is that intersection? Information. So it's a wealth of information. I imagine folks are asking what the link to it is. We're still working on it. It's going to make it. We're going to make it public at some point. I think that there's a little bit too much going on here for it to make sense. In general, the source of the aerial data is the DC open data. So most cities have open data programs where they make big sets of data available to basically anybody who wants to access it. And we're able to just kind of pull this in here and add the add these as layers to our map. So much of this information is provided to us by the local or the district or the federal government, and we're happy to take it.
I mean, so Millie, real quick,
And will you scroll out a little?
Yeah, go ahead.
that's impossible to listen to. Patrick is literally one of the worst, most public speakers I've ever heard in my entire life. If the dude doesn't and ah, you can't even understand what he's saying. Like, it's beyond recognition. What he was trying to say, and I need to get this for the space because we were hemorrhaging listeners because you can't even listen to the fucking guy. What was happening was he was essentially taking both resources like you can obtain from the federal government, from local DC area, and transpose it onto a map so you could understand what you were seeing. The ums and ahs from him made it impossible to understand. And I find it offensive that people like this could be involved in such a high-level, high-skilled, essentially a takeover of protest movement and be effective at all. Like, that's insane to me. It's offensive to me.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Aaron, but at the same time, somebody who's a little bit of like a techie nerd type of like maybe even autist that has the skills to compile something of that type with the ArcGIS map, like they might not have public speaking skills, but they have a plethora of other skills that are useful for that meant. And I think we have to recognize that, what the left is skilled in, what they're doing is finding what people's talents are and then plugging them into that and making them useful in their movement. So
100%.
I think the main thing here is what he created in this ArcGIS map is actually pretty impressive and mind-blowing, and it shows the detail in their planning and how they can use this map to be able to plan their street actions. I mean, he zoomed in and showed how you can actually, with this high-res, better than Google Maps map, you can actually measure the exact measurements of these roads in these areas. So when you're seeing these groups going out there blocking these roads like they did when I think at Biden's State of the Union address, It's because they've mapped it out and they can look at this stuff from an aerial view and they know exactly how many people they've chained together to block that intersection or what they need to do. So yeah, I mean, I admit, like, it is hard to listen to because he was stuttering nonstop and he was great. You know, it was pretty bad. But I also think, like, what if it was that, you know, was he nervous displaying this? I mean, I don't know.
No, but no, 100%. But I mean, we are presenting this to a group of people. I wanted to like wrestle back that reassurance. While you're listening to this, listen to the content that Millie, that you eloquently and appropriately laid out. But I just wanted to kind of break that up a little bit because it's very hard to listen to. And I just wanted to bring some context of what we were hearing because it's impossible to get anything remotely conveyed over audio without watching the video. So like you and I are watching the video in real time while we're having this space with 500 people listening, but most people are just listening. And so we break that up a bit is what I was saying.
No, I think you're doing really good. And if you could kind of even just summarize what the main key points you think he was trying to convey were into a way that's going to be easier for people to understand and digest, it'd be great if you could do that.
Yeah, sure. And I'll come to you, Jen, next. So if you guys go to the post in the thread, you can look at an overhead view, grid view of DC. And they were broken down where the police stations were, where the RNC was, the DNC, which happens to be in context of the pipe bomb, but we'll get there, but we're not there yet. And how he was able to actually take this ARCGIS map, which is called, it's ARCGIS, but it's an ARCGIS map. And it highlights their targets, which are the U.S. Capitol, RNC headquarters, DNC headquarters. Yeah, okay, Trump boosters. And he was essentially able to layer all these different points that they would be vulnerable should they create an action during around January 4th, 5th, and then eventually the 6th. Like, keep in mind, this was actually leading up to the certification, which was January 6th, but they were actually planning this action and even trying to prevent congressmen members from entering in the airport, and what would be their approach points into the Capitol. How could we stop it? How could we stop this? And here's all the points that you should be aware of. So you can operate within these certain areas because of X amount of time it would take for a police station, or X amount of time of Secret Service guarding the specific building for RNC, DNC, or X amount of time that you could do this. And if you look at this, we can actually set up a heat map of where we could be most effective to block communication and block the certification process, which is what we're leading up into. And he did expertly overlay all these different points for different reasons, what they meant, and he put it in a very simple, digestible map. That's what he was explaining. Millie, I think that helped. Yeah.
Yes, it did. And for context, which we're going to get into further down the line here, he definitely, it's relevant that he layered the traffic because they layered the traffic. They had several layers. It's like a map with several layers on it. So they had the real lifetime traffic that they could look at because remember, well, I guess not remember, further on in the video, you guys are going to see that they had plans to essentially shut the whole city down potentially. Like that was a scenario that they were planning for. If they had to do that, they were preparing to do it, to cripple the infrastructure, to block roads, block bridges, shut down freeways. So it would make sense why in this map they have the traffic overlay and all of those detailed things on there, as well as they have buildings to target. They have military police where they're all located, because if they're going to start deploying, these people are going to be having eyes and watching that. And so let's move on to the next video here, but keep that all in mind because like 3 videos down, it's going to go into the map. 3 tweets down, it goes back into the map and into the target list. So go ahead,
Let me ask 2 questions and then I'll step down. This is amazing. But I was wondering, can we ask Donald Trump and Elon to subpoena the list from the Zoom and have those people start being observed? And would we be able to ping their whereabouts on January 6th of 2021 to see if they were there? And
that's way ahead of where
I apologize. I apologize.
No, thank you, Misty. I appreciate your passion and enthusiasm to get this information out there. And I definitely think that maybe I don't know if it'd be Trump or it'd be Elon, but maybe they could help spearhead or promote an effort that could do subpoenas and subpoena the Zoom. And I've talked about this before. They need to subpoena Zoom in order to get the full list of the participants and everything if they're going to do a proper criminal investigation. I think that that's what one of the steps they're going to want to do. The other thing, when you talk about geolocation, I mean, I think that that would be a great thing to do. However, I would be a little bit, I'm not going to be I used to be very much advocating for that, which I think they should still do for investigative purposes. But after I've read their internal documents, and not only that, but there's another part in this full video where Lisa Fithian goes into like security protocols. These people are very, very keen when it comes to data trails, security. So they have entire guides on how to appear to protest without a data trail, how to stay at safe houses so that you're not staying at a hotel, how to stay in like a van or something so that you're not, you know, having a footprint, how to avoid cameras like security cameras, street cameras, how to not bring your phone, how to get a burner phone instead. Everything they're doing, like they're using CryptPad, or they're using Signal, or they're using encrypted messaging for a lot of their activities. So they have full-on guides, as well as like how to book a flight without using your flyer identification, and how to lift other people's flyer identification off of like people posting photos of their boarding passes on Instagram, for example. So they have full-on guides of how to try to how to go to these protests and not leave a data like a data trail behind them. So just to kind of give you to answer your question, which I think was a great question, I don't know how much that's going to do. But you never know. People get sloppy, just like John Sullivan. People get sloppy and they could mess up, and you could catch some things. So I don't think it would hurt to do it.
Well, and what's crazy about it, Millie, is that like this is a multi-million, dare I say, billion-dollar funded enterprise weave of NGOs, 501c3s hiding behind, you know, historical society type protections, all these things. And like, you're you, I'm me, and we're on Twitter talking about it. Like, this is not like a well-oiled funded operation. Sure, we've got friendships and relationships, and maybe we can start down this path. But anytime you talk to people about this, they're like, that's too big, that's too much, I don't even know how to get there. And it's just like, well, I mean, if we like had some funding, yeah, we could probably do that. But like, we're literally like
Well, I'm not even look, that's one thing. The funding is one thing, because we need this material really needs a full team. It needs a team. It needs a bunch of PIs as well. But the other thing is what you guys can do right now, who are watching specifically, and this is free to do. You can share it. You can to Elon, send it to Donald Trump, send it to everyone you can think of that could make a difference. Send it to Ken Paxton, send it to any of these people. Like, we need to be sharing the heck out of this thread and this information, and hopefully we can get something done with it if these people see it. That's what I'm thinking. Hopefully something can happen. I think that obviously these DAs are going to need to do something, but the reality is the FBI, the DOJ is so corrupt. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I'm not sure if this is something that, you know, if Trump wins this election and is able to overcome the crazy election interference and rigging we're already starting to see take place, then maybe this is something that he could essentially try to make a mission out of investigating, right? Investigating the truth.
Yes.
You know, Congress could create an investigative committee, and they could actually do a proper investigation into January 6th. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, knowing the full list right now could prevent future action against us American citizens from these coups. So I'm going to step down. Thank you so much for answering my question. God bless you for all you guys are doing. And, you know, tag everybody. I went and like reposted every single thread 3 times with enemies within, and then I tagged the whole thread with Donald Trump and those, and Elon and Laura Trump, and I, you know, and I'm going to go add Ted Paxton on that now, or Ken Paxton, sorry. And so this is what you guys can all be doing while you're learning this most amazing information from these amazing people who are doing this just to save our republic and save those political hostages. And I'll end there. Thank you guys.
Yeah, Millie.
Thank you, Misty.
I just want to
Oh,
ask,
go ahead, Jen.
did that guy in his little diatribe ask about a map of where the Trump amplifiers were? Did I hear that correctly?
So he does. They do talk about that later on, and you're going to see another clip in the thread. So we will get to that.
That's
They definitely do.
literally one of the lists that I was definitely on.
Yes. Okay. So, Aaron, do you want to kind of take over kind of read off the next tweet or two? Are you in front of your computer?
Yeah, no, I can. That's fine. All right. Let me get to it. Sorry, I'm actually having like good weather.
Don't laugh at me, Raccoon.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at me. Like both times I was supposed to take over, I was actually sitting on my back patio, enjoying good weather for the first time in like 5 months. You guys have no idea how much I've been waiting for this. So, all right.
Well,
let me
really quick though, I want to add a caveat earlier because this is a side note. So if we can send this to Ken Paxton, that might be a good thing because at one part in the video, Lisa Fithian said that her base, her home base, is Austin, Texas. So if we can confirm that she's a resident in Austin, Texas, I wonder if that would give Texas jurisdiction to
at least
investigate.
standing, right? So the courts couldn't kick it out on standing, which is something that we've been. What? Go ahead.
Sorry, Trash. I didn't know my mic was off.
Oh, I was saying that, like, yeah, no, like, if she is based in Austin, which I have no idea who this. I mean, like, every video that I see, I'm not even convinced that she's not in a hotel. Although, if I look at it, it seems like she's at home and has really, really terrible, tacky decorating skills. But that makes sense as a operative running color revolutions around the world. She probably doesn't have the best designer sense, but. No, if she's based in Austin, that would give standing, right? So like the courts wouldn't have the opportunity to punt based on standing, which is what we've been dealing with for 9 years, 10 years now, essentially, is how they punt, is on standing. So if she has actually a residence in Austin, and if we could somehow, kick Ken in the back of his ankle to be like, dude, just look at it. Like, dude, I already know you don't want to look at this, but like, look at this. It's actually, you could actually make a career case. I think that we probably should actually be pushing on that. Yeah, Jen, go ahead, and I'm gonna get to the next slide.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate Joe Biden for coming out of the closet and admitting that he wants to grab Trump and Elon's ass, which Elon said, this man calls me gay and then wants to touch my ass. So here we
Well,
are.
that's something.
What?
What are you talking about?
So Joe Biden just gave a press conference where he talks about that Republicans and Trump and Elon are the kind of guys you just want to slap on the ass.
What the dude, listen, you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that Joe Biden's not doing this on purpose at this point. There's no way. All right.
Do it for America, Joe. Okay, listen, we know you're an international scumbag, okay? And we know that you've done a lot of scumbaggery in the White House. But listen, you really have a chance here to step up, save America. You need to sink Kamala Harris's battleship, Joe. Do it.
Put on the MAGA hat, Joe. So, guys, we just went through this interactive map, and I was really disappointed in Pat's vocal skills, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm critical of myself. Therefore, I want to make sure that my public speaking is correct. But his map is very much accurate. You guys should pay attention to it. Joe Biden obviously clearly is in the tank for America First, and he's pissed off that they ran a coup on him, a small mini political coup, not the one that we're talking about here. But you were talking, Millie, earlier, and I know you can't get to the computer. You were talking about how they weren't really talking about disguises, but they were talking about like protection outfits and like how to, operate within riot zones, or if you're going to be, kicking up, a conflict in a certain area where the National Guard is then kicked up, and then it's going against the other citizens that are mad of that conflict that you created. She starts talking about wearing disguises here. Is that right? So she's saying that, like,
Yes.
so she's
And
saying
there's
like,
a lot of people who were reporting, if you remember around January 6th, there were several different reports that people were saying that they were seeing people dressed as Antifa 1 minute coming, and then walking back out around an alley or corner being dressed as Trump supporters, or people were saying they saw people changing their clothes out of bags or backpacks. I know I specifically did see that there was a guy who had several different hats that he was wearing, like 1 minute a Trump hat, 1 minute a fuzzy furry like QAnon looking hat, and the next minute he had a black helmet. So yeah, there was a lot of reports that people were saying people were dressed in, like Antifa dressed as Trump supporters.
well, like just like we saw like the John Sullivan video, right, where they were putting on the MAGA gear and then they were inside, like, I can't believe it, we did it, we're inside, blah 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 blah. That kind of thing, where they had switched into MAGA gear, even though it was, Jaden X was John Sullivan and his, I don't know, maybe girlfriend or like girl slash friend.
Jade Sackett.
Yeah, Jade. And we're like, we did it, we're inside, blah blah blah. We saw the video of them changing into gear, and that seemed to be a common thing. And this is where Lisa Fithian back in October, leading up to January 6th, was talking about this very thing. Is that the context, Millie?
Yeah, I mean, we know that John Sullivan, he took that photo of himself wearing the MAGA hat in the morning of January 6th, but we'll get into him later in this. Right now, I think it's just important because in this, Lisa Fithian's instructing people on using disguises or changing your clothes or altering your appearances in order to use that as a tactic if things get crazy. So I think maybe we could just go ahead and play that.
Yeah, Jen, I'm gonna play it. So go ahead before I play it.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, a lot of times we look at these protests and it's not just them like changing clothes and putting on costumes. A lot of times you look at it and it looks like complete chaos, right? And it is in a lot of sense, but it's organized chaos. And this goes to what Dustin and I witnessed outside of the DNC and RNC in 2016, where they literally have the protests set up into phases, right? You have the red zone, which are the people that are willing to attack police, get arrested for their cause, right? The green zone, where it's, yeah, these people are there, they're protesting, they're willing to get arrested if they have to, but they really would rather not, or the yellow zone, sorry. And then the green zone are people who absolutely can't get arrested, illegals, or they have priors or stuff like that. So when we look at it, just know that, yes, it might look chaotic. It might look like everybody's running all over, but don't underestimate the fact that that is very highly organized.
Yeah, no, 100%. And that's, we're peeking under the skirt of that very thing. So setting this video up to that point, Lisa Fithian's instructing wearing disguises, altering their appearances, keeping a change of clothes in their bags to put on a different colored shirt if things get crazy. So here we go.
Get that clearer. But meanwhile, yes, you can use disguises. You can dye your hair. You can wear different things. That's one reason why masks are great right now, but also creativity. So disguises is another good way. Keeping a change of clothes in your backpack, so that if you're wearing a white shirt and things get crazy, you can all of a sudden put on a blue sweatshirt. So having that kind of stuff on hand is great. Get that clearer.
Oh, Lisa. And then taking over TV or radio stations. Lisa's proposing the idea of taking over media outlets as a way to communicate with the public and rally more supporters to the cause. This is a bit unhinged for me, but I do want to hear what Lisa has to say about this, because they're very intentional. And these people, whether they're LARPing or serious, they attempt or do this stuff.
So again, I think to myself, if we're in a coup situation and
So, Millie, before I go any further, if we're in a coup situation, I think this is important context that we need to bring as well. These people have talked to their ground troops, their supporters, the goofballs, the organizers, the organized. They're saying that Trump's going to attempt a coup, and he's going to attempt a military or National Guard coup, and blah 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 blah. So when she says something, if we're in a coup situation, that we need to do X, Y, and Z, because they have programmed those people into believing that there is a coup that's happening and that everything is completely normal, everything's completely natural. And obviously, this is the freest and fairest election of all time. And any kind of attempt at stopping the freest and fairest election of all time is a coup by Donald Trump. I think that's an important context here, Millie. I think we should probably bring to this clip. Do you agree?
Yeah, no, I agree. And what you have to understand is that this language was being used over and over in their guides, their documents, in their other Zoom videos, in their simulations, in their Zooms with the feds call. And the whole point was to frame it as that they are doing all of these illegal and risky actions to thwart a coup. But when you actually look into what they're doing and saying, they talk about even if Trump will do civil disobedience to force the Democrats to not concede and to subsequently force him out. So it becomes very clear when you realize that there's not really an option for them to just accept the result and accept Trump as president, because these people had been subverting him early on. What's he call? I have their documents that show that this subversive group started early on communicating and instructing others within the federal government bureaucrat themselves to begin leaks, internal leaks inside the government, sabotage campaigns, and using their subversion. Started planning this before Trump was inaugurated in 2017. And then as soon as he got in, it was like they immediately began their campaign to try to sabotage, subvert, do leaks, gum up the processes, and engage in activism inside of their positions in government. So yeah, it's clear that they, they say, oh, we're doing this because we think Trump's going to do a coup, and that's the narrative, that's the talking point we're going with, right? That's what they say. This is the narrative. We've agreed we're going to call it a coup. So when Trump contests the results of their rigged election, they're going to call it a coup. Okay, that was the framing, and that everything they did subsequently would be considered, and even before the fact, would be a counter coup. But the problem is what is a counter coup in the absence of a coup? Just a coup. right? So
Correct.
remember,
Yeah.
they were making these plans before the 2020 election. So technically, no one knew what the result of the election was. Therefore, Trump hadn't made any moves of any sort of any kind in the timeline to even constitute their illegal actions before the fact, and their subversion and sedition and their quote unquote counter coup before the fact.
Which is why the transition
And the problem is they thought Trump was going to step into a trap, which was they were really trying to goat him into doing the Insurrection Act. He never did.
Right.
So what they have to do? They had to run their January 6th op for multiple reasons. Why?
Right.
Because when you were getting into Congress, in January 6th, the Electoral College started convening. That's when you start to see that they were going into a process where neither could get the 270 if enough were going to contest Joe Biden's electors. It wasn't that Trump had an alternate slate, because everyone said, okay, that's not valid slate of electors. Didn't matter. That was a red herring. That was a lady in a red dress to, essentially go after. It was not the real thing. The real thing that they were concerned about was if neither got the 270, it goes into a process where it becomes each state's delegations decide with one vote. And the way they had mapped it out, one vote per state, Trump had it either they're looking at either 27 to 23 or 26 to 24, something like that. But they knew that Trump would be the next president. So that was a red line that they would not allow to happen. And that's, obviously we'll get into that later. But the whole point here being, these groups, they take it to the extreme. And when they're using the language of, we're doing it to stop a coup, it's code for essentially this project that they're all engaged in, which was the Protect the Results coalition.
Right. Can you hear me now, Millie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. So apparently X or Apple pushed an update for X. So I was getting people telling me that the space was glitching. It was because they pushed and forced an update while we're hosting a space on the app that cut everybody out. So it cut you out, it cut Jen out, it cut everybody out, including myself. You couldn't hear me when I was trying to interject. So I force closed the app out, went back in, and I couldn't even open the app. So I had to go into the App Store and force the push updates just to get back into this space. But what I wanted to add was that was why the Transition Integrity Project was so important. And that's why it wasn't just a war game, or it wasn't just like some silly document that a bunch of people got together. It was laying the groundwork for setting up the counter coup and the language and the presentation and the whipping up of all the people that are involved in this to believe that Trump's going to commit a coup. We're going to win. Do you commit to the peaceful transfer of power? If you guys don't remember those lines, go back and look up April 2020, May of 2020, August 2020 clips on mainstream media. Any interview that Donald Trump had, any reporter that was in front of Donald Trump while he was still president, they asked him, do you commit to a peaceful transfer of power? They were setting it up. And in the Transition Integrity Project, it read specifically that we need to counter Donald Trump's coup because we know he's going to lose. He's incredibly unpopular. Everybody in the world knows it. He's responsible for all the racisms and he's responsible for all these things. Therefore, we know he's going to lose, and he needs to commit to a peaceful transfer of power. This is why I called this space Enemy from Within, Part 1, Transition is the Steal. Because they were setting up the language and the perception and all these people that were involved that Donald Trump was absolutely destined to lose because he was like the worst president of all time.
They're doing it now, Trash.
But again, this is very just
No. But what I'm saying is, just for the people in the room, this didn't stop where there are still reporters every day today asking Trump if he will accept the election results.
Right. That's my point. That's what I'm leading to. But it's leading to specifically the language that Lisa Fitting is using in October prior to the election even starting, saying that we need to counter a coup that we already know is coming because we already know he's going to lose, because we're not actually voting for him and he's incredibly unpopular. It's the same narrative they're trying to set up now. That was the point of me calling it the transition is the steal. This is something that Millie's been yelling about. This is something that I've been yelling about. That's what they're trying to set up again. It's not quite as forceful and buttoned up as 2020. You need to, Millie, you said it best. You said, how do you counter a coup when no coup is going on? You don't call it a counter coup, you just call it a coup. But it's all about
Exactly. And the actions that they were plotting, such as toppling the pillars of the United States government, doing an insurrection or an uprising, taking over government buildings, that is all insurrection coup related activities, isn't it? But see, they can all hide it behind this false justification. Oh, because Trump's gonna do a coup. Well, in my documentary film "Psyop to Steal," I have, if you guys have watched it, but I have like a whole montage of all these mainstream media pundits running with that narrative before the fact, where like even before the 2020 election, you hear person after person saying Trump's going to do a coup, Trump's going to do a coup, Trump's going to do a coup. They were running that as a narrative, and then in their calls and in their planning, they were using that narrative to essentially organize their own quote unquote coup and their own insurrection and their own way to try to force Trump out during the 2020 election timeline. It's actually like the perfect cover up, right? It's the perfect disguise.
Well, you talked about taking over radio stations, and I mean, within like what the last 2 weeks, we saw that George Soros bought up all of those Clear Channel radio stations all over the country. Just saying.
Yeah, no,
I don't think we played that clip
I
yet.
haven't.
Did we play the radio station?
I'm setting it up. I'm setting it up because she's using language that I think that the context was important, which is why we did that. But we're getting there. And yeah, like the FCC pushing it through, and Brendan Carr, the only person with sanity at the FCC, coming out and saying, "Why are we pushing this through?" Blah 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 blah. But yeah, no, here, we're there now. But the reason that we set all of that context up is so you can hear with those ears what she's saying. Listen to, because again, keep in mind, this is prior to even like in October of 2020. This is not after the election. This is before the election. This is so important context. Listen to this.
So again, I think to myself, if we're in a coup situation and we're under attack and under fire, how do we, in the safest way possible, start chipping away at the systems and infrastructure they need to maintain power? And a lot of this stuff, I mean, again, we don't think about this stuff because this is not really what we think about doing. But it's like, we might have to like take over a TV station, right? Maybe we're taking over the local TV station and getting airtime to put out a call for people to come join us. I know that sounds crazy. I've always wanted to do it though. Or, so I want us to think beyond our imagination. In New York, there's a map in New York of infrastructure. It turns out there's 3 antennae that control all the telecommunications. I want nothing to do with that really, but it's like, what kind of communication systems do we have versus what do they have? So all that being said and done, I'm really a big advocate of getting ahead of it, getting ourselves organized, getting all of the resources that we need, knowing what we might do so that we can roll it out and do. We don't have to like go slow. We can just deploy.
I swear to God, she's like LARPing the Tom Cruise movie of Valkyrie and controlling the Wolf's Den and controlling the outgoing communications and presenting this oppressed narrative that somehow Donald Trump would have any kind of institutional power. But what she's really, I mean, she's conveying it like she's LARPing, but what she's really saying is that there are